Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be. Ready?
To leave the boundaries of what's known.
To define possible.
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 Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first match of the 2021-2022 season of First Tech Challenge. This is Freight Frenzy. Hi, I am Niall Smith, and I will be here with you all today. And I am joined with
Cheyenne Smith.
we will be your two commentators starting off this morning. All right, and this first match is getting underway. We're going into our autonomous period. Up first for the Red Alliance, we have Team 199994, Andromeda, partnered with Team 10442, FCHS FTC. And for the Blue Alliance, we have Team 15301. Oh, wait a minute. Did I get the wrong team numbers? Ooh. Oh, I'm sorry. Team 10442 was Metro Mechanics. Team 15310 was FCHS FTC. Followed with Team 5233 Vector for the Blue Alliance. Seems we have a referee on the field. Are they resetting the match? And it seems we have someone else coming in joining us in the box. Ethan, are you there?
Yeah, one sec. Let's see if we got video.
There we go. We got Ethan joining us in the box, another repeat commentator.
Yeah, good morning. Good to see
Season
everybody.
to kick off, Ethan.
What's that?
So you ready for the season to kick off?
Oh, dude, I have been waiting so long to get back into the action of First Tech Challenge. And, you know, seeing 4 teams on the field is something that I was really looking forward to. So last season, First Chesapeake did a great job of putting 2 teams on the field. But now we've got the full 4, and it's going to be great.
Speaking of having people on the field, I see a bunch of our referees talking and deliberating on the field. But also look at that crowd out in the audience. We are almost back to the full swing of things. Look at all these wonderful faces up first thing in the morning here. Everyone knows that is a big thing about First, is those 5 o'clock in the morning drives out to the middle of nowhere for a competition.
No.
And a big shout out to all of our volunteers for also making it here. Once again, nothing would be possible without our volunteers, the same way nothing would be possible without our wonderful sponsors.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Niall, what do you like about this year's competition? You know, what is it about the
Personally,
game?
I like all the game elements.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's so many different things that you can use and manipulate between the different textures and the different surfaces of the different items. I mean, you have the rotating wheel for the intake. There's the topple tower again. And I mean, who doesn't like a little rubber duck? Like, that's one of the most playful things that we all know, and it's easily recognizable as those little rubber ducks.
Exactly, yeah. And so all of those elements are able to be scored into those shipping hubs. And of course, you get bonus points if your own shipping hub is balanced. You get bonus points if the shared shipping hub is tilted in your team's favor. So you're right. Yeah, there's a lot to do during both autonomous, tele-op, and in-game. All sorts of different fun elements.
And over there now on your display, once again, those are our 4 teams playing right now. Andromeda, Metro Mechanics, FCHS, FTC, and Vector.
Fantastic.
But look at how big these numbers are getting.
Yeah.
1999.4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the FTC is really growing in popularity because it's an easier program to start than FRC. I mean, you could do this in somebody's garage if you so chose. You don't need a whole lot of space for a practice field, and you get a lot of fun out of it. Using those power tools and coming up with great robot designs.
And it seems like we are off for another autonomous period. I see 2 robots moving, one from each side.
Yeah.
We see one person
on red.
One person almost fully into the blue zone. Remember, you must be completely within your tape to be scored, I believe, this season.
Yeah, so over on the far side of the field, the red box and the blue box, you get points for being partially in, and then you get more points being fully in, if I remember correctly. Anybody working backstage is welcome to correct us on that.
Oh, but we have robots. They're moving. Oh.
There we go.
We have 10442 putting one of those boxes up into that top goal. We have 19994 putting another piece up there.
Yeah, a lot of teams are going straight for those those alliance shipping hubs, trying to put as many as they can up in that top level. And here we have
as you say that, we see one going for the shared shipping hub. Oh, but they place it on the blue side.
Yeah. And now
that is driver control.
Yeah, so it's real tricky. It looks like it might still be balanced. So that's one of those things where it's scored at the end of the match. The referees will determine which side that shared hub is tilted towards. Here we go, trying again to get onto their side of the shared shipping hub with that long arm.
Okay, it looks like they're trying to tilt it a bit. They're trying to use the balance of it. Once again, with those 6 separate sections, even if you do go slightly on your opponent's side, it's all about knowing how to maneuver the weight to tip it into your favor. We've seen this multiple times with first robotics challenges, all about leveling, balance, and multiple ways of maneuverability.
Yep.
And that sound that you all heard was the notification that we are within our last 30 seconds. And as we count down, let's see what these teams are about to do. If you see the teams parked up in the top corner, know they are not standing still. They are pushing those rubber ducks onto that field, trying to get as many as they can. And that is time, everyone.
Yeah. So that was a very active game. There was movement during all 3 periods, which we love to see. Blue was mainly focusing on the Alliance shipping hub. Red had a good organic split between working on the Alliance specific hub and the shared hub. So really enjoy seeing that, especially whenever teams have a plan and they follow through and execute it.
Unfortunately, though, I don't seem to see a second blue robot. I wonder which team we are missing right now. But Ethan, how was your off season?
It was fantastic. Yeah. So for any viewer who does not know, I am the coach of my own FTC team, and we had a lot of fun preparing for this season by redoing our social media accounts. So, we have a Facebook, we have an Instagram. Oh, would you look at that?
And it was scored as a tie.
Yeah, for
The
qualification.
red team seemed to score a penalty. I wonder where that 20-point penalty came from. Hopefully the referees and scorekeepers will get back to us soon on that one.
My suspicion is that although Red was doing a great job around the shared shipping hub, you really want to make sure not to touch it. They bumped into it a few times, and sometimes doing that can upset the balance. So you really want to gingerly place your items into the shared shipping hub and back away. So that way you don't accidentally bump anything into your favor or otherwise sway it. So it's going to be really tough because that area around the shipping hub is not very large. The robots can be up to 18 inches by 18 inches by 18 inches when they first start. Once the match starts, they can expand to any size. But that area around the shipping hub, you only get about 15 to 13 inches to maneuver around. So you got to be very precise in how you drive.
And now up next, we have Team 17575 Cube Wires, along with Team 15308 Fairy Tale coming out for the red side. And we have Team 12342 Pelote High School 007, along with Team 19670 Turtle, the blue side. And this year is different from last year, where we do get to have all four teams on the field, as well as because everyone is out in the audience watching at the same time, we can do almost a true first robotics rotation where teams don't have to play the same people back to back. We can actually rotate teams out. Teams have a chance to go do repairs, go check up on each other. They can strategize. There's all sorts of dynamics that can go on this year that are a lot better than what happened last year.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really in the spirit of first to be able to meet with these different teams that you may have never seen before in your entire career and get to work with them, come up with a plan, see how your robots can complement each other. And that's the big goal of first, is you never want to destroy your opponent because they could and very well likely will end up being your alliance partner in another match.
Not destroy my opponent. What? That I want to destroy that scoreboard. If I can maximize my points, I'm destroying that scoreboard.
Yeah. That's the number one question that we get asked every time we tell people we do robotics. They always ask the same question: is it battle bots?
You do the fight bots? You do the ones that the fires and the explosions? And no, if we have fires and explosions, that's a big problem.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, it still happens, but it's not supposed to.
Sometimes still fun to watch. Not supposed to happen.
No. So we've got a little bit of prep work going on the field. Now it looks like one of the teams on the Blue Alliance, the one closest to the cameras, has elected to swap out the duck for a team shipping element. So that's something that the teams create within certain parameters, certain size constraints, certain material constraints, and they can use that to better score in the game. So when it's placed on that one of those three dots in the middle of the field, that's called a barcode, and that's randomized at the beginning of every match. The robot is supposed to detect which of the three squares either a duck or their specific element is on, and then that tells them which level of the Alliance shipping hub to score on at autonomous for bonus points. So if a team can recognize using vision recognition which spot either the duck or their team shipping element is on. And that does give them an advantage in the autonomous period.
And here we have layout 5, meaning all ducks are going to be placed in the middle. Once again, this is qualification match 2. We are going to see what happens when these teams get underway. Now, I want to see the teams have some really colorful designs as always. I love seeing the teams when they're easily recognizable, when they're hyper visible, because along with it being for your driver and being easy for your driver to see what's going on when you have a high visual robot, it's also very easy for the crowd. It's very easy for the team back home. And it goes along with the point of robotics isn't all about putting your hands on the metal of the robot or putting your hands to a computer for the code. There are people who are just on the design team. There are people who are just purposely on your community outreach, on your social programming. We had people who would just organize the school pep rallies. There are plenty of other things that you can do with your team alongside the robot. And those are things that I love seeing, along with seeing a well-built robot.
100%.
Now, these little PVC bars, I like seeing how each team has tried to get over it, because some teams have opted for high tracks. Some teams have opted for just bigger wheels. I'm surprised I haven't seen many tank treads trying to roll over it using a maneuverable tread. I'm surprised I haven't seen any super high walkers to see somebody try to mess with their balance and see if that can work.
That'd be interesting, yeah. So we've got a great match going underway. We do have one ball on the side of the shared shipping hub. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be enough to tip it into Blue's favor. But Blue did get an early advantage in autonomous. They had one team attempt to place a preloaded block into the shared shipping hub, spun a duck, and then parked in their specific zone.
They got a second wiffle ball onto their side. This is the other thing I love about First Robotics. We take anything and put it on the field.
Oh, yeah.
We've used dodge balls. Right now we're using wiffle balls. We've used oversized Lego blocks.
Yeah.
We've used pretty much anything on a field. If it is able to be grabbed and lifted, it will go on the field. I remember using trash cans and pool noodles. And that is the end of that round. Let's see how our referees and our scorekeepers will choose to score us now. I see points going up on the board. Currently, the score is sitting at 36-12, but we all know when the referees and the scorekeepers start talking at that end game is when big numbers start to pop up and the big shifts happen.
So it does look like the shared shipping hub is tilted in the Blue Alliance favor because they got those two wiffle balls on there. And the team that seemed to be in charge of that for the Blue Alliance did a great job of just very carefully approaching it, dropping off their freight, and then maneuvering out of the way and back into the warehouse. Red also had a fantastic performance. Looks like they were focused mainly on the Alliance shipping hubs. And then towards endgame, I saw one robot go over there and spin up some ducks. So great performance here as the referees are getting that final score to you. And I really do appreciate the ability to quickly get those scores out. Because back when I participated in FTC, it would be 3 or more matches before we got to see the score for what we had just performed.
And looking at this high view, you all can see once again what we've been talking about. You all can see the multitude of teams. You all can see the frenzy of people moving around, everyone making sure to do their best to stay socially distanced within their team bundles, everyone making sure to have on a mask at all times. And one thing that I want to keep, even when we do go back to full in person, is having these cameras on site. Because as you all can see, especially with FTC and FLL, their fields are super small. The FTC field is like 12 foot by 12 foot or something close to it, or 10 foot by 10 foot, something around. And so with a field that small, once you have the full team standing around it, as well as all the referees and scorekeepers, it's almost impossible to see the field without having other people there. And the blue team has won with a score of 71-0. Both teams seeming to receive heavy penalties. We have a 20-point and a 30-point penalty going out towards both teams.
Yeah.
Once again, that is team 1-2-3-4-2 and team 1-9-6-7-0 with the current high score of 71 points.
Way to go, teams. Yeah, and so you'll notice the ranks next to their individual team numbers, and those are going to be changing quite a bit in these first few matches as teams play their first match and get their initial scores. So they're going to be jumping all over the place throughout the day. But then typically past the halfway point, after we all get some lunch in ourselves, that's when the scores will kind of start to normalize, and you'll see certain teams stand towards the top of the rankings, and then other teams fighting their way to move up the ladder. And I believe we are going to be doing an elimination set of matches this afternoon, where the top 4 teams get to choose 2 alliance partners each to compete with in a double elimination style. So I very much look forward to that. That's something that we did not get to see a lot of last year.
And for all of those whose first year was last year, eliminations are a very big thing in First Robotics. You can do a lot during the initial opening qualifiers, but what the judges really look for is both what you do off the field and how you finish on the field. Once again, pits used to be a big thing. Community outreach is still a big thing. Right now, how you're interacting with your community and how you're doing that safely and positively is a really big thing. Also, teams, remember, we like to brag about you. Tell us who you are. If you all have received the game survey for this year, please make sure to go on and fill out the game survey. Everyone in the Twitch channel, if you are not the primary for your team, go tell your coach, go tell your mentors, go tell your team captains, fill out that team survey. We love talking about you all. We love bragging about you all, and we love getting to learn about you all. Up next for qualification 3, we have teams 7518, the QO Cool Gears, paired up with team 20096, the Sentinels, for the red team. And for the blue alliance, we have team 19434, Redstone Mechanics, paired with team 13680, Sleepless Squirrels.
I always like teams with a color on their name not being on that alliance. So Redstone Mechanics is on Blue Alliance. I chuckle to myself every time that happens.
Is that a kickback to when you were a red-bearded panda?
Still am a red-bearded panda, yeah.
Playing on a blue side.
Coach. Yeah. So the field has been randomized. Looks like we are off to a great autonomous. We see all 4 robots.
Those robots are running into that clutter zone.
Oh yeah. So that's called the warehouse. They get points for being partially inside. Looks like we got a duck spawn over on the blue side, or at least they approached the duck spinner. And now they're making their way to the shipping hub. Ooh, doesn't look like it's quite connected. And they're gonna park inside their loading zone. There are all sorts of fun names.
Those first 30 seconds
Drivers,
are
pick up your
completely
controllers.
hands off of your robot.
3,
So
2,
everything that you saw
1.
these robots do just then is all programming. It has all been put onto the robot, loaded beforehand. This is why having a visual element is really important when it comes to randomizations, or if you're not going to use a visual element, knowing your layout, knowing your field, and also that communication with your team members and alliance mates. Because if you have a standardization that says, well, I'm always going to get in the box and I can always guarantee that I'm going to get the duck, then I want to be on that side where I can get the duck and get to the box. If you have a loadout that says, okay, well, I'm going to go to the warehouse and I'm going to go for the shared loader, then you need to be over there. You need to have that side. Also, there are plenty of times where I've competed where we turned off our autonomous because my alliance members said, hey, my autonomous can do 30, 40 points. You don't need to move. Okay, cool. I'll stand here. I'm not gonna move.
Yeah, it's all about that teamwork and communication, both before the match and then once you pick up the controllers during the match, being able to say, hey, we're stuck. Can you give us another push? Or, hey, don't score that yet. Let us score, then you score.
Speaking of scoring, look at these scores climb and rise.
Yeah. Here we go in game last 30 seconds. The top levels of those shipping hubs look pretty full. Red's going to put one more at the top before they move on. We got
Unfortunately, I think we have a stalled robot down at the bottom because that robot has not moved for the past 20 seconds or so.
Yeah.
But those robots are off to that top corner, flinging those ducks onto the field. And remember, you can only have one duck on there at a time, so teams must do one full rotation, stop, and then do another full rotation for both the safety of the robot and the safety of those in action.
That's
Human
right,
players must stay safe at all times.
Yeah. And the idea of human players in FTC is fairly new. They introduced them back in Skystone 2 seasons ago. And human players introduced oversized Lego bricks onto the field. The next season, Ultimate Goal, the human players were in charge of returning rings to the field. So the robot would recycle the same set of rings. They would shoot them into a goal, and the human player would return them back onto the field. And now the main focus of the human player is to get those ducks on the wheel during endgame.
But I know we have a ton of robots on the field, but do I have a ton of... Because Twitch chat, what are you guys doing? It is so quiet. I know it's first thing in the morning, but let's go ahead and get that wake up morning stretch. Let's cheer on these teams. If your team is here, let us know who you are with. We just had the blue team win with a score of 52-42. Looking at both sides, there was a 10-point penalty. Once again, teams, be careful with these penalties. They will add up. They will come to bite you.
That's right. Yep. And as the season progresses, you'll start to see less and less penalties. And that's for 2 reasons. Number one, the teams are starting to get more familiar with the robots, starting to get more drive practice in and knowing how to avoid the particular elements on the field that can get them penalized. But the second reason is that as the season continues to develop, First does pay attention to what is particularly difficult about a challenge, how many penalties teams are racking up. And as they do so, they'll release a statement like, okay, we're willing to forgive this action a little bit more since it seems to be hard to avoid it. They do sort of dynamically adjust the game as the season continues. And I really do appreciate that because the penalties are supposed to be there to keep the game strategy or tries to do something that's not in the spirit of the game or in the spirit of First.
Speaking of challenges, let's see which four teams are up next to attempt this challenge. First, for the red team, we have team 18792, Penguins Robotics, partnered with team 18442, World's Wires. And for the blue side, we have team 7519, QO Cougar Botics, partnered with team 12518, Almond Robotics. Remember, teams, if you are returning, if you are new, if you have something special and unique about yourself, let us know. We would love to hear from you all. It's very hard to get to know you all over the course of the season if all I have is a number and a name. We want to know what's behind the number and the name. Tell us what made your robot special. For example, Almond Robotics having their signature hot pink coloring on their robot. I think they even put a hot pink game element out on the field.
Fantastic. Yeah, that ties right into what you were talking about with branding, getting excited, making the robot look like a complete, well thought out package, putting a little bit of flair on there. Something very popular is if your team was sponsored by any sort of organization or business, put their stickers all over your robot. Let them know how thankful you are for supporting such a great program.
And I know this is something I see a ton of in FRC, but haven't seen too much in FTC, partially because last season was my first season watching FTC, seriously, but the hyper branding is definitely a big thing. I know FRC bots are a lot bigger. We get a lot more sponsors. And so therefore we have a lot more space to put those sponsors and display those sponsors. But still stuff like the side of your robot, even how you place your numbers. Some teams, your numbers can be printed on or carved on, or having a special method for having your numbers, having a special panel. I know with FRC, we have the driver stations and the driver boards that we all use, having custom controllers, having team uniforms, something that's easily recognizable, easily signified. I know teams that have had mascots. So, for example, a lot of these high school teams, they will bring their high school mascot. Now, is your high school mascot particularly helpful in the game? Always. But they can be a wonderful way to rally your team. I know for my school, like I said, we used to have the cheerleaders or the band or the mascot or somebody there. So when we looked out to the crowd, we weren't just seeing the same parents and coaches that we had been seeing all season. We had something to get behind and rally behind. Speaking of something to get behind, we're about to get behind randomization number 5 as this match is beginning to get underway. Once again, this is qualification number 4. Look at this autonomous period, all robots in action, and look at the variety of robots. If you all saw that overhead view, there are tons of different styles of robots. Like I said, we have low-built robots, we have high-built robots, we have robots that are purposely built for that spinner, we have robots that are built for wiffle balls, robots that are built for boxes, robots that are built for ducks. There's all sorts of things that you all can be built for this season.
What's very impressive is that this is such an early competition. It's not even January yet. We are off to a great start, and to see how much these teams have accomplished since the challenge was released in September. So they must have been working their butts off to get their robots ready for this competition. They're doing a great job.
Oh, how I can't wait for January since you talked about it.
Oh, me neither.
I want my kickoff.
Yeah, can't wait to see what FRC has in store. Blue side is looking like they're focusing on putting wiffle balls up in the top level.
And once again, in that bright pink, that is Almond Robotics that we are talking about.
Yeah. See, that's why it's important to be recognizable so that commentators can plug you. So,
But speaking of being recognizable and having your numbers and branding nice, big, and bold, that blue team, Penguin Robotics, look at how their numbers are displayed. Once again, big, bold, descriptive. It's very hard to miss the big, bright blue side of a robot.
That's right. So
now, it seems to be a race between Penguin and Almond as to who's going to fill up that spot first, and Penguin seems to have shifted towards that shared goal instead, trying to see how they wish to approach it. Once again, we're about to hear that whistle for the last 30 seconds. It is endgame. Red Alliance going for those ducks. Blue Alliance, unfortunately, I believe they're dead in the water, so Almond Robotics is pushing their teammate out the way. Oh, have they sprung back to life? And they sprung back to life. Just in time to move out the way for Almond Robotics. With a little less than 10 seconds left on the board, can they get those ducks out? Time to see what that final score will be. Once again, it is currently sitting very close at 61-59. Only time can tell what the judges will add, what the scorekeepers, what the scorekeepers will add, what the referees will remove. Let's see how these scores play out.
Yeah. So while we wait for those scores to be tallied up, we do have a question in first chat talking about mascots that we've seen. So one viewer remembers very distinctly the Sasquatch from Team Squatch Watch. I remember them. They are fantastic. They're all Sasquatch themed. You know, they got a big hairy Sasquatch that hides around the competition. You get to spot them. You can take pictures with them. I remember one team from the Northeast. They were called Gear Ticks. So it's like deer ticks, but gears. And you see those little yellow boxes that we're using this year? That was their mascot. They had 3 mascot costumes of those boxes that spelled out FTC. And it was just the funniest thing to see them try to fit through doorways, I tell you.
And coming from the FRC side, we had some very memorable mascots, but I will say this right after we announce that Red is the winner with a score of 95-61. Once again, with 0 penalties. Look, that penalty is what seems to have pushed the match the furthest apart. Those teams would have been very close at 91-95 had the blue team not received that 30-point penalty. Once again, looking at the autonomous period, we had a 39 to a 24-point autonomous. We had a 52 to a 17-point driver control. Red team taking it in the end with that 54-point end game.
Mm-hmm.
And as our field is being reset, I'll go back to the FRC mascots. One of the unofficial but highly recognizable FRC mascots is Flag Dad, the notorious dad who has a trash can full of about 30 different flags that he waves around depending on which competition it is, which teams are up. He has all his sponsors on flags. They have all the LGBTQ flags. There are so many different things that he sits there and waves around. There's a different Penguin Robotics. They have penguins that walk around. I believe there was a wolf pack. They walked around with wolves. We had the Lumberjacks. Their entire team went around. Like I said, my team, which was the Crimson Tide and Crimson Tide Robotics, we had our mascot Wave Bee walking around, who was a giant Crimson Tide. But speaking about teams who are about to be walking around, for the red team, we have 6010 Thunderstone, partnered up with team 15310 FCHS FTC. And coming in for the blue team, we have team 15308 Fairy Tale, partnered with team 7518 the QO Cougars. And as you all can see, looking on the board so far, people are starting to receive those ranks and their numbers are starting to go up and down. But within these first 10 or 15 matches, those numbers will jump a ton. As you can see, it is the 5th match and Team Thunderstone has yet to play, so they aren't ranked yet. So we will see how they stack up and how they move around.
Mm-hmm. Now I've noticed, let's see, there's QO Cougars, and I think I remember QO Cougar Bots, so I suspect that those are likely paired up together, maybe from the same school or from the
Those two teams are one number apart. I am almost certain they are the same school, signed up at the same time.
Can't be a coincidence, right?
And once again, that is a wonderful thing about FTC, is that with these robots being so cheap, with these robots being so simple to build, you could take a robotics class or a physics class or some sort of science class, and over the course of your 3 and 4 periods, each class have its own separate team to be able to compete. Compared to a FRC bot, if you tried to have one bot per class period, you would be spending $10,000 to $15,000, $20,000 per robot, and that's just before you get to the competition.
Yeah.
But we have randomization 1 getting ready to go underway on qualification match number 5. Let's see how this autonomous period goes.
Yep, already got some teams parked in those taped off squares. Still forgot the name of those. Let me pull that up on my auxiliary computer here while we wait for this autonomous period to close.
Now, down in that bottom corner, I'm loving the way this intake system is about to look. If you all look at the left-hand side, that Red Alliance intake, I haven't really seen those fingered intakes yet, so I want to see how those fingered intakes work. Because remembering, there are multiple different ways to grab a box, there are multiple different ways to grab a wiffle ball, there's tons of ways to hit a rubber duck around. And it's all about how you choose to maneuver and how you choose to manipulate the objects on the field that can really make a difference. I know I've seen teams that have flywheels for different things, where another different team would have a linear actuator. I know I've seen teams that want to use a rubber glove on the edge of a claw to use as a gripper, and I know teams that want to use an air compressor to inflate a grabber around whatever they want to use. There are tons of different methods as far as grabbing something, launching something, using it in multiple different ways. We saw last year there are tons of different ways to manipulate those rings, and those were just one standard item. So now with the about 4 different items that are on the field, with the infinite possibilities of team brought in items, there's tons of different ways to manipulate things on the field.
Yeah.
Is team 15-3-10 stuck? Looks like their alliance partner trying to break them free.
So yeah, those
PVC pipes.
Yeah, so because there's 2 pipes a set distance apart, if you get caught in that little trough there, it can spell trouble for you as we go into endgame here. Because you just you can get high centered, and you could just get your wheel just in the wrong spot. It's always heartbreaking to see that. So it looks like they will remain there as we close out this match. We do have 2 teams going for the Ducks, as one Blue Alliance team has that arm way up in the air, trying to get one more point from the shipping hub. Looks like time's going to expire. We got 5 ducks by the count on blue side, 2 ducks by the count on red side. And as you look at these scores that come up, pay attention to just how many points are available in endgame, because each one of those points that you spin off is 6 points, and you have the potential to spend up to 9 to 10 ducks. So that can be a lot of points very fast for your team if you can get those ducks rapidly and reliably.
Now, to spin up to 9 to 10 ducks, once again, that is a big conversation between your drive team and your human assist. Once again, you must stop the spinner. Another duck. You cannot have the spinner spinning continuously for both the safety of the robot and the safety of the human player.
That's what we're all about, trying to do things in a fun, competitive way, safely. So that's why we have masks on everybody who's in person. Of course, both Niall and I are in our own respective homes, so we're safe. We have everybody at the competition venue wearing safety glasses anytime that they're around robots, doesn't matter if they're on or off. Looks like
the Blue Alliance has been giving this victory with a score of 49-18. As you can see, both teams receiving 10-point penalties. But look at those rankings change. Team 7-5-1-8 moving into the 3rd spot, as well as Team 1-5-3-1-0 rising up to the 6th position. Team 1-5-3-0-8 moving up to the 13th position, and Team 6-0-1-0 taking 15th. If you look at the scores from this game, though, once again, the majority of the points overwhelmingly were endgame. Both teams less than double digits in driver control, less than double digits in autonomous. They really showed out in those last 30 seconds. And First Robotics, this is why we have that end game, and this is why a lot of teams pride themselves on their autonomous and their end game, because a lot can happen in those 2 minutes in between, but those first 30 seconds and those last 30 seconds are super crucial.
That's right. And hopefully as the season progresses, teams will be able to continue to tweak their robots, continue to develop their autonomous programs, and we'll start seeing those autonomous and teleop scores boost up, because there kind of is a maximum that you can get in endgame. You know, after you spun off all the ducks, there are no more ducks to spin. So hopefully we start to see that, people spinning off all the ducks while their partner does things like put their team shipping element on the Alliance shipping hub. And so that's something that we haven't seen a whole lot of yet. I think I saw 1 or 2 teams attempt to do it. It's not easy, especially when that shared hub is moving around so much. Or sorry, the Alliance hub.
And up next, returning to the field, we have Team 1-2-5-1-8 Almond Robotics paired with Team 2-0-0-9-6 the Sentinels for the red team. And for the Blue Alliance, we have Team 1-9-9-9-4 and Team 1-7-5-7-5 Cub Wires.
I really appreciate the turnaround times on these matches. So teams are very quick to get their robots on the field. Referees are doing a great job, making sure everybody's prepared, randomizing the field, and starting the games. You would never know that this was the first competition of the season in First Chesapeake, the way it's going so smoothly.
I mean, well, with most of these teams, they are veteran teams. Most of these teams were established before COVID, so they do understand how to maneuver themselves around a field. Not to mention, along with most of these teams having some experience, with once again the first tech robots being a little smaller, it's a lot easier to prep and to queue. It's a lot easier to have your team getting set and getting ready. I know personally, when you have a FRC bot, those robots at a minimum weigh 60 pounds. They at a minimum are 2 feet by 2 feet. And so those robots are sometimes a maneuverability challenge. But speaking of maneuverability challenges, let's see what these teams can do with layout number 3.
All right. Almond Robotics in their unique pink. Looks like they attempted to drop one of their freight off into the shipping hub and then promptly parked in the warehouse. Their alliance partner went and attempted to spin a duck and then parked in the. By the way, those are called storage units. I've recently found out. I've got the rules pulled up here. Blue Alliance got parked into their storage unit. A great start to the match as they pick up their controllers and get ready for teleop.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
And that's
3,
another notable
2,
difference for
1.
FTC compared to FRC. FTC, you all get that short window before you start to pick up your controller. There is a whole separate counter and a whole separate timeline for it. FRC, you hear that buzzer, you're taking those 2 steps forward, jumping onto that headboard and going for it.
Yeah.
Now, down in the middle, I can't tell where that robot went to. Oh, they're down in the warehouse. Okay. I was like, I lost the robot for a second.
Yeah.
Once again, watching these robots navigate these challenges, watching these robots move around, and looking at just the uniqueness of these robots. Almond Robotics, their lifting mechanism being internal. The team that's 19994, their lifting mechanism being a overhead bucket of sorts, doing more of a layup or a dunk into the boxes.
Yeah, all sorts of different options. So Almond Robotics, like you were talking about, seems to have 2 linear slides, one going vertically, the other going horizontally. And then 19994 with that simple pivot going back and forth. Love to see the different designs. 1994 has been doing a great job driving over those barriers. They've got 6 wheels and a very high ground clearance, and that was able to get them all the way to the other side to start spinning these ducks in endgame here.
Like I said, I like seeing the variety with most of these teams, but FTC, you all use the same wheels for the most part. A lot of these teams, the robot itself will be very different, but the wheels are almost all the same. I know for some of the other challenges, people will differentiate between a lot of their wheels and a lot of their different mechanisms, but I only see about 3 different types of wheels in an FTC match.
They typically use either the standard traction wheels, like wheels that you'd see on a car. They're good for going forward, good for going backwards, and that's about it. Sometimes teams use omni wheels, where it's one main wheel with rollers that are perpendicular that allow the wheel to slide left and right as well as roll forward and backwards. But one type of wheel that's very popular is the Go Builda Mecanum wheels. So Go Builda does a great job of making robot parts and discounting them for FTC teams. And it's a very popular building choice for a lot of teams. And they do a pretty good job of getting over those barriers this particular season. And you just have to make sure you have enough ground clearance after the wheel clears the first or second pipe.
And once again, remembering that there are 2 pipes to clear is another very big thing. Some teams, they planned and they built their robot just to be able to clear the 1 pipe. And you have to remember, it is a trench, it is a gap. There are 2 pipes that you have to get over. Sometimes your robot might not have enough speed built up to clear the second one. I remember in FRC a few years back, we had a trench that we had to clear. The trench was about 6 inches.
All right.
And the Red Alliance has won with a high score of 117 points compared to the 24 points of the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance receiving another 10-point penalty. But look at these scores: a 15-point autonomous, a 34-point driver control, and a 68-point end game.
Wow.
Once again, noting all those ducks and all those pieces getting moved and maneuvered around. That will push the 2 teams on the Red Alliance up into the first and second pole positions.
And something notable is that Blue, despite the fact that they did not win this particular match, have also gone up in the rankings. 1994 going into the 6th seed position, and 17575 going up to the 15 seed position. So any time that you're feel like you're not doing quite so well in a match, and you feel like you might lose, it's still important to do your best, because no matter what, if you do your best, you will not only go up in the rankings, assuming that you get high scores, but if you make a good showing, then that makes a better case for one of those top 4 teams at the end of the day to select you to be on their alliance. If you are consistently doing a great job of getting the ducks or placing items on the shared shipping hub, or even if you have just a consistent autonomous, that makes you a strong pick for those elimination matches that we've got scheduled at the end of the day.
Speaking of those matches, speaking of those rankings, I can say personally, I've been on alliances where my team might have been the strongest member out of my alliance, and that will clearly show later in the points. So even if you have a quote unquote losing alliance, or you have a partner that you have to help and assist throughout the entire match, other teams take note. Other teams will notice, what do you do when your partner shuts down? How do you react? Do you shut down with them and just stare at them for the rest of the match? Or do you continue to fight and push? We've seen teams give their teammates a slight nudge out of the way, or a slight nudge to go get their wheels back on track and get back in alignment. It's all those little details that do matter. I've seen teams that weren't in what we would consider the top 20, so the general selections for the elimination matches, but this team was like number 25 because they didn't have the strongest autonomous, but they had a great drive team. Their pit crew was amazing, and they had a great human player that was putting a lot of points on the board for the team. And so they still got selected by one of the alliances over all those other teams, not because of what their robot specifically was doing, but because of what everyone else could do for the alliance.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have to see it. So we call that a deep pick. Whenever somebody, as an alliance captain, picks somebody that's not quite in the upper ranks, and that means that they've really done their homework. They've really been paying attention to how the team has performed during the day, and we call that scouting. When you're either in the stands or watching this wonderful live stream and taking a look at the scores and saying, you know what, these guys have consistently been putting points on the board. Maybe they haven't won every match, but they've been doing a great job, and I think we'd work well together. Speaking of working, we are off in autonomous period. We've got 2 robots moving. Looks like one went over to the side of the duck spitter, didn't quite connect, and now moving over to their storage unit. Ooh, looks like they might try to place a block on that top level, very gingerly, and backing away.
And once again, for the Blue Alliance, we have teams 7, 5, 1, 9, and teams 6, 0, 1, 0, going up against teams 1, 2, 3, 4, 2
Drivers,
on the red
pick
alliance,
up your controllers.
along with team 1,
3,
9,
2,
4, 3,
1.
4. And already we can see those autonomous points going off 35 to 0. I wonder what they did in that autonomous to get these points. Once again, these autonomous points and these endgame points can be huge if you know how to use them.
Gets you a nice early advantage to the particular match. But of course, you have a minute and 30 seconds of normal teleop to be able to try to close that gap. And a lot of teams are going to focus on that top level of their alliance shipping hub. And sometimes all it takes is just one well-placed freight element in that shared hub. So it's 4 points for every point that you put, for every freight that you put in the shared hub, but whichever team has the shared hub tilted in their favor gets a 20-point bonus. And so sometimes all you need is just one heavy block in the right spot, and that can make all the difference. Now, the problem that teams are having is that shared shipping hub is so hard to get to. There's only a narrow passage around it, and they don't want to bump it for fear of getting a penalty. So we're down into the final end game here. We've got one blue team approaching that duck spinner. Looks like they're going to start spinning. We got the red team trying to score a couple more freight, looks like, in their alliance shipping hub. It's going to be an exciting...
And once again, speaking about point breakdowns and how points are moved around on the board and on the field, I know personally my team spends the first 24 to 48 hours tearing apart those manuals when you receive them, tearing apart the kits. We send freshmen out to fully break apart and organize the entire kit of parts so that way we can have a drivetrain within the first week. We spend tons of time before the season starts, and this is why your off season is so important. Training with new tools, teaching your students how to use your equipment, going over all the safety protocols and all the different items that need to be done both on the field and off the field, so that way when your season does start and you have a limited amount of build time and a limited amount of materials, that you know exactly what you're using and you're not wasting anything. As far as that point breakdown goes, I know we had 3 different whiteboards talking about autonomous, main game, and then end game, because we would say, well, what is the best scores? How's the best scores? Drawing out the field layouts, what's the best travel methods, what's the best patterns and movements? Because then the other thing is, you also have to remember, you're not on a field by yourself. You have other teams and you have your alliance members. So you have to figure out what's the simplest motion. I remember one year we did a very big exaggerated motion where we would rush forward and then sit for about 5 seconds before we moved and did anything else, because there was a lot of action that could happen in the back space. And so we would let our teammates do whatever action they needed to do in the backspace before we continued to move around for the rest of those 25 seconds.
Yeah, give them some breathing room. Yeah. And something that I'd like to see more of is robots that aren't designed to necessarily score the points themselves, but who are designed to help their alliance partners score. So something interesting about this challenge is that in order to score freight, and so freight is going to be those boxes and balls that you see in the lower corners of the screen. In order to score them, you have to go fully into that warehouse. Wow, what a score here.
We have a score of 31-61 in favor of the Red Alliance. Once again, looking at these scores, the Red Alliance, not so strong in their endgame this round, but a strong autonomous and a strong driver control with a 29-point autonomous and a 26-point driver control, versus the blue team with not such a strong autonomous and not such a strong driver control, but a strong end game with 25 points in the end game. Once again, showing how these points break down and showing how these points lay out is a very big spread. Some of these teams fully maximize their point spread. Some of these teams decide they don't want the end game. They want to focus on the autonomous. They don't want the autonomous. They want to focus on the end game. I know some teams that will sit still or just do the bare minimum in autonomous to score those first 4 or 5 points before maxing out the driver control points. And next coming back up to the field is teams 5-2-3-3 Vector, as well as teams 1-0-4-4-2 Metro Mechanics for the Red Alliance. And jumping over to the Blue Alliance, we have teams 13680, Sleepless Squirrels, and teams 18442, World's Wires. And being up in this morning, I feel like a sleepless squirrel. I'm sorry, it is too early in the morning. I want to be like the squirrels and go back into hibernation.
I don't know. Do squirrels hibernate? Yeah, I suppose they do. Yeah, I'm not an expert in woodland creatures.
Why not? Aren't you one? You're a red-bearded panda.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I guess you could consider bamboo forest woodland. Actually, we do red-bearded stuff.
Good. Pretty sure a forest is a forest. It's just the different types of trees.
No, bamboo is a grass, though. So would that make it a prairie?
No, because there's still more trees above it.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, I wish somebody in chat would prove me wrong and tell me exactly where red pandas live. We got some support in the chat for World Wires and the Sleepless Squirrels, just to prove to you that we do in fact read Twitch chat. So we love to see fans in the chat. There's 44 of you watching right now, 45. The number just keeps going up. Show some love, please. Get excited. That's what we love, you know? Can we make this as popular as football? Can we make this as popular as esports? That was really the goal of Dean Kamen when he invented FIRST, was to get people as excited about robotics as they do with football. You know, like Niall was talking about earlier, with the cheerleaders, the bands, the mascots, the signs, the noise.
And now next up we have randomization 3 for qualification number 8. Let's see how these teams shall approach randomization number 3.
All right, the arms have been waved. Looks like we got one blue robot going into the warehouse, making room for their partners should they decide to come in. We've got one red robot over in the duck corner, attempting to spin that out. One red robot into the warehouse. Good start to the match at the end of Autonomous.
And as we get ready for the game to start into main session, both
Drivers,
teams with a
pick up your
score
controllers.
of 10-10.
3, 2, 1.
Nice even playing field. Can't wait to see what these guys do.
Those mechanisms. If you look over on the Blue Alliance over to the right, bottom right corner, look at that grabber that we see there. Once again, talking about the different types of mechanisms. That is a really unique claw. I believe that's a soft claw, so that way it can grab any of the shapes without having to worry about it, compared to the shovel and scoop methods that a lot of teams have. Once again, there's all sorts of ways to grab the object. There's all different sorts of ways to use the object. It is all about how your team has decided to approach the challenge.
Mm-hmm. So talking about that blue robot in the bottom corner, I really like just how small and compact it is. It's a very very thought through design so that it can be able to expertly navigate around those barriers. And that's very important because this has been the most activity that I've seen around the shared shipping hub today. So we've got 2 blocks over on the red side, 1 block over on the blue side. So that is going to be tilted in red's favor. Looks like the blues had a little bit of trouble, not a whole lot of motion right there. Hopefully they can restart their robots in endgame here and finish out the match strong.
And another big reminder for teams, always make sure to check on your equipment before you go into a match. Not only should you be using fresh batteries for the robot, you should be using battery chargers for your controllers. I know in FRC we have the laptops, we have the controllers, we have the robots, and almost every single veteran FRC team has at least 6 FRC batteries to haul and lug around for the entire day. because we will change out and put down a fresh battery for each match. So once again, making sure to check on your batteries, check on your equipment, because sometimes it is as simple as a slightly loose wire. Other times it is as basic as the power cable wasn't connected properly, or you had one shifted battery. Sometimes that makes a world of difference, and so you should always double check on what can cause a failure or a shortage. I know another big thing about teams is tucking and dressing your wires.
Yeah. So it looks like we've got some high scores here, 50, 108. So we'll see what those final scores are. And FTC very much rewards consistency. You know, are you consistently putting points on the board? Are you consistently winning matches? So FLL, of course, the younger program that first offers, that rewards you based on your best table run. Of course, the judges are looking at consistency in regards to robot design, but here in FTC, you are rewarded for consistency, and boy, what a reward here. We've got 108 for the Red Alliance, a very high respectable score, moving 5233 up to the 7th position, and 10442 up to the 2nd position. The blue side also moving up. They had a very good end game score, a strong autonomous, so they're going to be moving up to the 10th and 4th seed with a total score of 40 points.
But speaking of things that haven't been missed, is this next matchup between Turtles Robotics and Thunderstone for the red side, going up against Penguins Robotics and Andromeda on the blue side. We hope everyone has stuck around. I still see 74 people in the chat. Don't forget, everyone, boost this chat, share it to all your friends, tell your teams to come through. This can be a very good point for your community outreach and your team building and all sorts of other things if you show you got your entire school rallied onto the chat. If you got your entire school rallied behind what's going on in this event and in these series. I know personally, like I said, my team, we used to try to bring a busload of people. Even if they didn't know what they were coming to watch, by the end of it, a lot of people were happy, a lot of people enjoyed themselves, and there was something new for people to find out. My school, we have an engineering academy, and so because of that, not everybody focuses specifically on the robotics portion of our engineering academy, but being able to tell people, hey, let's go on a field trip. Let's show you all something new. There's plenty of different venues and outlooks that used to go on. I know pre-COVID, there used to be tons of vendors at the different events from different sponsors and such as Booz Allen Hamilton, Newport News Shipbuilding, Leidos, Google. The different military branches would be there showing off all their new equipment and toys.
Oh yeah.
There were tons of different ways and tons of different means to get involved and to go meet someone new.
And sometimes some of those companies that you were talking about would be handing out job applications as well. Starting to kind of recruit people who are, about to graduate high school, trying to, promote internships and opportunities that they had available. So there are so many.
Especially towards all of those seniors with those wonderful GPAs, because they've been paying attention in class for the past few months that we've been under lockdown and such. But once again, students, seniors, find your scholarships. Find something that you can sign up for. There are tons of scholarships and there's tons of money just being thrown away out here. And there's tons of money that doesn't go to use out here. We have the Women in STEM scholarships. Those are big ones for you all to go for, ladies. We have plenty of minority scholarships that you all can go for. If you are bilingual, find that scholarship. If you have a rich family history, find that scholarship. I'm left-handed. I use that scholarship all the time. There are tons of different ways for you to get scholarships. I even know people who got scholarships for being born on a certain month out of the year. a friend that had like a February scholarship or something like that. There's tons of different scholarships, tons of different things for you to do. Not to mention, before you go to a certain college, look at the different activities that they have. Look at the different clubs and organizations, because some of those clubs and organizations will give you a scholarship. If you all are in JROTC right now, look for a school that has ROTC. You all can transition. You all can get that military bonus. You all can get tons of different perks to go along with you. If you all were in the music department looking at a school with a wonderful band, you get in the band, or you tons of different money to receive from doing stuff like that. You don't just have to be a star. You can be a star in ways. Speaking of stars, let's see which stars arise from this match as we get qualification number 9 underway. Look at this autonomous period go. We have robots spinning. I see robots dancing and moving.
So it seems to be that there's a clear strategy here. Whichever robot starts on the far side of the field typically tries to go for the duck and park in that storage unit. And then the robot that starts on the close side will drive into that warehouse. So I can't wait to see more teams start putting their items on that shipping hub, because that does get a lot of bonus points, especially if you put it in the correct level as shown by the either duck or team marker on the barcode. But of course, we're in teleop here. We've got robots moving. Looks like they're having a little bit of trouble with one of the robots on the red side. Hopefully they can get that rebooted. We've got one red robot in the bottom left corner using those finger intake that Niall was talking about. There's so many different options for that style of intake. That was something that my team experimented a lot with. Do we use zip ties? Do we use surgical tubing? One very popular option, but I'm going to let you all in on, chat, this is just between us, me and you 45, windshield wiper fluid tube. It's black, it's flexible, but not too flexible. It's a really good option for collection mechanisms.
If we're going to talk about tubing, we can also talk about the surgical tubing, because that one used to be a big fan favorite. That orange or black rubber surgical tubing, cut that down to about 3 or 4 inches in diameter, spin it up to speed. Those used to be a very big popular one.
Yep.
I know as far as lifts and different mechanisms go, the windshield lifts, the windshield wipers, like I said, linear actuators are a big one. There's tons of different methods and mechanisms. Oh, and the blue team, unfortunately, just seemed to knock most of their freight right off of the top spot.
Yeah, I hate to see it. So blue team's trying to get a cap in the last couple seconds here to make up some of those points as time expires. The blue team was unfortunately a little bit rough, both with the shared shipping hub and their alliance shipping hub.
But they did get 7 ducks on the field. That is impressive. I think that is the most ducks we have seen so far in one match. Is having 7 ducks enter the field. And teams, I want to see you all customize a duck. Same way I want to see you all customize a robot. Last year, I wanted to see team unity because you could only have but so many people on the field at one time. This year, I still want to see that team unity, and I want to see that big team spirit. Show me your custom duck. If you got your custom hats, get your custom hats, get your custom shirts. Make sure that your team is recognizable from the beginning of the season to the end of the season. If you progress and change and get more and more through the season, that is great. Like I said, you all are out in the audience this year. You all are actually here on site. Make sure to have your positive, motivational speeches. Make sure to have your wonderful signage, your beautiful designs. Have your team logos done. There's all sorts of things that you all can do this year, and I'd love to see every single bit of it. Not to mention, once again, as always, captains, mentors, and head parents and teachers, make sure submit your team information. We want to know about your team and what makes you special. The Blue Alliance has won this round with a score of 41-33, even while receiving a 30-point penalty. As we break down the scores, we see a 21-point autonomous, a 14-point driver control, and a 36-point endgame. The Red Alliance putting up 33 points with a 0-point autonomous, a 5-point driver control, and a 28-point endgame, once again showing that endgame can be the difference. Look at how strong that endgame was. And as we take the time to reset the field, once again, I'd love to thank all of our volunteers, both on site and back at home. There are plenty of people who you all see on the field moving around at all times, but there are even more people in the background. We have people that do everything from our audio, our visuals, getting our different equipment together, making sure that each of your teams are notified and have all of the proper information, making sure that everything can run as smooth as possible. And same way we talk about making the teams noticeable, each of us are very noticeable and very defined in our unique ways. For example, with us commentators, you won't see our rooms and our lights and our multiple different things that we have. Ethan has his bass flag in the background. There's tons of different ways that you can instantly recognize us when we go around. On the field, if you look at some of our referees, they will each wear unique little hats or little jackets or some little pin or something that makes them unique and them able to stand out. If you see somebody and you spot somebody consistently, come say hi to us. Talk to us about your experiences. Yes, we are getting old. We are not in high school anymore, so we don't see the little day-to-day events. We don't get to see what happens in the back anymore. We're all on the show business side of it all. So, like I said, talk to us about your team. Show us your team. Show us what is going on and show us what makes you special. It's the little details that count. And speaking of little details that count, we have FCHS, FTC, and the Sleepless Squirrels for the Red Alliance going up against Cub Wires and QO Cougar Robotics. Now remember, if you see all of these teams, they are all below the 10th pole position. Because we are only in the 10th qualification match, all of these numbers have the potential to jump very high. I don't think that any of these teams can't make it into the top 5 if they have more than a 100-point performance this round.
Yeah, all these teams have been doing really great today. You know, there have been a couple technical issues here and there, but the important thing is that they are here and that they are performing at, again, such an early competition. I mean, you would never think that this was the first competition in the Chesapeake region. The way things are going very smoothly, the way that we've been seeing consistent, strong performances, and the way that we have all of you guys in chat excited. I see some more support for the Squirrels and over on the Red Alliance. So tell those sleepless squirrels to just go ahead and wake up and go crazy. Love to see that support.
And remember, like Ethan was saying earlier, these teams started back in September. Every year when First Robotics gives out a challenge, all you have before the next season starts is a name and a logo. There is no specifics. All you get is the trailer, the teaser video, a little bit before the actual video comes out, and teams go in with very high expectations. The same way Ethan was talking about scouting on the field, I know tons of teams who use their scouts in the preseason. They use their scouts to reach out to other teams. They use their scouts to do the off-season recruiting. They use their scouts to talk about, well, how's the layout looking from the picture? What can we infer? For example, with this being Freight Frenzy, we can infer that there's a lot of shipping, or there's going to be something with a box or some sort of moving part. The other thing that you could have possibly inferred was it could have been about a train. It could have been a freight train. Who knew? There's tons of different things that you would want to think about and want to consider before starting these teams and before getting into these matches. And speaking about getting into these matches, this match is underway. Let's see this general time play out once again. These teams are tied right now at 3 points even.
A lot of activity towards the upper side of the field, and you don't usually see that at the beginning of the match because normally this is when everybody wants to immediately go down to the warehouses and start scoring those.
I think the reasoning for the top, both teams seem to be moving the pieces from the top into the goals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so those ducks that start on the field on that barcode, those are still considered freight, and you are 100% allowed to collect those and score those on the shared shipping hub or your alliance-specific shipping hub, and they count for the same amount of points. In fact, it might be even better to score the ducks on the top level of the alliance shipping hub because the ducks are so lightweight, and you get 6 points, but you don't make the alliance shipping hub top heavy, so that you can end hopefully with those balance points. And speaking of balancing, we've got a red robot trying to carefully maneuver into the shared shipping hub. It looks like they were a little too aggressive and they bumped it. So we'll see if that costs them later on.
But looking at these teams move, if you saw up in that top right corner, teammates getting ready for that duck approach. Look at how he gets down once again. Player safety, one of our biggest points. They have their face mask on, they have their eye protection on. They are going to be completely safe as they approach their robots. Also, down in the bottom corner, once again with the Blue Alliance, you can see teammates talking to their teams, talking to their robots. Having someone flag and wave you around is sometimes a very important thing. I know as a driver, you can get tunnel vision. You can get stuck in one point of view. So having somebody at that corner to sort of kind of yell at you and say, hey, you're tilting the wrong way, adjust a bit, especially when you don't have a visual cue, can definitely be a help and a bonus to you.
Exactly. So the way that the drive teams are made up here is you're allowed to have 2 drivers, and those drivers are the ones in charge of moving the robot. Typically, teams will have 1 driver purely in charge of the drivetrain, just moving the robot on the field. They're in charge of getting around those barriers or over those barriers and getting the robot where it needs to go. And the second driver is typically called a button masher, and they're in charge of things like the collection system, the arms. Here we go.
Speaking of collections, the blue team collected those points with a win of 21-0, mostly due to penalties. Once again, the red team incurring 30 points worth of penalties, I believe, for that infraction with the shared goal. Look at the autonomous, once again tied at 3 points even. Driver control, the red team had them with 10 points compared to the 2 points on the blue side. And then in the end game, the blue team took it again with 16 points to 3. So once again, showing that these teams can battle it back and forth. Points will be tossed around, pieces will fly. Hopefully they don't fly too much, as these barriers are very low, and we want to encourage the safety and well-being of all players and all participants.
Yeah. So a very strong performance. Love to see it. And a little bit of adjustment. So as we were talking about, as the matches progress, one team went up in the rankings, the other team stayed solid at their rankings. And now that we've done more matches, the rankings have been a bit more firm.
And speaking of firm rankings, we have Almond Robotics firmly up in the first position, paired with the 8th position Redstone Mechanics, going up against the 10th and 6th seeds, Vector and Pelote High School 007 Robotics. Once again, I love these team names, especially when you have a team name that is unique and distinguished and instantly recognizable. For example, 007 Robotics, it instantly gives you that James Bond Mission Impossible feel in your head. Vector, instantly a reference to physics class. Almond Robotics, instantly a recognizable name. You want to figure out why they're named Almond? Sure. But it's instantly a recognizable name, especially with them having that bright pink robot every single year consistently. Redstone Mechanics, once again, an instantly recognizable name that can be separated from multiple other teams. Whether this is Redstone as far as Minecraft goes, or Redstone as far as some other game or some other piece might be used, that's a completely different thing. But once again, each of these teams are very unique, very recognizable. And rookie teams, don't be afraid of some of these veteran teams. I've seen rookie teams go and knock out the top seed. I've seen rookie teams come out of nowhere with a certain drive and a certain passion. And speaking about a knockout, we're going to have layout number 1 in qualification match number 11. Let's see these teams knock out these points. All of these teams, let's hope for 100 plus scores. Once again, our top score so far is over 100 points. So let's see it go. Almond Robotics taking off early in that autonomous period. Once again, going straight for the freight. And their partner up in the top corner, spinning out that duck. And spinning the duck is a very impressive thing, mostly because of the fact that the robot can't actually touch the duck. The robot is touching the plate. And the only thing that the plate has is this little bar, so as it spins around, it slides up against the bar and rolls off. So having a robot programmed only to do one full rotation might not do it every single time. You might need a robot to say, we'll do a rotation and a half. You know, put a little bit of speed in it, but not too much speed that the duck flies off. Because if the duck is flying off as soon as you put it down, then you're just wasting time when you should be gaining points.
Yeah, that's been a very fun physics equation to solve, to figure out what is the normal force on this duck, the friction coefficient, and to calculate, you know, the centrifugal force of how fast you can spin that wheel without throwing the duck off. And I've seen a lot of teams do that, do that math and physics to figure out about how fast their mechanism should be going. And sometimes teams just do trial and error. You know, they progressively ramp it up until they start throwing ducks off the side, and then they scale it back. Both are very valid scientific ways of going about making a mechanism. That's what we love to see in First Tech Challenge and across all of First.
For all of our physics teachers, that sounds like a very fun equation for your students. What is the friction force of a rubber duck?
Oh, yeah.
It's a very easy one for you to figure out, too.
Yeah. So we've got a strong performance by the Red and the Blue Alliance here. I've noticed that the robot currently in the bottom right of the Blue Alliance has this whole competition really been focusing on that shared hub, which is very important because if you do it right, it's a really easy way to get 20 points in your favor. Unfortunately, they've been a little rough with that hub, pushing it all over the place. And
But speaking of hubs, look at how Almond Robotics has loaded up that top platform of their hub, while Redstone Mechanics has been spinning out ducks like a DJ turning a turntable. Look at this. We have 5 ducks out. We have a current total of 110 points. These alliances are going at it and going strong for these opening matches. And once again, this is only the first official match of the season. Many of these teams, if they were lucky, went to one scrimmage where they practiced putting their robot on the field, where they got to meet other teams. I know some of these teams, because FTC has that small field, they'll set it up in a garage, they'll set it up in a basement somewhere, and they'll play on their little field. As compared to FRC, if you want to practice for a field, you sort of have to take over a gym or a parking lot, or you get to practice on one element. You don't get to practice on a whole field. You get one element. Along with Lego League, because they have their small boards and because they have all their interchangeable pieces, they have a lot of trial and error time and a lot of trial and error periods. But let's see who our winner is, and it shall be the red team with a score of 116 points compared to 42 on the blue team. And notice this, even though they won, the red team actually went down a rank point. I believe that is the Redstone Mechanics having gone down by 1 point down to the 9th pole position. While on the blue side, even though they did lose that match, the second team bumped up to the 2nd pole position. But looking at the point breakdown, we have 10-point autonomous compared to a 32-point autonomous, a 4-point driver control compared to a 48-point driver control, and then a 58-point endgame compared to the 36-point endgame. And once again, that heavy penalty of 30 points goes towards that shipping hub. Once again, teams, if you need driver practice, please go practice. You will receive penalties for touching that driver hub. Yeah. And driver practice doesn't have to mean that you set up a field. I know personally with my team, when we did driver training, we put a bunch of random things on the floor and said, drive around it. Who can get through this robot slalom of sorts in the fastest time and the most precise?
Say that S word again.
Slalom?
Slalom.
Yeah.
Personally, I've got my driver tryouts coming up here soon. So we just put together our robot in a way that we can say this is one robot and we're ready to drive it. Because our first competition's in January, and you'll see us on these cameras, and hopefully Niall will say nice things about us.
I'll say nice things about you. I'll say nice things about your team. I'll ignore you.
That's fine. I get that.
This is about your kids, not about you. You're the grown-up now.
Yep, I know. This is my time to be on camera. Competition's their time. So, yeah, it's very...
Even though, if you notice last year, if you guys check and go watch through some of the videos, you might catch a little blooper of Ethan jumping on camera a few times.
That's true.
Everybody who works the backstage, if they're actually on the field for an event, they will try to jump in front of the camera and do a little cameo. So if you guys go rewatch our videos from last year, you will see a couple bloopers and a couple cameos from some of the different commentators, some of the other referees, and plenty of other people who had funny moments on the field. Not to mention, you guys can see all of our high and buy layouts because there were tons of different messages written in rings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are great. I enjoyed those. Spelling out things like VA or Maryland or all sorts of good things. So we are past the halfway point in our matches, by the way. We're on qualification match number 12 out of 22. So we're in the second half of the matches, which means everybody's played 2 or 3 times. We've got randomization number 6 here, which means the ducks are on the right, and that corresponds to the top level of the Alliance Hub. Is it the right? It's right from somebody's perspective. All right.
Well, everything's the right if the left isn't right, and then the right is left if the left ain't right.
Exactly. Top, bottom, left, right, up, down, inside out. We've got an autonomous...
It's all about perspective. effective.
We've got one robot in the warehouse for the Blue Alliance. We've got one robot in the storage unit for the Red Alliance. Time is counting down. I always call this part of autonomous the staring match. When the robots have finished doing their set of instructions and are waiting for teleop to start, it's just the most intense stares you'll ever see from the drivers, just making sure that their robot doesn't suddenly decide to just shift to the left or right, taking away those points. It's very tense.
If you see that moment in an FRC competition, you will think that you're watching the Olympic sprints get ready to start, because everyone turns into a track star, puts 1 foot back, and gets into a position to run up those last 2 steps forward, or gets ready to jump forward and jump onto their controls, because once again, we have to stand a few feet back from our table and we don't get a leeway period. We are just immediately jump on your robot.
Yeah. So Blue is off to a strong start, filling up that shared hub. It's already tilted in their favor. And I really like that mechanism that we're seeing on the robot in the bottom right. I can't quite see their numbers right now. But they've got this kind of double jointed arm that has a shoulder and a wrist that flips around.
Oh, and as you were talking about it, the Red Alliance attempted to throw it back in their favor, instead placing it further onto the blue side, once again showing why this shared barricade and this shared barrier is such a hard challenge. Not only do you have to navigate those dangerous PVC pipes, but you have to make sure that you're lined up properly, that you aren't throwing blocks too hard so that they land on your opponent's side.
Yeah, and you can tell that 18792 really is designed for going up high and putting those those freight elements into that top level. Whereas 10442, they've got a very versatile arm because of how it can flip around and fold and bend. But they are both very strong designs. And we're seeing some very strong scores.
And we just saw for the first time a game element being put on the very top of the goal. Once again, that was from the Penguins. If we see that top view, no, your eyes do not deceive you. Yes, that is a cut open bottle placed on top of the goal.
You'd love to see it, yeah. And there is opportunity in the rules to put a second element on top of that if you have time and if you are able to do so.
Now, one thing that I'm surprised that I haven't seen so much or yet this season compared to some of the other seasons, first gives you multiple scoring heights. First gives you multiple scoring goals. Many teams will choose to either go one at a time to a top goal or put multiple in a bottom goal, knowing that they're receiving less points, but they can load it more. Yep. This season, with it being about balance and wobbling and making sure not to tip over anything, I'm surprised a lot more teams haven't gone for a low loading lift design, conveyor belt design as we've seen in previous years, just so that way they can overload those bottom goals. And once again, we have our results with it finishing for the Red Alliance with a score of 56-76 in favor of the red team. We had a 10-point autonomous compared to a 5-point autonomous, a 36-point driver control compared to a 19-point driver control, and then a 50-point endgame compared to a 52-point endgame. But once again, major penalties. That 40-point penalty taxing the blue team. The blue team would have had 96 points had they not received those penalties. The blue team still advancing to the 2nd and 12th positions, with the red team advancing to the 3rd and 5th positions. Once again, teams, make sure that you are not receiving penalties. Also, teams, make sure that you have multiple drivers. This game, even though you're only playing for a minute and a half of true competition, so to speak, your drivers will still get tired. Your drivers will still need to rotate. There are people standing vertically for multiple minutes on end. After a while, your body stops remembering what's going on. Now, there is tons of training for muscle memory and tons of training for how to keep focus and how to pay attention. But when you're actually out on that field, there is nothing else to focus on but that robot. Sometimes you will completely miss one of your objectives because you're only looking at your robot and you let it go right past you.
And that's why it's so important for that spotter role. So there's driver 1 in charge of the base of the robot, driver 2 in charge of the attachments usually. But that spotter role is in charge of looking over the whole field and giving the call outs, keeping an eye on the clock, saying, hey, make your way towards the duck spinner, or telling them, forget about collecting this piece. We need to move on. We need to move somewhere else. And really just keeping the pacing of the match going. So that is arguably the most important role on a drive team, the most fun. And I'm not just saying that because I used to be one.
I'll say it. Best spot to be is the human operator. Because as the human operator, you actually get to play the game. I remember, especially with FRC games where our field is larger, we've had people actually be on the field.
Yeah.
We've had people actually launching pieces and doing things and fully interacting with the robots. I remember one of my years, we had a competition called Recycle Rush. We had big FedEx shipping containers we had to move around. We had big trash cans we had to move around and maneuver. But the funnest thing that we had was pool noodles. And we got to launch pool noodles over the entire field about 30 feet onto the opposing side to create litter as an obstacle.
Like javelins, I tell you, it was impressive.
I remember one competition very clearly. I believe it was the Chesapeake Championship. I was wearing my ROTC ACU fatigues, launching pool noodles across the field, and our coach had an injury at the time, so he wasn't able to join us, but he said he knew when we were competing because he saw
Drivers,
the little
pick up your
army
controllers.
man throwing pool
3,
noodles
2,
across the field.
1.
All right, so we've got a great match here. Red already off to a strong lead thanks to that autonomous performance. Lots of activity. We got robots in all 4 corners here.
And everyone moving, which is a very big sign always. Once again, you don't always have to be the top scorer. You don't always have to put on the best in show. But just having a robot that moves and functions and performs and even makes it to a competition is something that's big enough to say. Sometimes it is hard just to get to the competitions. I know there are some teams who couldn't necessarily afford transportation to every event, so they had to choose, what one event do I want to do this year? And even if they got the opportunity to go to a championship, some teams had to reject it and deny it simply out of funding. And once again, then that goes back to your sponsors and getting grants and making sure that there are people working on the robot who aren't working on the robot. There are tons of different ways to help your team.
Mm-hmm. And the Red Alliance is certainly helping their team here. They've got a very strong lead as we go into endgame. Looks like we might see another cap here. We've got one team on the Red Alliance maneuvering that little team shipping element onto the top there, backing away. I think it's good. Yep, it shows up on the little scorecard down there, breaking 100 points. A very strong.
And speaking of elements, that endgame element down at the bottom view is clearly tipped in the Reds' favor, with a wiffle ball being unfortunately wedged underneath it by the Blue Alliance.
Dang, yeah.
But look at those ducks. The Blue Alliance putting out 4 ducks, the Red Alliance putting out 3. We see all this freight and all this movement going around.
Yeah.
Tons of points being scored, tons of items being moved around. We might have a new high score we'll have to see what the referees and the scorekeepers say by the end of this. Hopefully there are no major penalties this round.
Yep. So going back to what we were talking about, the reason that we see so many teams focus on that top level of the shipping hub is because it's only 10 points if your alliance shipping hub is balanced at the end of the match. Here we go with the red win, a new high score, as Niall was saying, 162 points for the Red Alliance.
This will push the Red Alliance up into the first and third pole positions with a autonomous of 49 points, a driver control of 36 points, and a endgame of 77 points, compared to the blue team also moving up into the 11th and 7th position with a final score of 32 points, having a 0-point autonomous, a 8-point driver control, and a 34-point endgame, unfortunately receiving that 10-point penalty. But as you were saying, Ethan, break down those towers for us. Tell me my points. Tell me what I need to do to score. What is my goal if I am a robot on this field for the first time?
So that top level, you get 6 points. 6 for every duck, block, or ball that you put in that top level. 4 for the middle level, 2 for the bottom level. So if it's only worth 10 points to keep your tower balanced, you may as well put 2 extra freight in the top. That's 12 points, which is already greater than 10 points. And you don't have to spend your time trying to expertly maneuver around and place the items in such a way that balances it, you know? So you kind of save time if you just simply don't worry about balancing and you purely focus on just getting as many things into that 6-point zone as possible. Now,
but if I'm not worried about balancing, but I'm worried about time and speed, and I know that I can get 10 pieces in the bottom in 1 minute and 30 seconds compared to your 3 pieces on top, because most of these teams that we've been seeing only average about 3 pieces, 4 pieces in the top. So they're only getting about 18 to 24 points in the top without being balanced. So if I can put 10, 12 pieces in the bottom and match you point for point, should I be focusing on the bottom and then say, well, if I want to, I can balance it out? Or should I be focused on the top and still have that risk of toppling over? Because remember, the other thing is, do I want to be top heavy? Do I want to be bottom heavy? What's my center of gravity? And all the other maneuverable pieces.
Yeah. So if you want to focus on something low, focus on the shared shipping hub, because the shared shipping hub, everything that you get on there is 4 points, even though it's still on the same height as the lowest floor of the alliance shipping hub. It's 4 points for everything on the shared hub and 20 points if it's tipped in your favor at the end of the match. Now, of course, the reason that it's harder is because 1, it's not all yours. You have to put things on your half. And 2, it's so hard to get to that shared shipping hub. It is guarded on all 4 sides by barriers. We've got an autonomous start here. A lot of motion over on the red side, a little bit of movement on the blue side. Very intense staring competition. Everybody crossing their fingers, knock on wood.
Now see, if I was one of these teams and my autonomous had to go and do a certain function, I would do what most of these teams are doing, which is try to get it up to the top, but as well as knowing my team and what our capabilities used to have been, I probably would have been one of those bottom teams going towards the freight and going towards moving around within the freight zone as compared to going up towards the duck section. I know personally, my team, we always used to have low and fast robots that were very maneuverable and used to cross the field very quickly, compared to having some of the slower, larger robots, or compared to some of the taller robots. Our robots always had a very low clearance and were always very sturdy. And quite literally, the heaviest thing on my robot used to be the battery.
Yeah. I remember one year there was a team that was having trouble with the balance of their robot. It was too heavy on one side or the other, and so they just said, okay, what's the heaviest thing that we have brought with us that can balance the robot the other way? So they put a second battery on their robot. It wasn't plugged into anything, but they put a second battery just to balance it out. Now, if you read the rules, you know you're not allowed to do that. And I think they got away with it for one match, but then the referees noticed and they're like, hey, you gotta find something else because the batteries.
We used to take sandbags with us just in case. So we had adjustable sandbags that we could use and adjustable weights that we could put on stuff.
Yeah.
So teams, once again, thinking about your balance and your level, as well as remember these little PVC pipes, you want to be fast enough to get over it, you want to be tall enough to get over it, and you still want to be light enough to get over it. If you have a heavy and low robot, you might not clear it. Also, prepping your drivers for approaching it at many different angles. It is very rare to approach something every single time at a perfectly straight direction. It is very rare to always be able to see something head on every time you approach it. So teaching your drivers how to go diagonally at something, making sure that stuff is able to clear, learning what to do when things don't go as planned. I remember that was a whole discussion. That was a whole week-long discussion in my team most times was when something doesn't go wrong. I mean, when something doesn't go right. That was most of our planning was chaos theory, because oftentimes you can plan for the perfect situation for your robot, but you have to remember you have 3, 4, 5 unknown variables called alliance members and opposing teams. But speaking of unknown variables, we now have one very known variable, which is the outcome of this match. The blue team winning with this very close game of 53-50, pushing our two teams up into the 16th and 4th position with a 3-point autonomous, a 20-point driver control, a 40-point endgame, and a 10-point penalty. Compared to the Red Alliance also moving up with a 50-point score, coming with a 36-point autonomous and a 14-point driver control. Once again, teams, make sure to look at those points. If you're getting a penalty, ask the referees. Sometimes they will take the time to quickly speak to you. You don't always have to rush into it. You don't have to be loud and aggressive about it, but just a simple, hey, I see I keep catching this penalty. Is there any way that I could understand what it's for? Taking the time once you hear that penalty to go practice it. Practice avoiding that penalty. Practice what you need to do to not receive those penalties. If you're having an issue with driving too far forward and hitting the shared barricade, hitting the shared tower, then practice stopping suddenly. Practice stopping within certain points. Practice putting something in the way. Once again, something as simple as making people literally stop on a dime.
Oh yeah.
Making people literally park in front of a pencil, telling them you can get as close as you want to, but I need you to stop and not hit it. Making people stop in front of all sorts of things. We had, like I said, the FRC robots are nice oversized robots. We would go take the football pads, the football practice pads, and put those on the floor with some weights behind it and say, I need you to put this robot into full speed and then still stop in time to not hit the pad.
Wow. Yeah. One really fun competition in terms of driver skill was Skystone, which was, so last season was Ultimate Goal, Skystone was before that. And during that competition, towards the end of the game, so the whole teleop, you were building these very, very tall towers out of oversized Lego blocks. And in the last 30 seconds, you were allowed to move the entire foundation that those towers were built on. And if you moved them out of the corner of the field, you got bonus points. So teams had to very slowly and carefully move those foundations. And sometimes, every now and then, the whole thing would just knock over and spill on field. And you hate to
And
see
once again, teams, if you have something like that, making sure that you practice for having a high torque, making sure that your robot is geared up, making sure that your robot is prepped for that type of movement. If you have a robot that isn't specialized for moving in a certain way, let your alliance know, because they might readjust their position. I know some teams that would rather cut off their autonomous and wait. If you have a high autonomous, then you both try to use the same high autonomous and end up colliding.
Now, speaking of autonomous, looks like there was a little bit of a mishap over on the red side. As soon as it started, one of the red robots extended out over the field and seemed to drop something. That is generally not allowed. So a referee went over quickly and put that thing back in the field. So you got to make sure that you're choosing the right autonomous program, because I don't think they meant to do that.
You also have to make sure that you have the right orientation of your robot. Sometimes it is that simple. If your robot
Drivers,
is backwards,
pick up your
you are
controllers.
backwards.
Yeah, so if
3,
anybody
2,
who's
1.
been involved in FLL, First Lego League, you'll know that in autonomous, it is so critical for your robot to start in the same place every time to guarantee success. So a very quick movement on the blue side, a very expert, careful maneuver by the Blue Alliance to start putting blocks and balls into that shared shipping hub.
And the Blue Alliance actually managing to go around the PVC pipes through those narrow gaps.
Well, that's been a lot of discussion, thinking about, is it better to be able to go over the pipes or around the pipes? And most teams have said, why not both? Because if you only limit yourself to going one way or the other, then Murphy's Law guarantees that somebody will be in your way and block the exact path that you're trying to go.
Speaking of exact paths, we just saw it run right over that middle pathway, zooming towards those high goals now that it's tipped the scales into the Blue Alliance's balance.
So Blue is off to a very strong start. Some great performance by the red. And Red Alliance was waiting by that duck spinner. So as soon as the end game started, they were ready to start spinning ducks. So that was good planning on the driver's part.
If you all look up at that corner, look up at the Blue Alliance, because you can see the duck spinner going right now. Look at how they do it. You must wait, then you can spin, then you must wait, then you can spin. Make sure, teams, that you have your spinners set properly. Make sure that you teach your team members how to properly use it. If you have a driver who is just holding down the spin button and costing you points, you might want to speak to them. If you have a program where you just hit one button and the flywheel goes at top speed and doesn't cut back off, you might want to check on that one. You might want to deal with that one. I remember in one of my years, we had a frisbee throwing competition.
Yes, that was a good one.
With that frisbee, a lot of teams had a spinner that would just gear up and just continuously fire. And so even my team, for example, we had a spinner where we had 3 different settings. We could set the spinner on low, medium, or high. And as soon as that spinner set on one of those speeds, we could chuck out 6 to 8 frisbees in a quick rotation without paying attention, and it would always go accurately. Speaking of accuracy, the blue team accurately steals another victory, pushing themselves into the first and second pole positions with that 100-point win, with a 6-point autonomous, a 44-point driver control, and a 50-point endgame, compared to the blue team also bumping themselves up into the 12th and 10th point positions with a 52-point score a 3-point autonomous, a 1-point driver control, and a 48-point end game. Once again, teams, look at those end games.
Yeah.
Both of them about 50 points. The only difference in this match was the driver control. As you can see, you still must take that second tower. You need to go for both sides. You need to push and fight and scratch and claw your way to victory.
Yep.
Now, we still want to see any robot guts on the floor, but leave your all out on the field. Push yourself. If you don't push yourself, you never have a chance at winning. You never have a chance at succeeding.
Yeah, so going back to different, we'll call them rules forgotten moments. When the drivers don't quite know the rules. So of course for this season it's all about the duck spinner stopping the wheel, like you were talking about. There was one FTC challenge called Velocity Vortex, and in the corner of the field there were these ramps, and for some reason, at one of the competitions I was commentating, there was this rumor going around that if you parked on the ramps at the end of the match, you got points. That was not true. There were other things to do in endgame that were actually worth points and that would have been much better for the teams to do. But there were teams that were frantically trying to scramble up onto that ramp to get points, even though it gave them no points. And I was there with the microphone telling them, teams are going for the ramps, even though it gives them 0 points. They were still trying to scramble up to the top of it. So we had to pause the competition and say, guys, stop trying to drive on the ramps. That's not what they're there for. So it's so important to just read those rules.
Speaking of reading rules, once again, make sure teams, after this event, during this event, when we go on the lunch break, read the rules. Talk to the referees. Please try to find a way to stop incurring penalties. This is the first qualification, so penalties are to be expected. But once again, if you can avoid them, avoid them. If you know that you're getting a penalty every time that you go for the shared loading space, then stop going for the shared loading space. If you know that you're receiving tons of penalties every time you go towards the duck because your driver doesn't stop the rotation, change drivers. Talk to your driver. If you know that you're receiving penalties during the autonomous because of collisions, stop the autonomous, cancel the autonomous. Talk to your drive team, talk to your programmer so that way they can fix it. There is no reason to incur unnecessary penalties repeatedly. And there are ways to get put out of the game for unnecessary penalties occurring repeatedly.
Much like soccer, we do have yellow cards and red cards. You don't see them as frequently as you do in soccer because everybody's so nice to each other and is, playing the game the way it's meant to be played. But it's so crucial. And that's the whole point of being at these competitions. That's the reason that you get 5 qualification matches, so that you can continuously learn and improve yourself. And we have got.
Speaking of learning and improving, let's see what these robots have learned in this autonomous period.
Yeah, this has been a very active autonomous. Those robots are all over the place. 2 in the top corners, 2 in the bottom corners in those warehouses. Very fast moving. It's going to be a very close game already, 25-29 it looks like, as those drivers pick up their controllers. Oh, and what's coming in?
Once again, looking at those scores and looking at these teams, remember we just saw the teams that were ranked as 1 and 2 on an alliance together. Now Almond Robotics seated at the 3rd seat. Let's see if they can upset those 2 seats.
Yeah, Almond Robotics is no stranger to that 1st seat position, so they're looking to try to reclaim that. We've still got a fair amount of time. We're only on match number 16 out of 22, so there's all sorts of things that can change between now and then. But one thing's for sure, you can expect to see Almond in the elimination matches at the end. And I hope to see lots of teams in the elimination matches because it's a lot of fun to be chosen to compete with a team and to formulate a strategy and try to figure out how do we go against this particular opponent.
And once again, I love seeing all the various teams and all the various things that these teams can do. And I love seeing them both on season and off season. A lot of these teams do a lot of practice off season. I joke about it all the time, but I'm like, I want to see the underdog tournament. So all the teams that never made a selection, I want to see them get selected to go to a specific tournament. I want to see the battle of champions. I want to see all the teams that got top marks. I like seeing the rookie battles, the places where they said, hey, you had to be a rookie this year to come to a tournament. I know DC, for example, has DC specific tournaments where we won't invite other people when we have some of our scrimmages and stuff like that.
Yeah. So right now, Blue has a little bit of advantage because they've got 9 freight up in the top level of that hub. But something not to forget about is that Red has that shared hub tipped in their favor. So looks like Blue has the edge.
But once again, with those 9 pieces, just going to talk about speed and accuracy, that platform is tiny. You must have an accurate driver and you must have a fast driver if you plan on putting 9 pieces up in that top goal. Not to mention, look at all those ducks littering the field.
Yeah. Left, right, center, and I'm surprised that I haven't seen more teams try to collect the ducks because, again, they are still eligible to be scored on either the shared or the alliance shipping hub, and they're way more lightweight, so they're less likely to tip the alliance hub in a direction you don't want it to go. But it's a completely different shape, so most teams probably aren't used to collecting those. But the way I see it, it's free points on the field. Here we go.
Say, sometimes those different shapes are crazy. But with that score, we have 109 to 101. Both teams upsetting the top 3 spots with Almond Robotics, with people moving up into the second and third pole position. Blue team having a 19-point autonomous, a 54-point driver control, and a 36-point end game. Red team, unfortunately, having a 10-point penalty, giving them a loss, but still with a wonderful score of 101 points, coming from a 29-point autonomous, a 29-point driver control, and a 53-point end game. Once again, those little penalties made all the difference. The score would have been 111 to 109. So teams making sure to correct those minor errors. We can see right here, it cost them 2 points. It cost them what would have been a win by 2 points, and instead it was a loss by 8.
Yeah, you really do hate to see it anytime that there's a match that's just purely decided by penalties. For me personally, the match that will forever live on in my history is the last match of the 2016 FRC Championship in St. Louis, Missouri. It was Blue team up against Red team, as per usual, and I was really rooting for Blue team. They had a really strong performance. They were doing a great job, and the final score was tied. It was exactly a tie, but because the Blue team had incurred a penalty, Red team won the entire championship. And I was so sad to see it, because Blue was being a very strong performer the entire time. All right, we're getting ready for match number 17 here. 18442, the World Wires. What a great alliteration that is. 12342, Pelote High School 007 Robotics. We've seen some some love for Peloti in the chat previously. Currently ranked at number 9. We've got 7518, the QO Cool Gears at number 11, and 199994 Andromeda. I always love the teams with like 3 numbers in a row. One team that I can't wait to watch this season is the Robo Lords 11112. That's always a fun one to say. And speaking of fun, we're having fun here in Autonomous Period. We've got a little bit of motion on the blue side and the red side. Robots taking the corners of the field. Looks like we got...
I'm going to come right back. I have to handle a technical issue on my side. But once again, these teams are getting underway. This is that autonomous period going.
Picking up those controllers. Blue has a slight advantage of 7 points going into the driver-controlled period here. There's that bell everybody loves to hear. I really like watching 19994 go over that barrier because they've got that 6-wheel design and that high ground clearance. They really just drive right over it, no problem. They can drive over it left, right, center all day, every day. And they have great arm going up and scoring into the top. Over on the Red Alliance, you see one robot going to put something in that shared shipping hub. They're making a little bit of contact with it, and they chose to put a ball in there. So this year, there's several different weights of freight. You have the ducks, which are the lightest. You have the wiffle balls, which are the second lightest. You have normal blocks, and then you have blocks with metal pellets inside them. And there's a medium block and a heavy block. So when it comes to putting elements in the shared shipping hub, you want the heaviest elements that you can find. So that way it tips it into your favor, and you get that 20-point bonus at the end. Whereas on the Alliance shipping hub, you might choose to put the more lightweight items, such as the wiffle balls or the ducks. But of course, 19994 has just been putting everything in there, and their score currently reflects that. So we've got 2 robots. Looks like they're in the top corners, patiently waiting for that end game, and there it is. They're going to start spinning those ducks out because they have just been getting so many points. Each duck that they spin is equivalent to 1 freight in that top level. And, you know, all you have to do is just turn on your motor, turn it off, and you have to coordinate really well instead of driving your robot all the way into the warehouse, getting something, and driving all the way out. And it looks like it's going to be a real close match here. We've got 45 points for the blue team, allegedly 45 points for the red team. Final scores are still trickling in here. Those referees have to make sure that they know the state of the field. It's changing every time I bring it up. So we'll see the final scores here in a few seconds, but a very strong performance by both teams. Very smart decisions by the drivers for how to maneuver around, putting the robots in those corners, waiting patiently for that end-game buzzer. Because if you see that as a priority and you know that that's where you want your robot to be, then it's okay to maybe not make a trip, one more trip for the shipping hub, and instead position yourself in that corner. So we are doing really great here. We just finished up match number 17 out of 22. So we still got a couple more qualification matches left here today. We're just moving right along here. Final scores rolling in. Blue wins 91-55. A very stellar performance. Started off with the lead in autonomous of 10 points to 3 points. A very strong driver control, which is what made the difference. 39 points to 6 points, making sure to fill that hub up with all sorts of freight. Similar end games, 42 points to 46 points. And all the teams are going to move up. They're all within that top 10 now. So you've got 7518, the number 6 seed, 19994 in the 9th seed. Kind of fitting. 19994 in 9, 18442 in 8, 12342 in 7. 12342, that's another fun number to say.
That number, I feel like, once again, if your numbers line up in a certain way, you should play around with them.
Yeah.
Like, if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, just like drop the 2 off the end of it or something. You know, you just have the 2 just leaning off the side of it. Just something playful.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a Fibonacci team out there. You know, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. I think that's the first 5 digits of the Fibonacci sequence.
Those who don't know, the Fibonacci sequence is another long sequence of numbers. Now, see, it's fun playing 2048 because you can play 2048 standard or with Fibonacci because they both add its 10th integer equal 2048.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I guess so.
But so, coming up next, we have Almond Robotics paired off with Cub Wires for the Red Alliance, facing off against the Metro Mechanics and Thunderstone for the Blue Alliance. Now, see, with them being called the Thunderstone, I'm pretty sure this is a Pokemon reference. So once again, where are these mascots? Where's this team spirit? I want to see a Thunderstone carved into the side of the robot. Or I want to see an evolution coming across the side of your team or your team spirit or something. Like, where's the fun stuff going on? You all have a Thunderstone, or can I see a Pikachu turn into a Raichu or something? Like, what's going on?
You know, have you ever seen those like little virtual present spots that like are like these little 2-wheeled robots with like a screen on them, and you can like drive them around, you know, like while you're FaceTiming somebody, you know those?
Oh, I believe which one. Yeah.
I want some of these like to go through the pits at competitions, you know?
It'd be a good way to queue up teams and to have conversations with them, but I still like person-to-person interaction. I might be a little confused if I see something drive up on me while I have my head down into the pit and my robot's supposed to be dead and silent, and all I hear is wait, what's moving? That's
all right. Looks like we have a little bit of referees taking a look at something over on the red side of the field. So the referees, they're not just here to dish out the penalty points. They're here to help the teams work through any issues that they might be having, either with the robot or with the rules. They're here to encourage teams and inform them how they can, improve their standings, and it's in the spirit of first to always keep improving. Not, nobody's here to put each other down, So these referees could easily say, yeah, your robot doesn't work, better luck next time. But no, everybody takes the time out of the match to work through the issues, to ask, have you tried rebooting it, to figure out what software they're using and if they've updated it, just so that we can get those 4 robots on the field.
Looks like most other sports, going along with what Ethan said, referees aren't the fun police. Referees are actually veterans. Referees are some players who said, I had so much fun playing the game that now that I can't play anymore, I'm going to help you play.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes take that minute, speak to the referee. The referee might have some slight advice for you. The referee might have something to tell you, especially when you're having those technical problems.
Mm-hmm.
It could be, once again, as simple as making sure that all your wires are trim and clean and tucked away properly, so that way when you extend, you don't pull out a wire, or when you drive up against the element, you don't pull out a wire. It could be something as simple as making sure that your balance is right and that you're not weighted a certain direction, especially with something like these PVC pipes. Center of gravity is a very big issue.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we had a great autonomous period, a fairly even autonomous period, 10 to 18. Red with a slight advantage. Blue immediately moving over to that shared shipping hub, as we've seen them do before. That's 10442, doing a great job with that double jointed arm of theirs. Almond Robotics, another team that we've talked a lot about today, going straight for that top level. And we're not just talking about them because we like them, it's just because we remember them because their robot's pink.
Once again, if you're visible and you're noticeable, we will talk about you. Mm-hmm. Like down at the bottom, this loading mechanism, this dumping, spinning mechanism, it's completely free jointed. It can completely spin over. It's completely able to maneuver and lift, and they're able to shovel into pretty much every height limit. So as it's moving, as it's spinning, it's something that we can immediately recognize.
Mm-hmm.
There's tons of different ways that your team can be noticeable. Sitting up in that top corner, I can't see you. I'm sorry. I can see that there's a robot there, but I can't see what your number is. So
yeah.
If you're not getting as much airtime as you think that your team deserves, we're sorry, we can't see every angle.
Yep. So far, it's been a very close match. It was mostly 28 to 25. We're in the last 30 seconds here. Robots trying to score just a few more points. But those robots up in the corner that Niall was talking about, they were patiently waiting for that whistle to blow. And now they're going to start spinning ducks off left and right. So the referees are there. They're counting exactly how many ducks come off legally or illegally as the time expires. Looks like this one's going to be a close match.
And once again, looking at these matches, looking at these teams, and looking at how these teams lay out and play out, you can see there are tons of different ways to go about scoring. There are tons of different ways to think about how do you want to push yourself? How do you want to drive? When you see the referees coming out and discussing and reviewing and going over everything that they've seen and everything that has gone on, it's a very cool sight. You have to think about it. How many people got up this morning to come be here and put on this competition? How many people got up this morning and are still in their pajamas but in the back room doing all this work? I think the funniest thing is when we break the conversation and we'd have our end talk, the competitions are over, seeing everybody who was behind stage now show, because you all don't, but they're always doing something goofy. Sometimes they're, I think one time the chat all had Rubik's cubes, so everybody was playing with a Rubik's cube in the background.
That's hilarious.
And our winner is the Blue Alliance with a score of 46 compared to 27 on the Red Alliance. That pushes the Blue Alliance up to the 4th and 15th pole position with an autonomous score of 10 points, a driver control of 36 points, and an end game of 20 points, suffering an unfortunate 20-point penalty. And on the Blue Alliance, even with a loss, they still managed to bump up to the 1st pole position and then to the 17th pole position with a 16-point autonomous, a 9-point driver control, a 12-point endgame, and another unfortunate 10-point penalty. Teams, once again, try not to receive these penalties. I'm glad we're not seeing the 30 and 40-point penalties from abusing the centerpiece. But still, these penalties will come back to haunt you. These penalties do get looked at. If you are a team that isn't in the top 10 or top 8, and you're not immediately thinking about the elimination, but you're thinking about trying to get picked for it, penalties can be a big issue. You can be a team that scores 100 points every single time you step up. But if you catch 20 points and 30 points worth of penalties, it might not be so helpful to me. But speaking of teams jumping up next, we have Pelote High School 007 Robotics and FCHS FTC for the Red Alliance. And for the Blue Alliance, we have the Sentinels and Penguins Robotics. You were saying, Ethan?
Yeah, so as we were talking about rankings, there's a different sort of ranking for teams known as OPR. And that was originally developed for FRC, but it stands for Offensive Potential Rating. And that determines, that's some matrix math that teams have developed to be able to say, okay, you've competed in 6 matches. How many points did your team contribute to each of these matches? What's your offensive potential as a team? And it's not always the most accurate thing in the world. Sometimes teams have good days, sometimes teams have bad days, but what I really appreciate about it is the math and the extra effort that goes into calculating the OPR. You can find these on third-party sites such as the Orange Alliance, which does that math for you, so you don't have to do it by hand. But the math.
Speaking of teams doing math, look at the numbers that's going up on the board now from both the Red and the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, adding those points left and right.
This is once again only the autonomous period. We have 2 teams over in their loading areas. And as these teams get ready to grab onto their controllers and get up on the board, once again, these are wonderful matchups that we see today. Mm-hmm. Every team, it is a feat just to get here. We talk about teams, we talk about robots, and we know how hard it is to put together one of these robots in that crunch time. We know what it's like having to choose between that extra credit assignment or coming to robotics practice. We know what it's like having to say, hey, I can't go to the movies this week. This is build season.
Gotta put the robot.
These are all things that we have gone through and that we talk about. I used to joke about it with FRC a lot because we have a very short build season that we eat and sleep in the robotics room during the build season. We don't go home. We bring in blow up mattresses and stay there. We used to joke and say every class break, every transition, every single minute that we could possibly squeeze out of it, we had somebody's hand on the robot. And for example, how I said my school had an engineering academy. We had teachers trying to make class projects out of helping the robot. So somebody's class was purely design work. They would go and say, hey, well, how do we want to coat the robot? Are we going to spray paint it? Are we going to laminate wrap it? Or what are we going to do for the robot? We had we had classes that's whole focus was, we had a whole financial department in our school, so their whole focus for us was finding us more grants and finding us more things that we could use.
Well, let's see if the blue team finds some more points here. We've got that bottle cap going up to try to cap that.
And they got that cap again. Once again, that is Penguin Robotics. They've started to get the hang of that. Remember, the first match that they played, they unfortunately flicked 2 of their freight off of the tower trying to get it on there, but now they seem to have the hang of it. And if we look at that end tower, that center tower is filled to the brim, but it is just barely leaning towards the Blue Alliance. We'll see how the referees decide to score everything. Not to mention, look at those ducks on the Red Alliance.
Yeah.
I don't know if you all can see it underneath of that robot, but there are 6 rubber ducks all waddling in a row over on that Red Alliance's side.
Yeah. So very stellar performance, a high scoring match for both teams, 63-56. That's the unofficial score.
I hope both of these teams jump into double digits when we get these official scores back.
Triple digits even.
Triple digits. Yes, triples. That number, not double, triple.
Higher double digits at the least.
Yeah, high double. Yeah. My head is hurting. It is not 10 o'clock yet. I am still asleep.
Yeah, no.
All of those who don't understand, mornings are not for grown-ups.
No. All right. So we've got some good scores across the board. Two for the Blue Alliance. Here come the final scores. We'll just let those speak for itself.
Blue Alliance pushing
Wow.
that victory. And if we notice in this match, there were 0 penalties between both teams. And the only real difference is down in that autonomous period. Both teams a 53 and a 52-point end game. Both teams a 26 versus a 17-point driver control. So a slight pull away there. And then a 22 to a 3-point autonomous. So once again, that autonomous being the biggest split factor in this game. But looking at these rankings, all of these teams have moved into the top 10 positions, with us having a new number 1 rank, a number 4 rank, a number 6 rank, and a number 8 rank.
Now we do have 3 more matches to try to upset that. The number 1 rank has been swapped out just as frequently as the other ranks have today. So it's anybody.
I believe our top 3 keep jumping, and then our top 10 keep jumping together as a cluster.
They're all moving, yeah, all the time. So we've got 3 more matches. One of them is going to be match number 20 with 19999999994 Andromeda, 19434 Redstone Mechanics, 15308 Fairy Tale, 13680 Sleepless Squirrels.
And now Fairy Tale, they used to have something last year that made them stand out. I forget what they did to design their robot, but once again, teams, the spirit designs and the little things make such a big difference, especially when it comes down to being recognizable. As you all can see from that high camera, all of these robots look like little squares to us. All of these robots look like little silver squares on a little gray floor. If you have a robot with a distinctive color, with a bright pattern, if you have a team where even if we can't immediately recognize your robot, but we know, hey, look at that colorful team. Look at these colorful things. Ethan and his pandas, they have their custom hats and everything. There are plenty of ways to make your team noticeable, so that way you all can shine and show off who you are.
Yep.
And here we have randomization number 4.
All right. Now something that you can look forward to for the Redbeard Pandas this season is we have found a way to use those Rev control hubs and their I2C ports.
No spoilers, no spoilers, no spoilers. Show.
I'll let you see it in January.
It's called show and tell, not tell and
I
show.
won't say any more of them, but we've got something in the bag. And speaking of in the bag, we got these teams scoring some points, starting off strong. Red team with the slight advantage of 36. Looks like they were able to put one of their blocks into the center there, score a duck, park in the loadings. Where? No, I forgot the name of it already. That box up in the top edge of the screen.
You're the one with the rules, not me.
No, I'm pulling it up.
I have all the team numbers and the team names. You have rules.
There we go.
But once again, that foam gripper, that really cool foam gripper, once again, I love seeing the different mechanisms. If you have a custom mechanism, that is oftentimes something that judges look for. I remember one year seeing people using a bar stool as a loading mechanism. They put a pneumatic plunger in the bottom of a bar stool to launch things out of the bar stool. And that was a custom mechanism.
If it works.
I've seen people go around and use egg cartons. We see that many times. The egg carton launchers and the egg carton storages and the egg carton conveyor belts. Those are a big one.
Oh yeah.
Finding a new material, finding something inventive. Even something as simple as going home one day and looking in your kitchen, looking in your garage, If you find a material and you feel that it's usable and it fits within the first rules and first guidelines, remember, even though I just said go into your kitchen, you cannot have coffee beans on your robot.
No coffee beans.
Still don't know how that's in the rules about coffee beans. What did somebody do with coffee beans?
Every year, since as far back as I can find rule books for, they have said no coffee beans allowed on the robot. If anybody in chat knows why, please feel free to let us know. There's 77 of you guys watching. Hopefully one of you knows. We're going down to the final wire here. 6 seconds left. Swing and a miss over on the Red Alliance, trying to get one more point in the shared shipping hub. And
we see these points flying up as all of these ducks are counted. Look at all these ducks waddling on the screen. There are 6 ducks down for the Red Alliance. There are 7 ducks down for the Blue Alliance. These points are all inching their way closer and closer to the triple-digit range. Red Alliance already in the triple digits. Blue Alliance hoping to scratch their way up there. These teams are going to put up numbers. This is only the first event. If in the first event we are seeing 100 points almost consistently, I can't wait to see what it looks like when we finally go to Newport News for the championship this year. I want to see the 200s, the 300s. I want to see people putting up numbers that even the first game makers question. I want to see those points that go out for the international competitions, the points that make the German championships and the Russian championships and the Israeli championships say, hey, how did you manage to get that over there in this little spot that y'all call Chesapeake?
Yeah, put us on the map.
Show them why the Chesapeake region is the best region.
And of course, we are so grateful to have the first Chesapeake region. Of course, that includes Maryland, DC, Virginia, all parts of Virginia, including the part in the Southwest where I'm from. We've got a win from the... Wow, look at those points.
Once again, these triple-digit jumps making it such a very, very close game. You can see the different priorities, whether you prioritize on the end game or whether you prioritize on the whole game. The red team having a very consistent score throughout the entire game with a 39-point autonomous, a 30-point driver control, and a 36-point end game. Versus the blue team having a 10-point autonomous, a 14-point driver control, and a very continuous and a very, very strong 78 points in the end game. And currently going across the board is our rankings. These are our matches, these are our rank ups. This will show you which team has been winning, which team has consistently won. Look at the point totals. Look at the breakdowns. Once again, we have 17 teams listed up for today. So there are tons of different ways for teams to score, for teams to get points.
That's right.
And remember, teams, if you're not up here this week, we should see you at next week or one of the other competitions. For example, the Red Beard Pandas, as Ethan keeps talking about, his team isn't going to be making an appearance until January. We have some of the other teams which are going to be making other appearances throughout the rest of the season. You don't have to go to every competition, but you should go to at least 2.
Yep.
Once
2
again,
magic number. Go to the first one, see how it works, see what you can improve on. The second competition, really hit it home, apply all the lessons that you learned at the first one. And if you qualify from the first competition, fantastic. If not, that's what the second competition is for. If you move on to the championship, that's awesome. Love to see you there. Big championship. It's going to be a lot of fun this year. And then Houston, baby.
Not to mention teams. Remember, if you're near somebody, if you have somebody in your area and they have another team, talk to them. Scrimmage. Walk over there with your robot and say, hey, I want to fight you today. I want to see what you're about. Or do alliance work. See what it's like. Have cooperating teleop and cooperating autonomous modes. Now, this matchup is going to be an interesting match. We have the QO Cougars with the QO Cougar Robotics on the Red Alliance going up against Turtles Robotics and Vector. Now, once again, with these two teams both being from the same school, I wonder if they've done that team coercion. I wonder if their autonomouses matched together and meshed well. I wonder if these teams have it set so they know how to work together and how to maneuver around the field together, or like some schools do, if they trained identically. Because there's sometimes where you'll see a robot and you'll see two robots from the same schools where they try to make the same autonomous program and they try to make the same strategy and the same attack design. And then when you put them both on the same field in the same spots,
doesn't quite work as well as you want it to.
Yeah, synchronized robots, not always the best thing.
Keep it for swimming, no water games. Yeah, so
I still want a water game though. I'm sorry, I want a water game. I want a first robotics challenge in the water.
If it's a water game, then suddenly you can't do it in schools as easily. You have to go to like a public pool or something to host the competitions.
My school has a pool in the basement. There's a lot of DC schools that have pools in their basements or pools right next door. Yeah, I vote we get a water challenge.
Schools. We ain't got pools.
I vote water, especially because it'd be really cool.
It'd be nice. And you can't forget about the international teams. We got lots of international teams. Got to make sure that they have access to the pools too. All right, we've got a great autonomous here. A nice easy start. We got one robot parked into the storage unit, as I found out that it's called, for the second.
And with these last few seconds, as teams get ready to pick up their controllers, cut on their bots, and get moving,
away they go.
The up is underway. Now, once again, look at that big overhead on that robot. Look at that big overhead extension.
Yeah. They're able to... So it looks to be a set of linear slides that are at an angle so that as they extend up, they're also extending forward. And that's so that they can get over that top level of the Alliance shipping hub and drop it instead of trying to push something onto it. They're trying to get overhead and drop it from above, it looks like.
I also like how their loading mechanism is completely clear. It's clear acrylic. So you can see
important.
You can see everything going into their loading mechanism. Some teams, when you have your intake, it disappears for 3 seconds and then pops up on the other end of the robot. And you say, well,
trust it. Yep.
Well, how did it get there? And unfortunately, when stuff like that happens, I've seen robots where it gets jammed, it gets shredded.
Jammed. Looks like there was a bit of gracious professionalism on the Red Alliance. Remember those two teams, both from QO. One was a little high-centered on the barrier, so their partners came and gave them a little push. So that's what we love to see.
I think that has to deal with that low wheel layout that they have.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that they had enough speed to truly clear those barriers. Once again, teams making sure to calculate those barriers from every angle. It's one thing to run into it and run into the storage area from a certain direction. It's another thing to try to jump back out of it.
So you just got to practice it like Niles says. You know, you got to come at it from the left, come at it from the right, come at it crooked, come at it straight on. We're winding down this particular match here. Got a couple ducks for the red side. Looks like those might make the difference in this match as time expires.
And speaking of unique ways to get over challenges, I want to see like a bunny hop. Like I want to see something just magically spring over it. I want to see something do like the California lowriders and have a little lift up to it and bounce over and make it look nice. Just something cool. I want to see something unique other than let's ram it as fast as we can and hope that it works.
You got to remember, these are middle and high school students, so they see a problem, they want to go through it.
I mean, but they're still really creative. Once again, I remember seeing students who turned around and were cutting up previous year's game equipment to use on the robots. I know people who, when we had to make bumpers, they cannibalized the Noodles from Recycle Rush and said, "Hey,
Yeah.
it's the next year. We're not using noodles anymore. I need new need new bumpers. Let's use them."
Yeah. I'm talking about human player assistants. One of my favorite years that I got to watch. Unfortunately, I didn't get to compete this season, but FRC aerial assist. So they had these massive exercises.
Oh, you talking about our yoga balls? Yes, our yoga balls were so much fun. Those yoga balls were huge. And probably one of my funnest thing about those yoga balls was speeding up the robot, speeding up the output to full speed and launching them. But speaking of points, let's look at how the Blue Alliance launched themselves to victory with a 3rd rank and a 12th rank player with a 0-point autonomous, a 9-point driver control, and a 48-point end game.
Wow.
Compared to that 35 points with a 3-point autonomous, a 1-point driver control, and a 31-point end game, resulting in a 9th place and a 15th place finish. And as we are getting ready for our final match, once again, looking at the match results, looking at the team layouts, looking at what makes these teams special and unique, let's see more from these teams. And I'd love all of our sponsors this week. We have Newport News, we have Lidos, we have Qualcomm, we have all these wonderful and great companies. And once again, most of these companies are putting out wonderful scholarships and wonderful opportunities for students. Juniors, start looking at these opportunities and start looking at your portfolios. And seniors, it is December. Your applications should be out. Your scores should be in, and you should be on grant work. Consistent grant and scholarship work. Like I said, I'm left-handed. I went for a left-handed scholarship. I have friends who went for the minority scholarships, the international scholarships, the bilingual scholarships. If you can speak more than one language, use it. Ladies, plenty of scholarships out for you all. Whether you want to use it for the Women in STEM scholarship, which is another big scholarship that we have here, or plenty of other scholarships for different colleges and different opportunities. I know there are plenty of schools who specifically have scholarships just for that school if you say that you're a first alumni and can pull it up in the first records. There are plenty of ways to make tons of money being a first scholar. Not to mention, once you are a first scholar and a first alumni, then you can turn around and become an alumni ambassador like me and Ethan are. And once you become an alumni ambassador, you get to send $1,000 to any first team of your choice. So typically I like sending money back to the first robotics teams because I like doing first robotics. I know Ethan works with his first tech team, so he probably sends his money back to one of the first tech teams. He might send it back to the Pandas. He could send it to any team that he honestly wants to. So once again, there's tons of ways to be very helpful and to give back, as well as to pay, as well as to go and help yourself throughout these years. And speaking of teams that are going to help themselves, we have the World Wires paired up with FCHS FTC going against Cub Wires and Redstone Mechanics for this final qualification match before we break for lunch. And remember folks, when we go off for lunch, we will be back. So don't leave us. Don't go too far. Go get you a few slices of pizza, order some Chinese food, do whatever you like, but make sure you come back here, because you can eat and watch.
Oh yeah. Personally, we will not be eating and watching. We have to eat and talk. Well, no, we have to watch and talk. No eat and talk. Yeah, that's it. All right. So I really hope that the audience at Maryland is loud and proud for this last match as we get started here on Autonomous. Robots going all over the place. We've got one robot that made a great jump into that warehouse, partially in. You get more points if you're fully in, of course. We got some expert maneuvering over on the blue side. Looks like they're dropping off that preloaded block that they had onto the Alliance shipping hub and parked into their storage unit. Great use of Autonomous by both teams. Up come the controllers. The countdown has begun.
And once again, teams, do not forget there are playoffs. So please stay tuned for the alliance selections and those matches.
Yes.
You will want to see who moves forward and how.
Yep. So we've got 17575 with a big cardboard flapper trying to get one of that block out of their collection. Now, you just saw a little move where they tried to shake and shimmy to get that block out. My team calls that the Taylor Swift, when you just try to shake it off and get it out of the robot. We got
my team normally calls that a buck or a bucking bronco, because we normally have to rock back and forth and make the robot wobble to get something to move. And so it's all about how can you do it. There's tons of different ways. There's tons of different methods. Once again, they're using that handcrafted intake and output method. And
good job, 17575.
It eventually worked for them. But look at the time that it took. Let's hope that this time that it took did not negatively affect them. Let's hope that they still have tons of time to put up tons of points. Their teammates over there also putting up tons of points. And let's not forget about this Red Alliance, which has been steadily moving around the field.
Yeah, and the teams clearly have a plan. You know, they're making sure not to get in each other's way. I stay to this side of the field, you stay to that side of the field. Wait for 30 seconds, spin those ducks like crazy. It's coming down to the wire here. So far, a fairly even match. Could go either way at this point. Blue is looking to collect one more, it looks like, from their warehouse. I don't think they'll have time to do it as we're getting down to the final 5 seconds. Scores are getting even closer now. Here comes the buzzer. Ooh, this is going to be a close one. Oh,
and look at that, with the Red Alliance putting out 5 ducks and the Blue Alliance putting out 4. These scores are so tight.
Oh, yeah.
These scores are so close. And I remember back with my time in the arena, you could cut the tension with a knife when you're waiting on that final score to come up.
Yeah, they're nail biters. And I always loved the little animation that they play before revealing the score. You know, that tells you right off the bat, was it red, was it blue? And that's what everybody's waiting for. What color is that banner? But of course, you know, it's always a point of pride to win a match, but it's not just about the winning. It's about the fact that you were here, the fact that you got your robot working, the fact that this is the first competition in First Chesapeake, and it has gone so well. It has really set the tone for the rest of the season. I cannot wait to be a part of the following competitions, whether it be commentating or competing with my team. Here comes that banner.
And the blue team pulls away with a 71-58 win, pushing their teammates up to the 16th and 6th position with a 3-point autonomous, a 32-point driver control, and a 36-point endgame. But don't be fooled, the red team still pushes up with their 58 points, pushing into the 12th and 8th position with a 5-point autonomous, a 13-point driver control, and a 40-point endgame.
And a very clean match. No penalties across the board.
And as we wait for our field to be reset, once again, just another wonderful, lovely shout out to our referees, to our scorekeepers, to our field techs, to our maintenance, support, the AV, everybody in front and behind the scenes. We love you all. We care about you all. Everybody stay safe as we get ready for this playoffs and as we continue through this season. Remember, everyone, if you do go on site, you must remain masked at all times. And remember also, if you are off site, you don't have to wear a mask, but please still be safe. If you're going to gather with your team, gather safely. If you're going to gather with other members, gather safely. We hope everyone is having a wonderful holiday season and has been safe so far with this holiday season. And as we prepare for Alliance selection, this is going to be wonderful.
So right now, what you're seeing on the side of the screen, or in front of you, as those numbers scroll by, so that acronym RP is standing for ranking points, and that is the total amount of points that those teams have scored on their alliances. So whether they won or lost, that's how many points that they scored during their 5 qualification matches. So in the rare event that 2 teams have the same ranking points, then it goes to the tiebreaker points. And tiebreaker points 1 is based on how many points your alliance has scored purely in autonomous. Tiebreaker points 2, in the very extremely rare situation that you have both the same number of ranking points and the same number of tiebreaker points, then it goes to tiebreaker points 2, which is the amount of points that you've earned in endgame.
And once again, teams, this just shows how important it is to have a strong autonomous and a strong endgame, because in those rare cases, and it does happen, that can be the difference between you being in an alliance or you leading the alliance. That can be the difference between you making the top 16, the top 18, or you going home that night.
Also, it's fine. It's important that they display these tiebreaker points so that you can see, all right, who's had consistently strong autonomous programs. So maybe a team has decent ranking points, but if you want a team with a really good autonomous program, just look for a team with a high tiebreaker 1 point. So for instance, our number 1 seed, 20096, they've gotten a cumulative 102 points in autonomous, but 12518 has gotten 121 points in autonomous.
But then looking at those end games, though, I see a 254 point end game versus a 152 point end game.
Yeah, end game has really made a lot of difference this season.
And now, personally, as a former captain myself, I used to focus more on end game scores and on the different ways that you manipulated the field, especially in FRC, because in FRC, the max points start to jump out during the end game. So things like, can your robot climb? Does your robot have a mini bot? Can you carry something? Do you get up onto a platform? What are all these little things that occur in the very end that can equal 30 points by themselves, 40 points by themselves? Can you balance it for the extra 50 points by themselves? I remember one year watching the finals, there was people who could lift and could balance themselves, and every robot on the balance beam was like another 40 points in addition to getting 40 points for having it stabilized. So one team was able to make 160 points just off of endgame because they'd get all 3 robots up and then still balance.
That's impressive stuff. Let's see. So what we got going on here with alliance selection?
I believe they're still prepping for alliance selection. I believe teams are still discussing and deliberating before we do the official alliance selection.
Gotcha.
Now, formerly with alliance selection, it was a big procession. It was a big fanfare event. People would walk up to each other, ask each other would they accept the alliance member. You could graciously accept or graciously decline. There was a lot of...
Let me nip that in the bud right quick. You cannot graciously decline. You can respectfully decline, but you cannot... To graciously decline, that's not a real thing. Look up gracious in the dictionary.
Hey, when second place tells first place, I don't want to be on your team because I can do it myself.
It's respectfully declining.
I like watching war. I like watching teams say, let it burn.
Except you can respectfully decline.
Okay, well, I'm not an English major, I'm a construction major. So we're going to stay there.
That was just one of my big pet peeves, in case you can't tell. People saying, we graciously decline. We're like, no, that's not quite how that works. No.
And you also have multiple things going on, such as, once again, when we were talking about scouting and conversations, those conversations can really come into play. For example, if you're a team that is an alliance selector, you might turn around and speak to another team saying, hey, well, I want you, but that'll take away your chance at choosing someone. But if we take you, I'm also going to see if we can take this other team, hoping that other people don't take it. Or you can say, hey, if you don't want to be taken by me, I'm telling you right now who I'm going to pick.
Yep.
That can be another push towards something.
Yeah, it's all very tricky. Now, normally in FTC, according to the rules, when you have a tournament of, I think it's 24 or more teams, that's when you're allowed to pick 2 alliance partners for a total of three teams on an alliance.
Well, I believe that.
We have 17 teams here today. I believe it'll be each of the 4 alliance captains get to pick 1 alliance partner. So a total of 8 teams competing in these elimination matches.
Now, in FRC, there is always a team of 3 because there's always 3 robots on the field.
Yes.
In FRC as well, even if you are not selected, you are still supposed to remain in the pit or in the arena
with your robot
for case of fault or damage to another team, because generally, yes, the top 18 teams get picked, but there are the instances where you'll get down to number 25 due to damages and repairs, or you'll get down to the 20s because somebody had a battery failure, or somebody's asking for one of the teamwork awards for, hey, do you still have an extra bumper I can use? Do you have a extra vinyl sticker that I can borrow off of you because I lost the number?
Yep.
And what we're about to adjust for, and we're resetting our cameras for, is that alliance selection. We're going to bring it to you all so that you all can see the alliance selection in person, face to face, or as close as face to face as we can give you, remembering to respect social distancing and all other appropriate rules and regulations.
So we're getting that set up. I see the normal long line of students standing shoulder to shoulder, all ready to be eagerly awaiting to figure out who's going where. So our top 4 seeded teams are 20096, 12518, 19670, and 18792. That doesn't necessarily mean that all 4 of them will remain alliance captains because of what Niall was talking about. 1 could pick 2, 2 could pick 3, 3 could pick 4. That can't all happen because once 1 picks 2, now 3 is 2, and 3 could pick 4. Now,
and trust me, I've seen it happen where 1 picks 2, and then it just turn around and 3 picks 4, and 5 picks 6, and 7 picks 8, and you're like, okay, so everybody wanted to crunch down. Okay.
Yeah. So even if you're the 7th seeded alliance, sometimes you still have to be prepared to be an alliance captain.
And that goes back to making sure that your team is ready. Did you do your research? Did you do your scouting? Don't just turn around hoping and wishing upon a star that you're going to get picked up by somebody, but know what happens if you do get picked up by somebody. I know people who declined their first invitation because they wanted to take the second invitation.
You can't do that, yeah. So the one rule of alliance selection is that as soon as you decline an invitation, you cannot accept an invitation from anybody else. So this is because, we don't want any favoritism going on. I don't want to work with you. I'd rather work with them. So it's typically in your best interest to accept, but teams sometimes do have these very particular strategies, especially if they can decline either because they have their own strategy to become an alliance captain and make their own picks, or they decline out of respect because they're like, yeah, our robot, that was our last clean battery. We're done for the day. We wish you the best though. So it's all a big strategy chess game.
But once again, I love seeing all the different robots compete. I love seeing how each of them go for it.
Mm-hmm.
It's always great sportsmanship and great conduct between the different teams. Another thing that's wonderful to see with all the different teams, once again, the spirit, the conversations, the different interactions. I know in FRC, having a flag is generally a big thing.
Oh, yeah.
So you'll see teams walk around with flags talking about, oh, yeah, well, we got this flag for this, we got that flag for that. You see teams with their pins and awards that they win, having all their chairmans on display and all their banners on display, seeing stuff all the way back to people's rookie years up on display.
All right, so we've got the first move. We're gonna bring this to you live. 20096 being the number one seeded team after the qualifications. Of course, they're going to be your first seeded captain, which means
so that is the Sentinels, and we will see who they pick.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, do we have audio for the selection process?
I don't hear anything on my end.
That's okay. That's what we're here for. We're here to bring you all the live updates.
Now, I would try to take Almond Robotics as the Sentinels. I would try to take the second seat.
It's tempting, yeah. So the question is, do the Almonds want to be picked?
And that's always a big debate, because Almond Robotics can also turn around and say, well, I'm doing pretty good on my own, I want to pick somebody else.
Yeah, but all these teams have done really well, and I can't wait to see what alliances are formed because and how they choose to move forward.
As we were looking through the breakdowns and going back and forth between everything, once again, when you all saw those long tallies of first tiebreaker points, second tiebreaker points, how teams were getting scored and matched up and matched out, there's tons of different ways to look at it. There's tons of different ways to see things. And as you can see, they have chosen to take the third seat, team 19670, and that is Turtles Robotics. So Turtles Robotics giving up their position as the third alliance captain, instead choosing to become the first pick for the first team.
Mm-hmm. So now 10442 has the potential to become an alliance captain should they not get picked. Looks like another pick has been made.
And once again, that is Almond Robotics of team 12518 as the second captain. And who did they choose to go along with them?
Now, last. No pressure, no pressure. I know you want to help, you want to ask for help.
Here we come, energetically running up to the mic.
And once again, you can see everybody joking, playing around. It's a very fun thing to have.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, we got a little bit of time.
All right, well, it looks like we're trying to get audio here. Awesome.
Yeah, so rankings are up there. There's a ranking up there, number 7.
So sometimes teams just need a few more seconds to figure out who is it that we're planning on inviting.
And especially because this alliance selection was rushed compared to some of the other alliance selections, it's definitely a lot faster paced. Now, as you all can see, team 12518 Almond Robotics chose to take team 10442, who was the original 5th seed, which is the Metro Mechanics, and then team 18792, the Penguin Robotics, chose to take team 19994, Andromeda, as their third team partner. So now you will see team 194, the Redstone Mechanics, getting to choose someone else to have on their teams. And as you can see, these alliance selections jumped around very quickly. We had the first seed take the third seed, we had the second seed take the 5th seed, we had the 4th seed take the 7th seed, and now we'll see what the 6th seed will take.
tensions are high, pressure's high, because, you know, this is so important to figure out who's the next team that's in the eliminations. And every team is hoping to get their number called.
So once again, that is team 1, 9, 4, 3, 4. Redstone Mechanics. And they have chosen team 5, 2, 3, 3.
So that's a deep pick there, going down to the number 14 seed, but that's what we were talking about. If you've done your research, if you've paid attention, you see who works well with who, and you can make some really good picks.
And once again, this is also why we sit there and say, do your research, do your homework. You must look around. You must find somebody. Sometimes picking someone that low is a very strong idea.
Oh, yeah.
Once again, you might find that they were just on losing alliances, but they have very wonderful strategies. They have very wonderful placement.
All right, so we're gonna let the moment speak for itself for a little bit here.
That means you need to be here on the field, ready to go. Autonomous mode position on it. It will start. Then after that, we do the semifinal match 2-3. You go back to 1-4. We do 2-3. Whoever wins 2 matches advances to the final. Okay? That tie is a tie. Replay. 2 wins. 2 wins advances the alliance to the next division. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Captain,
Alliance number 1 and Alliance number 4. Semifinal 2 will be between Alliance number 3 and Alliance number 2. And the winners of those matches move on into the finals. Each of these are going to be double elimination, meaning that they will play 1 match for semifinal 1, 1 match for semifinal 2, 1 match for semifinal 3. If somebody has won both matches, they advance to the finals. Another match for semifinal 2. If somebody has won both matches, they advance to the finals. If not, then we go back through 1 and 2 for our tiebreaker matches and determine who's going to be in the finals, and which will also be a best 2 out of 3 structure. So we're going to see a lot of cool stuff here. It's going to be fun. We're going to see some high scores. Let's see if we can break 200 at this competition. We've had some high scores of, what was it, 161 was our high score for today?
Yes, we were in the 150s, I believe.
Yeah, I think we can get pretty close to that 200 line here.
And remember, this is only week 1, so I can't wait to see what we do as we continue.
Yeah.
All right, and as typical First Robotics fashion, this year's game has its own game animation. We're going to show you all what Freight Frenzy was supposed to look like this year. Coming straight from the headquarters of First, this is Freight Frenzy.
Welcome to the First Tech Challenge 2021-2022 season game, Freight Frenzy, presented by Raytheon Technologies. A team consists of up to 2 driver operators, a coach, and a robot. The robot must be built from materials specified in the game manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing tool, but may expand after the match begins. Each match is played with 4 randomly selected teams, 2 per alliance. Your opponent for one match may be your partner for another. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot high walls. In the back of the field are taped off warehouses, which are alliance neutral. Obstructing the warehouses are barriers that robots must drive over or around. At the front of the field are alliance-specific storage units. Alliance-specific carousels are mounted on the front corners of the field walls. Alliance-specific barcode tape is located between the warehouses and the storage units. 4 unique navigation images are located around the field perimeter. 2 Alliance-specific shipping hubs and a 3rd shared shipping hub are positioned as shown. Outside of the field walls are the red and blue Alliance stations. There are 2 types of freight: 20 pieces of cargo, 2.7 inches in diameter, and 2-inch square boxes in various weights: 30 lightweight, 20 medium, and 10 heavy boxes. 4 of the lightweight boxes are marked with an X. In addition, rubber ducks will play a key role in the game, and teams will be constructing their own custom-designed shipping elements. Before each match, the freight is stored in the warehouses, and a preload box is placed onto the field for each robot. A duck is placed onto each carousel and in the middle position of each barcode. The remaining ducks are stored in the Alliance loading docks. Teams then place their robots on the field, touching the wall adjacent to their Alliance station, but not in a warehouse. The teams then place 1 preload box for each robot. A team may then decide to use their own shipping element in place of a duck on the barcode, or store their shipping element in the loading dock. The duck or shipping element on the barcode is then randomized to one of 3 locations. The players and field are now ready. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During this period, there are a number of ways for teams to score, using only pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Delivering the duck from the carousel earns 10 points. Each piece of freight delivered to the Alliance's storage unit will earn 2 points. Each preloaded box placed on an Alliance's shipping hub earns 6 points. But there are ways to earn bonus points. If the box is placed on the correct level as indicated by the duck's location on the barcode, the Alliance earns a 10-point bonus. If a robot places its preload box on the level shown by its Alliance's shipping element position on the barcode, it will earn a 20-point bonus. A robot parked on its Alliance's storage unit earns 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the storage unit, it will earn 6 points. A robot parked in the warehouse closest to its Alliance station earns 5 points. If the robot is completely inside the warehouse, it will earn 10 points. Following the autonomous period is the 2-minute driver-controlled period. During this time, Alliances score points by delivering freight to storage units and shipping hubs. For example, each piece of freight delivered to an Alliance's storage unit will earn 1 point. Freight scored on an Alliance's shipping hub will earn 2 points on a level 1, 4 points on a level 2, and 6 points on level 3. Each freight scored on the Alliance's side of the shared shipping hub will score 4 points for their Alliance. The last 30 seconds of the driver control period is the end game. Robots may continue scoring freight, and there are also ways to earn bonus points. Delivering a duck or shipping element to the floor earns the Alliance 6 points. A balanced shipping hub at the end of the match earns 10 points. If an Alliance's section of the shared shipping hub is in contact with the tile floor, that Alliance earns 20 points. Robots parked in a warehouse earn 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the warehouse, it earns 6 points. Each team's shipping element fully supported by a shipping hub center pole or another team's capped shipping element, will earn 15 points. There are many ways to score in Freight Frenzy, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will deduct points from your alliance. For example, robots cannot interfere or interact with the opposing alliance shipping hub. Scoring elements may not be launched. Robots may not interfere with their opposing alliance's capping attempts. Only one duck or team shipping element is allowed on the carousel at a time. A robot may not cause an opposing alliance robot to become pinned, trapped, or blocked. This is just a brief summary of the Freight Frenzy game. For complete rules, please read the game manual and check the Q&A forum. And always remember the most important rule of First Tech Challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a great season.
Lidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Lidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow.
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
where
We're
pioneers
pioneers.
forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
and no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be. Ready?
To leave the boundaries of what's known.
To define possible.
To define possible.
Define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun. And working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Cannon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Cannon products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
And we're back, everybody, just in time for 11 o'clock and just in time for that start. I know you guys are ready to see this playoff match start. I know I'm ready. But if you guys notice, we have one more new person joining us in the box. Emma, come say hi to everybody. Tell us what teams you represented. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and let's get ready for this competition to get underway.
Hey everyone, my name is Emma Hollencheck. I'm an alumna from Team 5243 for FRC and Team 10414 for FTC. I'm a current sophomore at NC State University studying computer science.
Fantastic.
Computer science, we need it. Where would we be without the ITs?
For real. All right. So, of course, we're ramping up for the eliminations. The first match that you're going to see is between 20096 and their partner that they chose, 19670, and they will be up against the 4th seed alliance, 19434 and 5233.
But up in that camera view, let's just take a look at that. Look at that branding once again. Making sure to have your team number on full display. You can see them on their back, and if you look across, you can see it on their front. Their opponents have it all over those hoodies. But as well, making sure to look at all these teams, everyone has on their safety goggles, everyone has on a face mask. Look at our wonderful referees walking around. And then look at all those people out in the crowd. Once again, we're loving having these crowds back. I'm loving getting to see the teams, getting to see all the teams mingle, getting to have a true randomization and a true rotation. This is just the best parts of First, is the interaction and the meeting of other people. Yes, we're here to see the robots. Yes, we want the robots to compete, but at the end of the day, what's the robot without the human portions of it?
Exactly. We have yet to get robots that can build one another, so we'll stick with having teams of enthusiastic middle and high school students building them instead.
So what about them robots that over there building them cars out in those factories? We're not gonna talk about robots building other robots?
Oh, yeah,
They built each other to me.
A car is a car.
Tell that to a Tesla. If it drives itself and parks itself, I think that's autonomous. That's its own robot.
I don't know. Maybe we should poll chat, see what chat says. There's 74 people watching right now.
Chat, what do y'all think? Does a self-driving car count as a robot?
Let us know.
Does the feature of autonomy count as being its own robot?
What do you think, Emma?
I personally think semi-autonomy doesn't count, but if it was fully autonomous, that'd be a different question. So we're heading there. Definitely heading there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was a really good First Chesapeake chat last on Thursday, where they had employees from Leidos come in and talk about what they were doing. But speaking of autonomous, we're in autonomous right now. And this is a very active autonomous, which is what you'd expect to see in the elimination matches. All 4 robots moving around. Looks like Blue has grabbed onto their Alliance shipping hubs. That's why you see a big -60 over there. So,
and as you all can see, once again, remember we just played the game animation. That is a major penalty for both you touching it to yourself or you interfering with your opponent's side. So even though all of these teams are high scorers, even though all of these teams are top competitors for this qualification, that is a major penalty. Fortunately, they do have the double elimination. So if they manage to recover on this game, keep it close, and then win the next game, they could possibly be moving forward.
Yeah, we have more focus here on the shared shipping hub. So far, although Blue has 2 blocks in the shared shipping hub, they have them close to the center, so it's not yet tipping over in their favor.
Remember, folks, the world said, I forgot which scholar said it, if you give them a lever long enough, he'll lift the world.
Was it Aristotle?
Might have been. I completely forget.
Chat, what famous, was it a mathematician, was a philosopher? What ancient person said, give me a fulcrum and a lever long enough and I shall lift the world? So far, we have got a great match here. Lots of activity on the field. Blue is looking over.
Once again, teams, if you look, Blue has just slightly messed up. 2 of their loaded pieces into that shared piece has actually went back over to the red side. 3 of them now have gone over to the red side.
Yeah, that
the red side now stacking up more and more. The red side tipping it into their favor. Both teams with these last 30 seconds trying to fly ducks out onto the field, and we have just heard that it was Archimedes that said it. Once again, the famous figure of history that we meant to say was Archimedes.
Yes.
You know, Blue can still come back from this. It's really and then we just saw that big jump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's as the referees start scoring the ducks that get score. So the referees have these awesome little tablets, and they try to live score as best they can, but sometimes they have to look somewhere else, or sometimes it takes a second to update on the scoring system. So you'll see these jumps every now and then, especially when it comes to ducks.
And as you can see with that referee on the ground, what they are checking is which way did the scales tip. If the scales tip in red's favor, that is a bonus towards red. Same if it tips towards blue, but both teams will earn points no matter which way the scale tips for the amount of freight on their side.
Now what's troubling is that there's a ball lodged under the blue side of the shared shipping hub. And generally,
that ball is actually free. It's not lodged.
Okay.
That ball rolled freely under there a while ago. As you can see, when they tipped it down,
yeah,
that ball is completely free. There's about an inch clearance between that ball.
That's good.
That wobble is just firmly leaning in one direction.
Gotcha. Okay, just wanted to make sure. It's hard to see from.
But the direction that it's leaning is so close towards the midline between the red and blue overlap that I don't know which way the referees are going to judge it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a lot of commotion on a bunch of the other cameras. We have teammates moving, looking around at everything. There's also a roar and a buzz of activity going around in the background, but we just got the final score. The Red Alliance will take that victory, coming out of a score of 47 to 137 in favor of Red. Once again, that was Alliance 1 beating Alliance 4. Now remember, Alliance 4 isn't out of it yet. Alliance 4 still has a chance to come back in the next matchup. But if we look at the point breakdown, we have a 20-point to a 13-point autonomous leading towards blue. We have a 22-point to a 48-point driver control leading towards red. And then we have an 86-point endgame to a 45-point endgame, once again leading towards red.
Wow.
Showing that driver control and then that end game being a huge difference, and both teams incurring penalties, but the red team only incurring a 10-point penalty by comparison to the blue team's 40-point penalty. The blue team almost completely canceling out their end game, whereas the red team almost completely canceled out their autonomous. Both having decent scores, but both penalties needing to be addressed. We just heard that the red team's penalty was a improper warehouse operation, so they did something wrong when they were down in that storage space.
Yeah, so the warehouse operations, that's when you're supposed to have the robot go completely inside the warehouse, pick up and manipulate one freight, block or ball, and then completely leave the warehouse before scoring it. So you can't have a long arm that reaches into the warehouse for you, because then you're partially outside of the warehouse, and that's invalid. Or if you take a shovel and you just push a bunch of stuff out of the warehouse, that freight is not eligible to be scored because it was not removed properly.
And remember, teams, when we talk about the warehouse, we're talking about that little white box surrounded by those PVC pipes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, coming up next is going to be Alliance number 2 facing Alliance number 3. Captain Almond Robotics in the red versus Captain Penguin Robotics in the blue. What's nice about this matchup is Almond Robotics is a pink robot and Penguin Robotics is a blue robot, so we will be able to clearly identify the two separate sides and the two separate captains. Emma, how are you feeling about these matches so far?
Very exciting. I'm not used to seeing such high scores, especially for the first week, so I think these teams have really shown up this season so far.
Yeah. Again, such an early competition. December, the first weekend in December, and we're already seeing this kind of performance. It's incredible.
And once again, teams, even though you didn't make it to the eliminations this week, there are many weeks worth of competition. We wish to see you all at another week's competition, which is why we always recommend that you don't sign up for one, but you sign up for at least 2 competitions. so you can make it and continue and get to see more events. A lot of these teams are developing real-time strategies right now. They're using those autonomous periods to watch and see what they need to tweak. They're going to go back and study their equipment. If they had different types of loaders, they might try to change out a loader before the next competition, or they might go practice more. Once again, with a lot of these teams incurring penalties, a lot of these teams are going to go back, work on that driver practice, work on that ball control, work on that cube control, work on their duck placement and how they're maneuvering their ducks.
Speaking of we're in driver control period now for semifinals 2, match number 1 between the second and third seeded alliances. A lot of activity around the shared hub. We got that famous flipping arm from 19994 over on, or sorry, that's 10442 over on the red side.
Both teams just narrowly missing their loading on their first attempt, while Almond Robotics taking off for the Red Alliance, loading up that top block. Now the Penguins are trying to tip the scales back into their favor. These teams are battling it out once again, point for point, block for block, back and forth, going towards those top sections, going towards that shared goal, trying to score as many points as possible. Neither team relenting, both teams driving for those goals back and forth over and over again.
Looks like,
and I think I see something coming out of the Penguins robot near one of their wheels. If you all look at their front left wheel, I think I saw something sticking out of the wheel.
I think they might have a cable cut down there. That can be killer, especially in the playoffs.
And once again, teams, that's something that's really big to always double check and always look at. Make sure all your wires are trimmed and tucked away. Make sure every single cable is securely fastened. I know, especially with FRC, when we have to crimp a lot of our wires and we have to solder a lot of our wires and make sure all of our wires are in the boards properly. It could be something as simple as cutting a wire a centimeter short.
Wow.
And it missing the plug space, or you cutting a wire and it being too taut, and as soon as it touches, it goes out of the space. But with these scores, once again, I see 9 ducks waddling across the Red Alliance's side of the screen compared to the 4 ducks on the Blue Alliance's side of the screen, currently with an unofficial score of 134 to 110. If you all look at these points and look at what is on the board, most of it is even. Both have 5 points up in the top goal, both of them going for that mid space, both of them loading ducks. The only difference being blue team managing the top cone and red team managing all of those ducks. So this will really be down to the wire. This will be really down to the referees and the scorekeepers to see what will be added, what will be deducted, and how did the game truly play.
So something I really liked about that match is that it was clear that the alliances had a plan. So each team, each alliance had one robot focused on that shared shipping hub, which is why you see so much in there right now, while the other team focused on filling up that top level. And both teams seemed to have 5 up in that top level. And it's going to go to the Red Alliance.
Whoa, but with major penalties going towards blue, I'd love to see where these penalties came from. Both teams having a near similar autonomous with 23 points to 26 points leading towards red. The driver control once again almost mirroring each other, 42 points to 55 points, and then the end game almost mirroring each other with 69 points to 60 points. But once again, the Blue Alliance almost killing their entire end game with that negative 60 points. So the Red Alliance will take this first victory. Once again, the Blue Alliance is still in it. They still have another chance to come back in the next matchup. But once again, we've seen both of these last two matches get decided by these heavy penalties. These matches would have been a lot closer had it not been for the heavy penalties.
So, of course, during the qualification matches, everything's determined by your ranking points, the total accumulation of points that you get throughout the qualification matches. But now that we are in the elimination matches, it becomes less about getting the most points and more about getting more points than your opponent. So a win by 1 point is still a win in terms of the advancement. Now, we're not saying that you should sabotage your opponent, because we're never.
I'm still waiting to see what that blue penalty was from. 60 points. Those are major penalties. I'm surprised when you see a 60-point penalty. I'm surprised to not see a card up in the air somewhere.
Yeah, usually see a yellow or a red, so it must have been an accruement of multiple penalties, but nothing egregious.
Yeah.
Yeah, we generally try to avoid giving out yellow cards unless it's something that was clearly intentional, clearly consequential to the outcome. Speaking of the outcome, another win for red. Wow.
Oh, penalties have been readjusted. Okay. So with penalties being readjusted, the blue team came up to 114. They coming up from that 60-point penalty up to a 20-point penalty instead. So once again, the alliance ranking and the alliance matchup still stands, but the only shift was the penalties. Once again, improper warehouse operations being the killer. Once again, when you're in your warehouse, use it properly. Make sure to fully enter and fully exit. Make sure to manipulate properly.
Yeah, and that's something that I think a lot of teams will probably take home for their debriefs this next week when they're preparing for their next competition.
How can we better maneuver around things? Don't hit the hubs. How do we make sure that we go all the way in, all the way out? But I really like to see that both teams got a triple-digit score. Close matches are always my favorite matches.
And now, once again, for Series 1, Match 2, we are about to have the Sentinels go up against the Redstone Mechanics, Team 1 versus Team 4. And we will see if the Redstone Mechanics have used their mechanics to fix the issues from the last match, so that way they don't incur those penalties and can triumph over the Sentinels.
Yes. We'd love to take this to a tiebreaker match.
Let's see if they have the right vector to overcome. It needs to.
Or will they turn turtle?
And they make the turtles go back into their shell.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Well, the Sentinels are going to try to defend and stand guard on their win.
Uh-oh, we have the chat lighting up. We got Go Red Alliance.
Hey.
Now, that's another thing I really miss from in-person championships. The stands would shake with Red Alliance, Blue Alliance.
Yeah.
You'd have people jumping like, and they would yell back and forth. It didn't matter which side you were on. It was just yelling. You'd have people not even in the battle anymore still yelling just because they could. They were like, well, I just want to be louder.
Yeah, I remember there was one World Championship where there was actually a St. Louis Cardinals game that a lot of teams went to during one of the nights. And because there were so many first teams in the stadium, they were chanting for the St. Louis Cardinals, Red Alliance. The regular baseball fans had no idea what was going on. But we know what's going on.
I'm sorry, you have somebody running around yelling Red Alliance and you don't know what you're expecting. You're going to be confused too. It's like, wait. Same reason why, like I told one of my friends, I was like, I'm gonna love it the day when first adds multiple teams or changes colors or something random to spice up the game. You gonna see people talk, everybody, yeah, I'm red, yeah, I'm blue. No, this year we have green and yellow. What do you mean?
All right. And speaking of spicing up the game, we are into driver control period yet again. So of course, same two teams that we saw 2 matches ago. First seed alliance, 4th seed alliance.
But look at these scores already stacking up. 16 for the Blue Alliance, 35 for the Red Alliance. These teams are going at it, battling it out. The Red Alliance taking off for that shared goal.
And we're seeing something kind of interesting here. There's a lot of activity over on the left side of the field.
I just saw somebody switch goal sides.
Yeah, so
are you allowed to switch?
52-3-3 just went over to the red side.
Yeah, you're allowed to take freight from either side of the field. That's perfectly allowable. So it's not something that we've seen a lot of. So 5-2-3-3 has been going all over the field to get freight and to score for the Red Alliance.
And remember, team, this one will determine who moves on. This is a take match.
Mm-hmm.
If the Red Alliance wins it again, they will be moving on.
Yep. And so it looks like the Red Alliance has 1 robot in the upper left corner patiently waiting for endgame to start, and now Blue does too. And there it is. So the alleged score right now is 32-71. Endgame could make the difference, you know. If you get those caps, if you tilt that shared hub in your favor, and most importantly, getting those ducks on the field.
Now, the other thing that I'm seriously missing, even though I love having all of us back here, is I miss all the songs. I miss all the music. What happened to the Cupid Shuffle? What happened to Cotton Eye Joe? What happened to Hamster Dance? What all the good songs we used to have going on?
All right. Here come the points for the Blue Alliance. Looks like it's in Red's favor, but we will have to wait and see for the final score.
But look at these ducks so close. 7 ducks red, 6 ducks blue. Once again, we were saying it. With that total of 10 ducks, both of these teams trying to push that limit. And this is only week 1.
Yeah. We're sure to be seeing all 9 or 10 ducks. And the reason I say 9 or 10 is because
they swap out for the cones and such.
Well, actually, so yeah, because 1 duck is preloaded in autonomous. So if you get the duck in autonomous, now you have 9 ducks left over in your little area. So some very impressive mechanisms here, and the fact that they've been working all day long. This is now the 7th match that these teams have competed in, so, and I'm sure they've been going to the practice fields and testing out their robots, and some very durable machines we have here.
Now, as durable as these machines are, I still remember having to walk over the field with a magnet and pick up pounds after pounds of bolts and reach down and find 50 million zip ties. But we have ourselves a winner by a score of 80-140. The Red Alliance, Alliance number 1, will be moving on. The Sentinels and Turtle Robotics have put the Redstone mechanics out of their shop, sent them home packing. We will see them at the next competition. Once again, teams, we still love the fact that you all made it to elimination. That in it of itself is something to be proud of. Once again, this is only week 1's elimination.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you get eliminated in week 1, just because you don't get picked in week 1, does not mean that throughout the course of the rest of these competitions, you won't have something, you won't win something. Also, remember, winning the game by points isn't the only way to win. First Robotics prides itself on the many different awards, the judges panels, whether you want to go for chairmans, whether you want to go for the Inspire Awards, whether you want to go for the team. I'm just speaking about awards in general.
Yeah, okay, good save, good save.
I was also going to talk about Lego League awards for a minute because Lego League has multiple awards that they win, and
The Lego League State Championship is actually tomorrow. So, I've got
because
horses in that race, and I wish them all the best.
there are many different ways to win and get awards. Also, rookie teams, remember, there's the rookie award. A lot of times, the rookies may not be a championship team, may not be the top performing team at that event, but because you are a rookie, you can automatically move forward. So if you are then selected as that rookie to automatically move forward, you have that responsibility to show off for the rookies.
Yes, and that is for FRC. Unfortunately, FTC does not have the same set of awards.
Every league has different awards. Every league has wonderful awards. Oh, I know. They said so good at FTC, you win FRC award. I mean, there are teams that are both FTC and FRC. For example, one of my teams is both a singular FRC team, but we have 2 FTC teams. So, I mean, hey, if you get the wall of awards, you got a wall of awards. But for semifinal match 2, we have once again Almond Robotics in red versus Penguin Robotics in blue. This is seed number 2 versus seed number 3. Will Almond Robotics put the Penguins back on ice, or will the Penguins shell the almonds? We will see what happens.
Do almonds have shells?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's that really thin skin.
That's not a shell, that's a skin.
Either way. You still get rid of it, don't you?
No.
Sometimes.
You can, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like a peanut shell. Like if you eat peanuts with the shell, you're just.
Hey, look, I know people that eat bananas with the peel. Okay, people eat what they eat. Okay, we're not going to talk about things nowadays.
All right. So we've got teams lining up. This could be our last semifinal match, or we could take it to a tiebreaker.
I always vote tiebreaker. It's more fun. It's very tense. It's very tense. I don't care what anybody says. If you have never been on the field for a tiebreaker, that is...
It's something to say. And so the first match was already very close. I believe it was like 141 to 114, with a couple penalties mixed in there. So very strong teams. Can't wait to see if they decide to change up their strategy or play to their strengths here on this make or break match.
And once again, we talk about the team captains, but their alliance members are just as important. So once again, for the Red Alliance, we have the Metro Mechanics, and for the Blue Alliance, we have Andromeda.
Mm-hmm.
Both of these teams would be nowhere without their alliance partners. Their alliance partners would be nowhere without them. First Robotics is all about that cooperation. You must be able to work with other teams. There is no independence. You have to be able to get along when you are on that First Robotics field. I know personally, my school is very big on its school rivals, especially in DC. But when we get to that First Robotics competition, we say, as long as I beat you, we say, look, I'll beat you in standings, but if you're on my alliance, you're on my alliance.
Uh-huh.
We can talk about standings and everything else once we go home. But if you're on my alliance, I need you there.
My FRC team, we hail from the southwestern part of Virginia, where we are huge Virginia Tech Hokie fans. And my FRC team chose as an alliance a team from Charlottesville, who of course is the Cavaliers, and those two schools are huge rivals, but they worked together and won the entire competition, putting their differences aside and just making it work. Emma, you got any rivalry stories?
I can't really think of any. I think my rival high school wasn't big into robotics, so we didn't get to see them as much, but we definitely had other robotics teams that we were constantly, they held us to a higher standard, so we wanted to meet that higher standard kind of competition.
Oh, yeah.
And they did pick us my junior year for an alliance, and we ended up getting to the semifinals. So you can put, definitely have experience putting competition aside to team up. My favorite first word that we don't hear as much is the cooperation element of competition. And I just,
Well said. And so that's the reason that we have this be a competition. It's to encourage you to do better. When we assign points to this and, associate awards, that encourages everybody to work harder, to earn those points, earn those awards. And looks like we're going to be seeing some points on the board here soon. Referees are still on the field.
I believe we just finished randomization was why they were still on the field. They were just adjusting.
Fantastic. We have the bubble on the side of the Blue Alliance. We'll see if we get that scored. Robots are off and running. Almond Robotics dropping off a cube in the top level. Robots in the warehouse. Robots spinning ducks. Robots parking in the storage zones. It's a really eventful autonomous period. Still got about 10 seconds left. We'll see if anything.
And this is what you expect to see from a number 2 and a number 3.
Absolutely.
You expect to see high competition. You expect the numbers to stay close and stay tight. You want to see that fight to the finish. As we've all been talking about, those nail biters where you're waiting on the referees and the scorekeepers. Those nail biters where you say, well, is it? But maybe. Did I make it?
Right now, 29-22. Again, going for that shared shipping hub. We got one block on. Doesn't look like it's enough to tip it quite yet, though.
And once again, we see Almond Robotics going after that high goal. We see Andromeda matching them point for point.
This is going to be a close one. Another gentle drop on the red side into the shared hub. No answer on the blue side yet for the shared hub. Looks like they're
the penguins look like they're frozen on ice. Penguins over there skating around in the warehouse zone, just not managing to connect. Looks like they have a wiffle ball. Oh, a wiffle ball is tipping the scales.
Interesting.
Oh, I wonder how much these wiffle balls weigh compared to the freak, because for a wiffle ball to tip a box, that's a...
Well, it all depends on where you put it. It looks like it's still tipped in Red's favor, but I've got the rule manual pulled up beside me. I'll tell you guys the weights of each of them. But now we're in end game, and I think that's more important. So we got...
And in this end game, we are ready to see these ducks waddle onto the field. I see ducks spinning in the blue corner. I see ducks spinning under the red corner. They're going back and forth for it. The Penguins abandoning that shared goal to try to put that cone on top again. They missed the cone. They're rushing back. Do they have enough time to make it? And that will be the game. Time to see what these referees score. I want to see how many ducks managed to make it onto the field. We know we have to wait for the referees to tell us how many ducks waddled onto the field today. And who's ready for finals?
Ooh, yeah.
Same like how Emma was talking about having finals in school, but yeah, finals, the fun time. The end, the pinnacle. Did you do it all? Did you make it?
All right, here we go. So the weights for each of the elements. The ducks are the lightest at 0.56 ounces. The balls, officially known as cargo, are 1.18 ounces. The lightweight blocks are 1.79 ounces. The medium blocks are 3.28 ounces, and the heavy blocks are a whopping 4.78 ounces.
Where's the designation between the three different types of boxes? I just see boxes.
Yeah, so if you look closely at the red side of the shared shipping hub, you'll see two little shiny dots inside that block. And that's actually weight pellets that make the block heavier. So you definitely want, so there are only 10 of those in the entire field. So you want to make sure that you find yours and get them on the shared hub. And we've got a final score of 106 for the Red Alliance to 95 in the Blue Alliance. Congratulations to 18792 and 19994 for your stellar performance today. That means that your second seeded alliance 12518 and 10442 will be advancing to the finals. Unfortunately, no tiebreakers yet, but I think one's on the horizon as we get to finals here.
And looking at this point breakdown, end game identical at 42 points. Driver control starting to break away with 30 to 48 in favor of red. But then autonomous was leading the way in favor of blue with 23 to 16. Once again, this just shows how important it is to fully trust your team, to fully coordinate with your alliance. Because First Robotics, First Tech Challenge, and many of our other events is one of the few sports where you have to cooperate with somebody that you've never met before.
Yep.
This is like playing a pickup sport for all of you who play basketball, hockey, soccer, or anything else, where you see someone random standing out on the side and say, hey, I choose you.
Yep.
This is about as close to that as you can get, because you don't know the other alliance's strengths and weaknesses until you get through all those qualifications. And you still, even after all those qualifications, once you reach the playoffs, have to figure out your strategy. There are tons of times where teams must develop their strategy, must decide, how am I playing? What am I doing?
And so one more thing that I'd like to point out is that that was a good, clean match. No penalties. You love to see that. Not even 1 point in penalty on either side. Purely focusing on the skills and the quality of the robots. So congratulations to both of those alliances for a stellar performance, an 11-point difference.
And our wonderful referees receiving another shout out from the Twitch chat. Yes, we love our referees. We love all our volunteers. We love our scorekeepers. We love our AV crew who's in the background who is always checking up on us. We love all of our directors. We love all of our sponsors and all the volunteers who do everything else in between. There are tons of people doing tons of things in between. Once again, not to ever forget about your coaches, mentors, and even your parents. The people who drive you here, the people who get you here. The people who put the team together, the people who give you a space to work on, the people who buy the equipment for you to use these robots. Remember, always thank your sponsors. Some of these robots are expensive. Personally, FRC, $20,000 is normal. And that's 1 year. And like I said, that's before we even go to competition. $20,000 is normal. On an FRC team, you can expect to spend $50,000 a year just to say that you're competition worthy.
Yeah.
On some of these FTC teams, you're spending, $5,000, $10,000 for the team.
It can add up quick, and some FTC teams elect to use water jetted parts. So they'll have like a partnership with somebody with a water jet, or they'll just own one themselves and they'll CAD the entire robot, get those parts manufactured, and build these incredible machines. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna outperform robots made from sometimes wood, but it's always interesting to see completely different approaches that teams take.
Now, I remember seeing the welded robots and the single punched out robots and the robots of pure aluminum tubing and
Yeah, I will say for my team, we kind of had a similar situation to you now, where our FRC team had multiple FTC teams that we all competed with, and one of the most expensive robots that our FTC teams built actually didn't work at all when they got to their first competition, because they just spent so much time on getting the best parts that they forgot about all the other important steps along the way. So definitely doesn't make the robot any better than a team that reuses parts from old years or goes with the base kit.
One of my favorite things to do with my freshmen every year was to take them into the room and have them disassemble drivetrains and reassemble drivetrains for like a solid 2 weeks before the season would start. And they would sit there and they go, why do I gotta keep taking this apart and putting it back together? Because it's gonna be the exact same drivetrain when it comes time for the real season, but you can't use this one because it's already been used before. So you're gonna take the one that comes out of the kit, you're gonna measure it, cut it, and you're gonna put it back together. And I want y'all to know exactly how it goes so we can be done and be built, so I can at least be driving a base and have people practicing driving a base within the first few days of the first week. Because I was like, it's easy to just stick a battery on a controller if the base is attached and we can roll from there.
Yeah. That's good advice, actually. I think my FRC team took a couple years to get that trick down. We had one season where it took us 3 weeks out of the build season to get our drivetrain up and running, and that
I think the biggest trick that took us a while to learn was using both sides of the plywood for the PDB and everything else to be attached to it. Because people were like, wait, you screw down, you put stuff on top and you screw down. And I was like, yeah, but what happens if you put stuff under and you screw up? And they were like, what you mean screw up? I was like, what? You could lace the wire this way, then lace it back up, then lace it back down, then lace it back. So we had boards my last 2 years that were finally interwoven and interlaced, or finally teaching people how to heat shrink and crimp wires properly, so that way stuff wasn't just sitting out everywhere. We got a little bit of dancing going on the field as we're getting ready for this new randomization. We have randomization 3 on the way. But once again, looking at these teams, look at how easy it is to identify them. Tell me, everybody, where do you see the turtle? I know you see a turtle. Where do you see the turtle?
It's like
that's how you know which team it is. It's very simple. If your team is branded, we know who you are. And there we are, taking off in the autonomous mode. Once again, these teams have 30 seconds where they must be fully hands off of their robots, but their robots can do as much work as it needs to.
Yeah, so now it looks like the almond bots went into the warehouse, grabbed a piece of freight, went back out and scored it on their Alliance shipping hub, which is very impressive for such an early competition to have a robot with that advanced of an autonomous program to go in and out, if I saw that correctly. It's going to give Blue a slight advantage here, 28 to 25, as we move into our driver controlled. And you got Blue scoring early into the shared shipping hub, trying to get that tilted in their favor, get some easy points, while Almond focuses on the Alliance shipping hub.
And remember, teams, after the finals with these double round eliminations, we will be just giving a local presentation. They will be receiving their awards immediately finishing. And then remember, judging will be tomorrow. Please make sure to have everything submitted for judging tomorrow and be prepared for judging tomorrow, as well as we will take a lunch break and we will be returning at 12:50. Once again, the return time for the second qualification round will be at 12:50.
All right, speaking of turnaround, we've got Blue side with the shared shipping hub very much in their favor right now, 3 blocks as opposed to 1, filling up that top level of their Alliance shipping hub. As the time gets closer to end game, teams are getting ready to spin those ducks mentally. Their robots are still working on scoring as much as possible. 58 to 35. Blue with a slight lead, but anything can change in these last 30 seconds.
And remember, these last 30 seconds are super critical. We've been seeing these teams' scores change drastically within these last 30 seconds. And as we're looking at it, I'm seeing the almond robot push those ducks one after the other. And it seems like they've gotten their conveyor belt system 100% in order. Look at that look at that shared platform. That shared platform is overloaded with them placing all wiffle balls up on the top. The wiffle balls actually look like it might be balanced. I can't tell fully. It looks like it might be balanced.
Towards the end, there was a little bit of inactivity from one of the red robots, it looks like, in the warehouse. So that might have been a strategic decision. They might have said, you know what, we're parked in the warehouse, we get points for that. We're just going to take a knee here. Or it possibly could have been an accidental fault, disconnection of some sort. So points right now look very close, 98 to 83, very respectable points on the board. We'll have to wait for our final score for the first finals match.
And remember, the Red Alliance is the Sentinels, along with their alliance mate, Turtle Robotics. And for the Blue Alliance, we have Almond Robotics. And I cannot see that number from here.
It's on the bottom of the screen, Niall.
Oh, yeah, that's right. 1960. Yeah. Huh. Why am I looking for the wrong numbers? Yeah. I'm looking on the robot, and we have the Metro Mechanics. And so the Blue Alliance, with an outstanding victory of 142 to 83. Looking at the score breakdown, that driver control and that end game pushed it over the edge, even with a 20-point penalty for the blue team. There's a 26-point autonomous to a 19-point autonomous in favor of the blue team, a 58-point driver control compared to a 16-point driver control in favor of the blue team, and then a 78-point end game compared to a 48-point end game, once again in favor of the blue team.
Yeah.
The blue team sweeping the board as far as points are concerned in this first match. Once again, moving like a machine. One partner focused on one task, the other partner focused on the other. But hearing from our refs, and we have once again warehouse penalties. Please be safe in your warehouse. Please fully enter and fully exit the warehouse.
And only take freight that has been taken by you from fully inside, fully outside. Sometimes if there's freight that's just nearby and it looks so tempting to grab, don't. Make the extra effort, go into the warehouse, get the freight, take it out.
Now, is it wrong if there's freight outside of the warehouse for me to push it out the way or to pick it up and move it, but not attempt to score it?
Yes, you can. You can get it out of the way. You're just not allowed. It is just not eligible to be scored.
Because I know sometimes game elements do get in the way.
Oh yeah.
As we saw last year, even with those rings, those rings were so small that plenty of teams lifted one singular wheel on those rings and would be stuck teetering back and forth for a few seconds or for the remainder of the match. And this year we've seen it with the PVC pipes. That gap is wide. It's narrow, but it's wide enough. And so if you get caught in that gap, you can teeter. If you get caught in that gap, you might not have enough speed to jump back out of it. Make sure that you are prepped for it.
Teams will get a piece of freight, especially the blocks, stuck in between the pipes. And that's kind of hard to either maneuver around or get those out of the way. So that's an additional barrier in the way of them trying to move back and forth in and out of the warehouse.
I will say it's nice that the game elements this year are a little bit more durable than they have in past years. I remember Relic Recovery, there were these foam blocks, and the number of like penalties for destroying those, there were a lot.
Yeah. I'd really like a close-up on the PVC. Niall calls them PVC. I'm sure they're a different material. But those barriers around the warehouse, I bet those are scratched up just left and right. There's probably some big gashes taken out of them from all the
looks pretty solid. Because remember, most of the wheels are soft wheels anyway, so the wheels aren't going to do too much damage. It would be if the base catches on it, and even then, remember, first doesn't allow sharp corners and sharp edges. So if you had something that was really cutting away anyway, you would have been told to get rid of it or file it down. So I doubt that that plastic would have any true damage to it. Now, these teeter goals might have something, roughed up on it.
Yeah. So of course, Burst does try to, reduce the amount of field damage, but I've got a set of those pipes across the street from me here, and I can text you some pictures. They're kind of beat up. And also, we got the opportunity to compete in a wonderful scrimmage in Southwest Virginia. And after, just a couple hours of driving back and forth over those pipes, man, they were looking a little scratched up.
Now,
so we've got teams getting back on the field. Of course, it's going to be the same two alliances: 12518, 10442 on blue. They do have an advantage. This could be the last match between these two teams, and they're up against 20096 the Sentinels, followed by 19670 Turtles Robotics. Here's hoping for a tiebreaker match, or will Blue Alliance once again upset the Red Alliance? Now remember, the Sentinels, the Alliance captain, were not able to pick the Almond Robotics as their first choice. They elected to instead take Turtles Robotics. So Almond Robotics elected to have their own alliance, and they seem to be doing pretty well. And we wish all the teams the best of luck in this coming match here.
And once again, electing to go by yourself and form your own alliance can be a great benefit to you. It can also be a detriment to you. I know some teams who love being in the alliance selection process, but hate being in the first seat. Because they hate having to make the choice or make the immediate choice. Now, they love being able to get the option between getting picked up or becoming an alliance captain, but they never liked being number one, because then they said, well, I don't have a choice. I have to pick first. I can't really negotiate with somebody and say, hey, well, you want to pick me, or can we think about this? It's no, I have to pick someone.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. All right, here we go.
Speaking of pressure, the pressure of this second match is on. These alliances both moving in this autonomous period. These robots are going to be battling at it hard once again. The Red Alliance sitting on its last leg. The Blue Alliance trying to take this victory from them.
A very interesting autonomous strategy from Blue Alliance. It seems that they both just dashed into the warehouse. No, sorry, there was a duck spun and a freight scored onto the shipping hub. That's why we have these helpful graphics at the bottom of the screen here for. Here we go into teleop period.
Now let's see if we can see that team effort going once again with the Blue Alliance moving. Oh, that is a major penalty.
Yeah, that's
given towards the red side. They have completely tipped over their goal.
Now let's see if they can get it back. Hey, there it is.
Now, can they release? Okay.
Very good. Okay. So, at least it was their own goal and not the opponent's goal. That would have been much greater penalties. It's unfortunate. You hate to see it. So now that it's right side up, they're going to start filling it up and try to make up this slight difference in the remaining 60 seconds of this match. And that is going to be a major penalty, as the refs have commented, for moving and upending a hub. Blue Alliance is doing a great job filling up their shared shipping hub. Almond is in charge of filling up the Alliance hub, getting closer and closer to endgame. I'm seeing
Remember, we've seen
on the bottom left corner from one of the red robots. It doesn't seem to be.
It's coming back to life now.
There it is. A little bit of wiggle. You're right. And now we're in the final 15 seconds of the game. Blue is racking up the points, spinning those ducks off. Red is spinning their ducks off as well. Blue has capped their hub, according to the infographic. Oh, sorry. That was a mistake. Undone. And there we go. Could that be the final match of this morning cohort?
Has the Sentinel's defense been broken? Did the turtle get its shell? Did the turtle have to go back into its shell? The judges will tell it. The referees will tell us shortly.
Yeah. So very strong performance by all these teams here today, not just the ones in the elimination matches, but all 17 teams here in this morning cohort have done an incredible job showing up to this early competition, and they have been making things go smoothly without a hitch. Not a whole lot of robot disconnects, not a whole lot of breakdowns, just good, clean robot performances. There's been a fair number of penalties, but that's going to happen as we, learn to develop our driving skills to modify our robots.
And remember, win or lose, the biggest thing to remember is to gain that experience.
Mm-hmm.
This is only week 1. Take what you learned from today and take it home. Take what you learned from today and practice it. Teams, there are 88 people in here. I know most of you are associated with a team. Rewatch the footage. Go to your teams, watch the footage, learn about your team. If
and
your team
scores 147 to 53, Blue Alliance takes it all. 12518, 10442. A stellar performance by 20096 and 19670. Niall, tell me about those points.
With that point breakdown, once again, a clean sweep for the Blue Alliance, 31 points to 19 points in the autonomous period, 64 points to 12 points in driver control, 62 points to 52 points in the end game, with unfortunate penalties of 10 points to Blue and 30 points, that major penalty, towards the red. Once again, teams, look at the breakdown. Look at how the teams maneuvered together. Rewatch this video.
Mm-hmm.
Look at how you all can coordinate. If you noticed, Almond and Metro never focused on the same objective. Metro continuously focused on the shared goal. Almond continuously focused on the top goal. Almond continuously focused on the ducks. There are plenty of different ways to score and plenty of different ways to learn about your teams. You all should go rewatch the videos, go study the videos. Even if you're watching just to see who you want as alliance mates, or what strategies, what grippers work the best, what mechanical systems, what type of driving styles. Look to see when people get stuck so you can see how they got out of it. Those are all wonderful things to go look at. And once again, as you can see with our wonderful refs on the stage and on the screen, we love our refs, we love our volunteers, we love everybody who helps make this thing possible. The broadcast will continue while we go to our intermission. And once again, the intermission will end at 12:50 when the teams will return. You all saw the You all saw Almond Robotics and the Metro Mechanics become the first champions of qualification number 1. We're going to have qualification number 2 after we come back from lunch. We hope every team has been having fun so far. Emma, what have you thought about since you came in for this finals? What are your thoughts on the finals?
I think one of the biggest things is just knowing that your robot doesn't have to be able to do every single task on this field. As you saw with the divide and conquer strategy, you can really be good at one thing and still be competitive for an alliance if you want to be.
Ethan, you watched us through the whole time. Anything you're taking home to the Pandas, or anything you're taking home personally? How does this feel?
Yeah, so it just kind of reaffirms our strategy here. Like Emma was talking about, if you could specialize in one particular area. So I'm gonna encourage my team to look at to go back and watch this, not just because I'm in it, but to be able to better understand how we can fully expect matches to go and see where's their areas of congestion, where are robots bumping into each other.
And also, team, I would rewatch it for your penalties.
Oh, yeah.
Look at how you all received a penalty. Look at exactly where you received a penalty and why. Once again, maneuvering in and out the box. Make yourself a box at home. Maneuver in and out the box. Something as simple as putting... Well, this is the narrow gap that I have that doesn't have the PVC pipes. Get through it. Something as simple as putting down PVC pipes in random orders and in random directions in comparison to your wheels. So you have to drive over it forwards, backwards, sideways, diagonally, instead of getting a perfect alignment every time. Knowing how far you have to go, even with a perfect alignment, so you can race over it. Checking on your wheels. Do you need to tweak your wheel type? There's tons of things to go look at with an event like this. And once again, we will see you all back shortly. We will be back at 12:50. This has been Niall, Emma, and Ethan commentating for the first qualification match of First Chesapeake First Tech Challenge. We will see you all shortly.
One of the things that's most rewarding about seeing a First Chesapeake competition is the energy. This is not a science fair. It is loud, there is cheering, there are mascots. It is something that you have to see to believe. These kids have really found their bliss, they found a goal, and they all are working towards this. And we see this as they graduate, as they go on to college, and as they enter their careers. We feel that FIRST has really been their first step in a successful future for them and also for us.
First Chesapeake obviously teaches STEM skills for building robots, but it's also about more than robots. And I learned so many more things that really made me well-rounded as a person. As a student, I met people both on my teams and at competitions who are doing amazing things and have gone on to do really incredible things in STEM as well. That's a lot of fun, and it's also really valuable because it gives me these connections to people doing phenomenal things in STEM.
I first became involved with First Chesapeake when my two sons became involved with the FIRST program. Both of them were in robotics, and found a huge passion for the ability to grow and also to explore the emerging capabilities around robotics. FIRST, and FIRST Chesapeake specifically, is a great avenue for our children to understand how they can impact the world in a fun and engaging environment. I'm so excited about the impact that our FIRST Chesapeake students will have on our future.
I was amazed at what these young high school students were able to accomplish in 6 weeks. They take a project that seems like it's daunting and hard to achieve, and they're able to break it down and bring different skills and diverse backgrounds and achieve it. It's just a really amazing experience to see how someone's learning comes to life. And even more so, having been, both a mentor and a judge, also seeing what these students bring to the table and the amount of thought and strategy through to execution that they have is truly profound, and it's always a pleasure to see what they come up with.
When we think about robotics and when we think about the future engineers, the future doctors, the future astronauts, the future educators, as well as the future trades and craftsmen, those individuals are going to have a strong math and science background. So FIRST Chesapeake being the training ground in order for these new leaders to emerge is going to be very valuable, is very valuable. So we have to continue to nurture them, continue to give them the guidance that they need, continue to give them the mentoring that they need in order for them to be able to dream about what it's going to take for us to continue to be competitive as a country in this global world.
Our FIRST Chesapeake students are going to have a tremendous impact on our future. They are already making a difference today. They are working in companies such as NASA. They are working for the military. They are working in film. These are creative, smart, driven young people, and they are tomorrow's technology leaders.
Four eager 7th graders ready to explore what participating in STEM activities had to offer. From unboxing their first kit of parts and learning how to program Hello World using Java, to building their first drivetrain and qualifying for states, this like-minded group of students learned far more in 4 years than they could have ever imagined.
We are Team 12847, and this is our story. The FIRST community is unlike any other we have ever been a part of. Never have I seen so many individuals in one room, all driven by the same goal: to innovate, engineer, and lead.
Participating in FTC taught me to be a gracious professional and work hard while giving back to my community. I apply the knowledge I have acquired from being a part of FIRST in my daily life, and it continues to shape who I am as a person. Even amidst a global pandemic, FIRST Tech Challenge inspires and motivates so many individuals around the world. FTC provides students with the skills necessary to become the leaders of tomorrow.
FIRST prepares students for the world. When students participate in FIRST, we develop skills in science, technology, engineering, and math, as well as communication and collaboration. We are innovators, creators, and community builders. We are equipped to handle any challenge, and because of FIRST, we have become confident in our abilities. We know that we can work together to solve the world's problems. If every student participated in FIRST, we could set foot on Mars in a matter of years. We could solve world hunger, provide clean water to everyone, and cure deadly diseases. We could engineer solutions to the world's problems and achieve things we had previously only dreamt of. If every student participated in FIRST, we would not just have more engineers. We would have more collaborators and more dreamers. We would have a world prepared to handle anything.
Hey everybody, we told you we'd be back. I'm Niall. I'm followed with Emma and Ethan. Once again, this is our Chesapeake 2.1 competition. This is the second competition of this week. Once again, we had the first round of competitions this morning with the Almond Robotics and the Metro Mechanics winning our first round as that alliance group. I don't know why I almost said Acorn Robotics. I am so sorry, Almond Robotics. I was like, I know it's an A. It's an A. It's an A. And I was like, it's an A and it's a nut. Where am I at? And I was like, it's not no. Something said avocado in my head at one point. I was like, I don't know how I got there. It was like A and nut.
Sleeping squirrels. They're part of this morning too.
That's why I thought of an acorn. I was like, something told me nutty. But speaking of nutty things to go, we have 18 teams getting ready to enter our next set of competitions. We have 23 exciting matches for the rest of the day for you all. Starting off, I'm just going to read down our team list. We have the Swarm coming in from number 389. We have Dragon Wagon coming in from 607. We have G-Force from 2818. We have Engineered Chaos from 4234. We have RM Then Dangerous from 5421. We have Gear Grinders from 7265. We have the Robo Lords of 11112. We have Bot Brigade Quartic from 11534. We have Absolute Zero from 12096. We have the Stingers buzzing in from 12888. We have the Bruin bots of 13599. We have the Magic School bots riding in with Miss Frizzle over at 14253. We have the Pollinators waiting on spring over at 16835. We have Kettle to the Metal popping it over at 17477. We have the Nth Degree over at 18103. We have Reboot getting ready to shut it down and start it all over at 18602. We have Exponential showing it off at 20122. And last but not least, the team that shall not be named over at 20257.
Can we talk about the Magic School Bots? That's a hilarious name. Oh my god.
I love these team names. I'm sorry. My question is, are these kids old enough to remember Magic School Bus to be the Magic School Bots? Is this a mentor thing or is this a student?
I mean, if they're a school team, the teachers probably, pulled up videos of the Magic School Bus.
I think they did a reboot too, so for all we know, this is the rebooted.
But it's not, but since when is the reboots as good as the original?
Oh yeah,
never.
I'm about to say, other than Netflix's new Cowboy Bebop, that one was really good.
What?
I just liked the style. It looked good. It was clean.
I haven't seen it yet.
But everybody knows Teen Titans got ruined by Teen Titans Go.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm sorry, as much as I love the Waffle song, I don't want to sing to every single episode. Only thing I need to know is that when there's trouble, we know who to call.
That was such a good song. So it looks like we got a team taking the field now, and
that is the Robo Lords of 11112.
They got their crowns on. They're easy to spot, and they're joined by another team.
I cannot see numbers yet. Teams, remember, flash us your numbers. If you got that swag, let it drip. Let us know what you rocking.
And if you're one of the almost 70 people in chat right now and you know who's on screen right now, go ahead and tell us. We're watching. Always watching.
Okay, Monsters Inc.
Always watching.
See, we're gonna run out of references at a while. What happened to the pun counter? Fans, y'all were supposed to have that for us. Y'all never told us what our official pun count was. Because we were supposed to go through and get the pun counter. Because I know I go off. And then, I know we had a Sean doing a feud. And we have Ethan going back and forth with it. Now we got to get Emma on the pun counter. Once Emma gets started, it's going to be fun. Emma, come on. Pick a team name, start a pun. It's very simple. Come on.
Absolutely. So I think our high score from this morning was about 160 or something like that. 161.
It was like high 150s, low 160s, somewhere around there.
It was up there, yeah. And then in our elimination matches, there were scores of about 140 points. So I'm looking forward to this second group. We'll see if we can break that, get a new high score for the day. I have this cohort.
Pulling up alongside the Robo Lords, we have the Gear Grinders of 7265. I can't remember much about 7265. I know they had something that they talked about last year. But once again, teams, with the 80 of you watching, please tell your teams, please tell your coaches, please tell your mentors, please tell your parents, submit those team files to us. We personally look through them. I personally see every single response. We put it in a nice little form. We type it up with everybody's team number. And that's how we think of all the funny things to talk about, you guys. That's how we say, oh, did you know that this is an all-girls team? Did you know this team was started in a garage? Did you know that this team has a wonderful view right next to a lake when they practice? So they lost like 3 robots off the hill into the water? Like, it's all the cool things about your team that we love to know.
Yeah, we love to hear it because, we can't be there to go around to the pits and ask for fun facts, or we can't stick a microphone in anybody's face like we used to. So we just purely have to go off of what we can see.
We can't stick a microphone in anyone's faces yet. They were still talking about whether or not they'd let one of us go on scene and do on-scene commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Field correspondent.
Right?
Yes.
And then we need a weatherman next.
For like an interview, like, hey, tell us about the end game there.
We're gonna have a whole television network based around the robots. We're gonna need the robot weather. We're gonna need.
So we're gonna get Gatorade dumped on them.
No.
And so, what would it be instead of barometric pressure? Would we be doing the air pressure or the hydraulic fluid pressure? Like, which pressure are we gonna go off of?
Oh, speaking of hydraulics, you guys remember that ad that First Chesapeake made? Not First Chesapeake, first in general made like years ago about this is not a robot. You guys know that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm about to say the 50 million ads of this is not a robot.
Yeah, this is not a robot, and like one of the first shots is like a robot pulling itself up on a pull-up bar, and then the narrator, this sweet young little girl, says, "It may have hydraulic arms. It may not. It may not. First robots are expressly forbidden from having hydraulic arms. They can have pneumatics in FRC. They are not allowed to have hydraulics. Please do not put hydraulics on your robot."
Interesting. I never noticed that.
Oh yeah, so basically they don't want any fluids or messes or anything to have to clean up. But
hydraulics leak.
My biggest thing that I always used to get upset about was, I remember one time we were trying to tie down acrylics and bend acrylics to make an arch. I believe it was for Steamworks. Yeah, so for Steamworks, we had a gear intake system that was perfectly slanted and it was a perfect ramp, and we had a trident fork on the front of it too. So the gear would land perfectly, go off the ramp, land in the trident. I could ram straight into the peg. It would get lifted straight out. First referees tore me apart. They said, wait a minute, you have rope on your thing? I was like, it's structural. They said, how? I was like, it holds the arch.
Yeah, it's not an entanglement.
If I don't, they were like, so you couldn't just put a panel and zip tie it straight? I was like, no, you still want to be able to reach in there, right?
Yeah.
You said, how do you get to my kill switch? You reach in there, you hit the kill switch, reach back out. How do I reach in there? I reach straight through there. There's a big gaping hole. It's wonderful. And then they were like, what about this trident fork? Does it need to be sharpened? And I was like,
yeah, it does.
At one point, it was aesthetics. It was also for the fluid, they're able to interact properly. I was like, this trident fork is shaped in such a way that when it angles down, it perfectly funnels it. I'm just sorry that my funnel is made out of aluminum squares, because that's what y'all give us.
All right. So we've got some teams on the field right now. Looks like they're deliberating, making sure that their robots are turned on and connecting to one another So this is actually the first year where it's fully allowed to use the Rev Driver Hub. So FTC had a big change a few years ago where we moved away from using a central field communication system to using Rev expansion hubs, and then we actually used phones, smartphones that would connect to each other with Wi-Fi Direct.
There are still some phones out on this field. I saw about 2 or 3 today.
And then they allowed teams to replace the phone on the robot with a Rev control hub. So the phone in your hand for the drivers connects directly to the control hub, and now they allow you to use a Rev driver hub to connect to the Rev control hub. So Rev has done a fantastic job of really progressing the technology behind FTC. Those things have some great processing power, and you can run some really impressive autonomous programs on those robot controllers.
I used to
Speaking
volunteer.
of great power and great control, let's see what our 4 teams are looking like. Once again, we have the Gear Grinders partnered with the Robo Lords for the red side. And flying in on the Magic School Bus alongside Miss Frizzle are the Magic School Bots, followed by their partners, Armed and Dangerous. Now let's hope their robots aren't too dangerous, because remember, first rules, you do have to play safe now. But I hope it's dangerous to that scoreboard, because I want to see these scores get demolished.
Oh yeah.
What you were saying, Emma?
Love to see. Oh, I always love to see the Robo Lords crowns at every competition. They always stand out that way. But I was saying, I used to volunteer as an FTAA, and the phones were one of the worst parts for teams because they would have amazing robots, and then if their phones were temperamental that day, it could make or break the comp.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Like we always had problems with like the cables that connected from the phones to either USB hub or to the expansion hub, and that connection got loose so fast every time.
Yeah, the ports were not great to begin with, and then when you're already like shaking around with the robot, it just
yeah. So tell us a little bit more about what it means to be an FTAA for those who don't know.
Yeah, so specifically, I just assisted the FTAs on the field, so the field technical advisors, making sure that all the teams were set up and ready to go with their control systems before the match started, and then the referees took over from there, and I just helped troubleshoot any issues that the teams might have during the match that were in regards to their like technology.
Fantastic, yeah. That's something that's so great about First in general is that they have so many volunteer roles like the FTAA, specifically geared towards helping teams get their robots on the field. So I think, unfortunately, that's one of the roles that we had to cut out this season. So we're trying to limit the number of on-site volunteers in general. So that's why you see us in this top right corner instead of there on the field with microphones or even behind a desk on site.
Yeah.
So here's hoping they'll let you back.
I will say there are a lot of different online resources for teams that are having issues with their robots in general. So they don't necessarily need to wait for an in-person opportunity to meet with a volunteer, but they can go online, and there are a lot of resources out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not to mention, one of the biggest resources of all, your other teams. Teams, please speak to another coach, speak to another mentor, speak to your other team, especially if you're about to be on an alliance with them, because that is how you get the help that you need. That is how you make sure that everything is correct and everything is right. Speaking of things that are correct and right, we have randomization 6, I believe, getting ready to start us right off on the first match, and we are into that autonomous period.
Look at those robots go, reaching all the way up.
When I first saw it, I thought I was looking at a fishing pole.
Yeah. I got some long...
That extension arm was crazy. Now, team 14253 seems to be sitting on the wall. I don't know if they just don't have an autonomous, but we'll see what happens when it starts up for the next group.
And again,
everybody's getting ready to pick up their controllers.
Ready to start driver control. So this is a very early competition. This is only the second competition of the season. The first one was a few hours ago. So it's okay if a team doesn't quite have an autonomous program yet. Hopefully, when they go back to the pits, they can talk with a team nearby and help work together to make an autonomous program. So on the red side, you'll see one wiffle ball already in the shared hub, but that's not going to quite be enough to tip it in their favor.
But I will say this, if you look on the screen, you all can see the gear grinders having that tank tread like I was talking about. I want to see how the tank tread plays out, just because the tank tread should be able to clear both of them without ever getting stuck.
Yeah.
Now, the only way that they would get stuck with the tank tread is if they off-balanced it, if the tank came off, or if it got wedged underneath or something. So there are pluses and minuses to every system.
Absolutely.
But we should see how this plays out. And there's one of those weighted cubes that you were talking about.
Yes.
Tipping the scales and holding it down.
Quite literally. Yeah, so blue has the advantage here in terms of points, 60 to 36.
But that could mean nothing as we get ready to approach our end game, because we've seen some of these teams putting up massive numbers towards that end game.
Yeah, those ducks are nothing to forget about. Red's been doing a pretty good job of filling up that shared hub. One thing that you got to make sure of, can't quite tell from the angles, but you got to make sure that you're all the way out of the warehouse before you can score onto the shared shipping hub. I think that they were, but it looked close.
And we definitely saw those penalties come back to bite our teams today. And once again, we'd love to say hi to all 110 of you that are in the chat at this moment. Once again, if you're with a team, share out your team. If you are here for the first time, welcome. Don't forget to follow, share. Don't forget to rate us and bring in all of your fans.
Please.
Just talk to us, you know? Yeah. We would love to hear about you all. If this is your first time seeing these robots, ask us about them. No, these aren't battle bots. Yes, these are fun robots. No, these robots don't fight each other. Yes, the matches get very intense.
So at the end of this match, it looks like a preliminary score of 70 to 70, which would actually be hilarious because our first match this morning was
a tie.
Yeah.
But that tie was like 35 to 35 or something like that?
Or something. Can't quite remember. It was so long ago this morning.
Yes,
we'll have to see if there are any penalties at play, though.
Back in the AMs.
There we go.
And the winner has been declared. It is the red team, with a new high score for this morning being set at 90 points, with the opposing side having 70. If you look down the scoreboard, though, once again, that end game pushing it over. Blue team taking the autonomous period with a 42 to 22. Both teams tied up in driver control with 18 to 18. But red team in the end game with 50 to 10. So once again, looking at those points, and if you see up on that board with the tiebreaker 1s and tiebreaker 2s, those points is what separates every single team.
All right. Looks like we've got a fan of the Bruin bots in chat. Looking forward to qualification match number 3. Can't wait to see what your team does.
They said they weren't able to go because they were out of town.
Oh.
We got 2021-1. They said they in the house.
All right. Glad to see you guys showing up to support your teams virtually.
And remember, even if you aren't on the field with your team, there are many different ways to support your team, and there's many different ways to support first. Parents, adults, if you are too old to be on a team, you can still be a mentor, you can still be a volunteer, you can still become many different things. Students, if you're too young to be on a team, there's plenty of ways for you to help out too. You can learn about the teams, you can train on the team. There are plenty of mascot positions, there are plenty of decorative positions. I know some teams that that had a middle school attached to their high school, and they would turn around and get the middle school students to do a design competition and take the best middle school design as a way to boost encouragement and boost their chances of getting people to do it in high school. Now, the next four teams that shall be showing up, we have the team that shall not be named, still remaining nameless, all anonymous style, followed by their partners, Absolute Zero, keeping us nice and chilly out here for the Red Alliance. And then on the Blue Alliance, we have the Nth Degree, pushing it to the highest power possible, and Kettle to the Metal. I just heard the referees discussing something on the field. But once again, look at all these wonderful teams and look at all these wonderful team shirts.
Oh, yeah.
I love to see it. And look at all those sponsors. We were talking about it before. Sponsors really make the day when it comes to teams, and that shirt is littered with sponsors.
Yeah, sponsors, mentors, all very much appreciated. Looks like we have a mentor in the chat for 20211. We're glad that you're proud of the team. That's what it's all about, is watching the students really build something unique and compete with it here today. So we just like to show nonstop appreciation. Just like NASCAR, we want to fill our robots up with stickers just to show how much we appreciate everybody that makes this happen.
I remember hearing the hardest thing for most mentors that mentors were able to universally agree on, and even a lot of us alumni can agree on, is not touching the robot anymore.
Yep.
It is so hard for us. I'm sorry. We helped build these robots when we were their size, and then they turn around and they're like, you graduated, don't touch this. But It could just be, don't touch it. Huh.
Yeah, some mentors literally handcuff themselves to like a workbench or something.
One of my mentors used to walk around the room handcuffed and sitting in his rolling chair, just, hey guys, how you? I ain't getting up. Hey guys, how you? Okay, cool. Hey. Oh, I can talk you through it, but I'm not going to touch it. Even when we had formulas written up on the wall, he'd look at it, pull his laser pointer out, point at stuff with the laser pointer, highlighting stuff for us to look at. He would not touch a thing. We were like, this is so helpful now. Yay, you definitely helped me so much on trigonometry when I'm a freshman. I don't know what trigonometry is.
It sticks with you better when you learn it yourself.
Yeah, a lot of things made more sense in class after doing robotics.
Everybody that did robotics, what? Math class? What's that for? I just need to go back to the lab.
Yeah, what I really appreciated was, after graduating high school, having done so much robotics, and then of course going into Virginia Tech, I had such an edge because I had actually experienced building, working with the team, programming, and doing all these things that some other people just read about or know about. There was one project my freshman year where we had to build a wind turbine, and one girl on our team did not know that you could drill through metal. She just thought it was impossible.
And once again, the winner being the red team. They're just re-showing qualification match number 1 as we get ready for number 2 to begin.
Is that a higher score than before?
That is a higher score from before. They matched the autonomous scores. They both had a similar score in auto. They both had a similar score in driver control. So 42 points even for autonomous, 18 points even for driver control. And once again, that deciding factor being the end game with a 10-point end game to blue and a 50-point end game to red.
Wow.
Yeah, my FTC team is always focused on the end game period, so it's really cool to see how these points are playing out.
Yeah. All right. So we're just getting word here that the reason that we're showing these scores again is because there was a little bit of a mishap in the scoring of the first match. Talk specifically with the autonomous. So simple misclick didn't change the outcome of the match. It's all right. Sometimes these things happen. We appreciate you all sticking with us. And looks like we're getting ready for match number 2. Still got a few referees on the field because again.
And we're receiving a question from the chat. Is it legal to start the auto period with a robot touching the carousel?
Let's pull up the rules, shall we?
So Ethan, that goes over to you.
Yeah, the rules do state that you have to start touching that wall at your alliance feet. All right, you cannot be in the warehouse. So the blue robot that you see on the, well, you guys don't see it, I see it. You can't start inside the warehouse. So one is just outside. So let's see, let's scroll down to the pre-match setup here. Starting location, drive teams, starting location, preload block, can start in any orientation touching the field wall. They cannot start in the warehouse, in contact with the carousel, or in contact with the barrier. So the team could have been really close to that carousel, but not touching it. And it looks like they are going for that duck wheel, spinning, trying to spin it off. Couldn't quite see if it connected. This has been a very action-packed autonomous period. Lots of motion, which is what we love to see.
And I love seeing this chat explode. We have teams already talking about their alliances. We have people talking about Absolute Zero who are on the field right now. We have people talking about the Bruin bots. All these wonderful teams and all the wonderful things that they do out here. We love to see them. We love to see how every team has developed, grown, changed over the years. I like seeing
this driver controlled period. We got red with a score of 23 to blues 12 right now, so they've got a bit of an advantage. But like we were talking about, that has lots of room to change.
Now the Nth Degree has a large robot this year.
It's very tall.
18103.
Yeah.
It seems skinny, but it's just a large robot.
It's very tall, very full, and they seem to be moving rather fast around the field. But they made sure to not knock over that shared shipping hub because that could incur penalty points. They've got that arm.
Absolute Zero over in the back with that full blue acrylic. Very noticeable, very recognizable. That's going to be easy to spot throughout the entire competition.
Oh, did their alliance member get stuck? I think they're trying to help him out there.
I can't see fully. I think they are trying to help them. They're trying to get around him and push him off. Once again, that little lip is notorious on this track this year.
There are these basically spikes every so often, and you want to make sure to avoid those because if your robot can clear the pipes, it doesn't necessarily mean that it can clear those big spikes that hold the pipes together. So they were trying to push them, didn't look like it quite connected, but now it's in game. Plenty of time to readjust.
Absolute Zero rushing towards those ducks, lining themselves up. And remember, teams, you must start and then stop the spinner for each duck. You cannot have a continuous motion trying to file through all the ducks.
Yeah, one of the issues of trying to help your alliance members out is you run the risk of knocking a connection loose, and that might have been what happened with the Red Alliance.
That is true. Yeah, if you hit your partner a little bit too hard, that might end up doing a little bit more harm than good. So, fortunately, we're not there. We can't see. Maybe they were just high centered. It's always tricky. We always appreciate whenever teams can help out one another when they're in tough spots like that. Just that way we can see more robots moving, because that's what we're here to see anyway.
But looking at the scores, it is currently scored at 10-47. It'll come down to the referees and the scorekeepers as always. There are always multiple deliberations. I believe the reason why blue team only has 10 points is they may have incurred that penalty for hitting the shared goal. And the winner is red with a score of 60-10. They won the autonomous period with 19 points compared to 6 points. Blue team took the driver control period with 14 points compared to 4, but red team once again taking the end game with 37 points to 0. Blue team incurring a 10-point penalty. And remember, teams, the biggest penalties that we've seen so far have been either hitting the centerpiece or by warehouse fouls. Remember, you must fully enter and fully exit the warehouse. You cannot be half in, half out moving through the warehouse.
All right, looks like we're gearing up for match number 3 in a second here.
And match number 3 will be the Bruin bots, partnered up with Exponential, going up against the Stingers and Engineered Chaos. Will Exponential get some exponential points up on the board, or will the Stingers put a hole in their plan? But I love the team name Engineered Chaos, because that is quite literally what we do in robotics.
Oh yeah.
It's all you can prep for the most perfect game in the world, but you better be prepared for that engineered chaos.
Yeah. Looks like we have a shout out to a sponsor in the chat. Somebody thanking Walmart in Burke, Virginia for their sponsorship. Love to see it. Yeah. Anybody and everybody can be a sponsor, you know? People say, I don't have the money for this team, you know, how much? Just go to places and ask them, you know, hey, would you like to sponsor this team?
We had a hardware store get built down the street from one of my schools, so we went and got a sponsorship from them.
Yeah. Wow. Just ask. The worst.
And so that was
you know,
that was an easy way to get a bunch of tools. They started sending us tools every year.
Yeah.
And sending us stuff that they wanted us to show off. But looking down the list at all these things.
Yeah. We got lots of chat interactions right now.
The chat is asking about hitting the Alliance and Shared Hub during delivery.
Yeah,
and
question. So the general intent of the rules is there's this powerful rule that says inadvertent and inconsequential. So if it's inadvertent, as in I didn't mean to do it, my robot's not specifically designed to do this. And if it's inconsequential, meaning it's just a little bit of a bump, it's just nothing really changed because of it. If it's inadvertent, inconsequential, we'll typically let it slide. But if I have something that's like a claw that specifically grabs on to one of the hubs while I score, or if I keep doing it over and over again, or if I do it in such a way that tips it in my favor, then it's no longer inadvertent and it's no longer consequential.
So, for example, what we saw earlier with one of the before the break, one of the teams was on the Blue Alliance, and on their way to clear the PVC pipes going for the shared goal, they sped up and could not stop immediately on the other side. So what ended up happening was they ended up ramming through the shared goal. That ended up being a penalty because, yes, they were in the process of trying to get that goal, but there was a consequence to it. They did shift around the blocks that were there.
Yeah. So a great to start here. A couple of blocks being placed at the top level of the Alliance shipping hubs. Robots parking in the warehouse. Looks like all 4 robots got moving. Great to see. It's always the most intense staring contest during, like, once everybody's autonomous program has finished, They're just kind of waiting for that bell to sound. Or is it it's a horn, right? It's a whistle to single end game. It's a bell to start teleop. That's right. We've got here.
I think it's funny how the quietest point in the entire match is the autonomous period.
Oh yeah.
Everything else loud. Soon as teleop starts, there's a roar. Soon as autonomous finishes, the roar is building. And especially those last 30 seconds of endgame is just the loudest period in the entire team.
And especially when it's a close match, when you just need one more duck or you just need one more freight into that top level. Wow, look at that arm.
What is that arm doing?
Yeah, you saw that too?
That is exponential, having some exponential movement with that arm.
Yeah.
They're moving both X, Y, and Z. They got all their joysticks functioning.
4 degrees of freedom there. So it looks like Blue has the advantage in terms of the shared shipping hub. They've got 3 blocks tilting it over in their favor. I see one Red Alliance team took a knee. They seem to have put down their controllers over on the sidelines there. Hope their robot's okay. But they still have one red robot scoring, and now that it's in game, we'll see how they.
I think that was exponential that we saw taking that knee.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like we're going to try to cap that Alliance shipping hub.
That is the Bruin bots that we see once again. Their characteristic purple, and also just taking a look at that logo placement right there. You can see the team name right above the number. They got their bright colors. You can see everything there.
Fantastic. Now, unfortunately, that cap did not quite connect. It's supposed to go on that pole in the center of the hub. Unfortunately, it fell down, but that's all right. They've shown that they can grab their team shipping element, and they were so close, man. So, good job, Red Alliance. Good job, Blue Alliance. Can't wait to see those final scores. All right. A couple referees deliberating, talking with the team that elected to put their controllers down. Double checking. Now, something that they do in FLL at the end of every match, at the table, the referees go over every single point that you scored or did not score. In FTC, we don't have time to say, okay, you scored this many blocks here, because you can see it for the most part, and it's up on that banner at the bottom of your screen. But
if you tried to go over every point in FRC, you'd be there for longer than.
It's unheard of. Yeah.
Especially when we have one of those fast-paced matches when we're throwing stuff across the field. Oh no.
Yeah.
Count how many frisbees just went over. Nope.
Uh-oh. Looks like we just got a word from the referees.
They had to put it down because that arm swung back and hit a ref. So we have our first yellow card of the season. Once again, that yellow card is going to Team Exponential 20122.
All right. So the high score has been set by the Blue Alliance 12888 and 4234 with a score of 118 points despite a 10-point penalty. Over on the Red Alliance, a strong performance. Oh, hold on. Updating it. Yep.
Yellow.
So there's that yellow card associated with 20122, but it's there to act as a warning to say, hey, just keep this under control, something to look at. So, of course, it's not like soccer where you're immediately ejected from the game or anything like that.
The other great thing is with this layout this year compared to last year, they don't have to immediately go back. They do have time to go put their robot away, practice, fix whatever is happening, make sure to check on that arm because that arm just looked like it had a wild swing to it.
Yeah.
I would go check out that arm.
Yeah. It's always tempting to, gear stuff up, crank up the speed, but, you got to keep it under control for the drivers to make sure that they can do small, precise movements where they need to.
I remember telling people all the time about my programmers having too much fun and not paying attention to what the drive team actually needed. I had a robot where to steer it forward, I had to put my left hand forward and my right hand backwards. To steer it backwards, my right hand was forward, my left hand was backwards. To go left, I had to put both of them outwards. To go right, I had to put both of them inwards. And it took me 3 matches to figure out how I was supposed to be driving. And then once I did get it figured out and I kept complaining about the fact that I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing while driving, then they said, oh, we fixed it. And now all those controls were in reverse.
Learn everything.
I was like, I only need you to fix one side. And you chose to change both sides. This isn't helping me.
So Emma, did you ever get the chance to be one of the drivers for your teams, or were you more of a non-driver?
Actually, I was a coach, so I did driver practice, and then my best friend on the team, he was a really good driver, so he drove for most of my years, and then he and I helped train the younger kids when he was a senior.
Well, that's fantastic, yeah. So when you say coach, do you mean like, mentor capacity or coach like spotter capacity?
So like in FRC, the coach, like where Coach Penn and I was the one who coordinated with all the teams and the alliances before each match. And I helped give him direction and give him his position on the field because he was like focused in on the robot.
Gotcha.
And then for FTC, it was more mentor focused.
Fantastic. Yeah. So the reason I asked was because in the rule book, it says coach is the, the third member of the drive team, or fourth if you're an FRC. But I typically call them spotters, the one like calling the shots as the match plays. So of course, for both FTC and FRC, those can be adult mentors. You see that more frequently in FRC, adult mentors being the spotter, as I call them. In FTC, it's nearly always the students, and I think that's fantastic.
Now, another position that is always underrated but is highly appreciated back from the pit days is your safety manager.
Oh yeah.
Safety captain. I remember seeing so many teams make it to championships just because of their safeties.
Yeah.
And these weren't the best performing teams. These were teams that were mid 25 range, 25 to 30 range. So they wouldn't get selected for a line selection, but they had a bunch of, where are these penalties coming from?
Yeah, we got penalties on both sides coming out of
the referees are getting ready to speak to us. We have penalties on all sides, -10 and -30. But no, the safety teams having stuff like a fire extinguisher with you, having your plans and your pit layout, having a emergency evacuation plan. I remember one team on the first day of competition asked if somebody had a printer because they typed up a layout of the school and showed all the designated emergency exits from our pit and from the other pits. They were like, oh, hey, we're giving everybody their emergency exit plans. And we were like, wait, oh, they're going for the safety team award. That's what that was.
Speaking of, well-lit exits, on the bottom of your screen, you'll see 607 with a very well-lit robot in the warehouse, those LEDs, now trying to score over on the left side of the field.
And I love it when LEDs are for fashion, especially on the FRC bots, because we have those bigger batteries that last a lot longer and do a lot more. And I see them more on the FTC bots when it comes to stuff like color coding different programs. For example, last year, different teams with their spinners had LEDs that would be red until the spinner got up to speed, and then would go yellow when they were would go green when they were at speed and were ready to fire. Some of these other teams I've seen had lights behind their numbers, so they could illuminate their numbers and you could instantly tell whose number that was.
And speaking of numbers, we got some big numbers on the scoreboard, but one number that's getting smaller is that time as we get down to the 4-second mark. Got a couple of ducks spun on the blue and red side. The one thing that's very important is over on the blue side, towards the end, they got one more block onto the shared hub, tilting it in their favor. And they dropped it from like way up high, if you saw. So I think that helped. That change of potential energy helped tilt it over to their side. So we'll have to see what the scores are here. And
once again, the teams that were playing were the Dragon Wagon of 607, the Pollinators of 16835, the Reboot of 18602, and Bot Brigade Quartic of 11534.
Fantastic.
Now, see, I love these team names, and I would love to see some of these teams do some really interesting things with their names. For example, Dragon Wagon. If you look at the introduction video for this year, there's a Dragon Bot on it.
Yep.
I want to see that Dragon Bot somewhere. I want to see something cool. Like, you guys are in a perfect position to use that name to the fullest.
Yeah, 3D print it or something, or put it in a wagon. Bring it with you.
Something I've always wanted to see. Sorry.
Go for it.
I was just gonna say, I'd love to see someone take all of the robots from the intro video and make it. Even though they're not always legal in the actual game, I'd just love to see someone recreate them.
Now, see, I saw one person get close to recreating a robot that was on the intro video, and it was the Flipper Bot, one of the Flipper Bots. Somebody actually took a spatula and attached it to their robot as their mechanical head. Now, getting a word from our referees, the red team incurred a major penalty for late start. So there is a major penalty on the late start side, giving this game a score of 42-0 in favor of the blue. And a 12-point driver control for red, followed by a 48-point end game compared to a 18-point end game in favor of blue. And then once again, blue team receiving a 20-point penalty and red team receiving a 40-point penalty. Fortunately, this is the beginning of this round of matches. These teams have plenty to be able to improve upon, but teams, make sure you're watching for those penalties. You're watching for these different advantages. You're watching for the different ways that the field works. There are many ways to receive penalties. The referee's job isn't to punish you, it is to help you get better.
And to keep gameplay fair for all. So talking more about that major penalty. So the reason is, as soon as autonomous starts, as soon as those trumpets sound, you're supposed to hit play and then hands off. If you strategically wait a few seconds and you're like, oh, I don't want to hit my alliance partner, so I'm going to wait a few seconds to hit play, that unfortunately counts as a major penalty. We want you to have that built into the program instead of having that be something that the humans control, because it's supposed to be completely autonomous. Now, you might have noticed there were also some penalty points on the blue side for that particular match, and that was because those turntables that you spin the ducks off of, you're only allowed to touch the rim of those tables. So you can't have a wheel on top of them, you can't have a wheel underneath. So it might have been a little bit of an accident, so that's why it's a minor penalty. Just kind of as a cautionary tale to that team, hey, make sure that you're only touching the side of that circular plate. And we are getting ready for match number 5. And we've
Speaking
got
of things that are out of our control, we're out of control with these randomizations. We have the Swarm partnered with the Stingers. I want to see how that match goes. And then we have Absolute Zero partnered with G-Force. So come on, Emma, this is your punch chance. You have the Swarm and the Stingers. Give me something.
I can't.
That's well, we've got a G-Force alumni in chat cheering them on. Fantastic.
Love to see our alumni, but then I have a question though. If you're an alumni, why aren't you an alumni ambassador?
Come on.
Remember, all alumni, go sign up for the Alumni Ambassador Program. It is a great way to give back to FIRST and a great way to be able to help out your team as well as other teams within the FIRST arenas. Being an alumni ambassador gives you the opportunity to send $1,000 back to any FIRST team of your choice. They can be a FTC, a FRC, a FLL. I personally like giving my money to FRCs because I came from FRC. Ethan, I'm not going to speak on your money. You can talk about how you like to give that out, Emma, as well as you. Wherever you guys like to put it out as far as divisions go, I'm not going to say any teams because I'm not going to choose a team yet. I wait until the season is in play.
Sure. So, speaking of in play, we are well into the driver control period. There's a little bit of a collision on the blue side in Autonomous, and 28188 just did 2818 just did a very impressive maneuver where they drove over their shipping element with those really durable tank tracks. They just flew right over it. Nothing looks like it will get in their way.
Once again, I'm liking the fact that I'm now seeing tank treads.
Yeah.
Because I feel that tanks would be a very easy to maneuver with all these obstacles. Now, unfortunately, with tanks, you have to get your control up.
Uh-oh. Speaking of control, 12888 just knocked over, but luckily got back on their feet. They were teetering there for a couple seconds over on the left side of the screen. And there's been a little bit of a battle for that shared hub towards the bottom of your screen.
Now, did you see how 12096 managed to deliver that first cube?
Mm-hmm.
They Absolute Zero, the arm released inwards. It didn't flip over. It released inwards into itself.
Oh no!
We have another flip over. Oh, and they used their arm to push them up.
Not stay
Talk
down.
Talk about a workout there.
Yeah, so we're well
These
into
teams doing their push-ups.
Ducks flying off. We got some more points coming on. Oh, looks like that one rolled right off the shared shipping hub.
The referees are unfortunately having a field day with these teams. We see lots of moving the hubs, and so those have been major penalties. Penalties have been shared across the board. We will see if they receive any forgiveness with their scores as the referees and the scorekeepers deliberate for this final score.
And one more thing is that over on the blue side, every now and then, it looked a little hard to tell, but you got to make sure that you're completely outside of the warehouse if you're going to score. So in that shared shipping hub, it may be tempting to just drive over and drop it at the first chance that you get, but you have to make sure that your robot is completely outside of the white tape. The white tape is what defines the warehouse, not the barriers around. So you could be on the barriers as long as no part of you is over the white tape.
So remember, once again, be fully in or be fully out. You must do the hokey pokey. Then you can turn yourself around.
Oh, I know the hokey pokey all too well down here in Southwest Virginia.
Hey, I use some of those things as ways to make teams pay attention to the rules. And with that, we have a win for the Blue Alliance with 30 points to 0 compared to the Red Alliance. Both teams receiving major penalties. Red Alliance receiving 90 points worth of penalties. Blue Alliance receiving 40 points worth of penalties. I believe this is the most penalties we have seen in a single game so far this season. We had a 6 point compared to a 19 point Autonomous going towards The Red Alliance, we had a 28-point compared to a 22-point driver control going towards the Blue Alliance, and then a 36-point compared to 19-point endgame going towards the Blue Alliance once again.
But what's interesting about that is that 12888 remains the #1 seed. So rankings only improved this match with 12096 moving up to number 5, 389 staying at 16, and 2818 staying at 13. Now, the ranks are going to be changing a lot in the next couple of minutes because this is the team's first times playing through, and rankings are going to quickly jump up and jump down. People are going to trade off the #1 spot like it's baseball cards, and it's only towards the very end that you see things start to normalize. You know, people staying within the top 10 or the top 3.
Who trades baseball cards at a robotics tournament? We trade buttons out here.
I've seen teams with trading cards for individual members on the team. You had to
team trading cards, yes, but you said baseball specifically. I'm like, no. We trade buttons out here. We trade hats, we trade shirts, we trade everything.
Emma, what's your button haul look like? Everybody's got a stash. What's yours?
My mom made me leave it at home, so I couldn't take it to college. But yeah.
Shout out to mom back home holding the stash.
I think my t-shirt stash is more impressive than my button stash though.
My FRC button stash is huge. I used to have them all over my wall, and then I ended up starting to take, so I would get a bunch of them and then I'd take them down at the end of the season and bring them back to my school. So at my school we have these big felt curtains littered with buttons from different teams, and so when people come up they're always confused because they're like, I thought you all were 2961. What's all these other numbers? Like, these are the other teams we play against. This is everybody else. We gotta have somewhere for them. And then like they're sorted sometimes. So like our winning alliances are sorted in one section. All the DC schools are sorted in another section. Yeah, tons of fun little activities.
I will say my senior year, which was right as COVID hit, we made Grogu inspired buttons that we had competition.
Grogu buttons. Speaking of Grogu buttons, something close to Grogu is Dragon, coming from Dragon Wagon, as well as the team that shall not be named being their partner in the Red Alliance. Then we have the Pollinators, hoping to drop a little bit in between the gears of the gear grinders. Maybe that'll loosen those gears up some for the Blue Alliance. Let's see what these teams are going to bring. All of these teams are currently ranked, so all of these teams will have a chance to move around.
Up, down, left, right, we'll see.
Hey, you gotta finish the combo if you're gonna do the combo. Up, down, left, right, A, B, start.
Does anybody in chat know what that was? If you know exactly what he just said, type it in chat.
If you don't know what it was, we have a problem in the chat. Everyone should know what this is.
No, that's way too obscure.
Everyone should know what this is.
Emma, do you know what it is?
Wrong. Does it have to do with Mortal Kombat and like a secret level?
Kinda. No.
Oh.
It is a cheat code.
Oh. My soul is hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, Matt. I'm sorry. I got the direction wrong. Either way, I'd have done it one or the other. BABA instead of ABAB. Either way, I've done both. I'm like, I'll do both until one of them works.
Well, what we're talking about right now is the legendary Konami code. So that's a special cheat code that's been used across a couple video games to kind of enter the game development mode to be able to turn on invincibility and all that. So it's completely obscure. Surprised.
Not if you're a gamer. If you're a gamer, you instantly recognize it. If you're a gamer, you instantly recognize as soon as you type up, down, left, right, people turn around and they're like, nope, I know what you're doing.
107 people watching. Nobody felt like typing Konami code. Gosh darn it.
I was waiting for somebody to say, ain't that what they used in Super Mario?
All right. So looks like we're still getting set up here for qualification match number 6. But we want to make sure to take our time, make sure that we're doing it right, make sure that everybody has a fair and level playing field. Doing some work over on the blue side.
Let's hope the pollinators can sprinkle a little bit of pollen into them gears.
I don't think that'd be healthy, to be honest. I mean,
what? Do you know how many times I needed just a little bit more monkey grease up in those gearboxes? Some gearboxes are,
yeah. You don't
gear
see
grinding is
too often in FTC. There are gear systems, gear mechanisms, but I think you typically don't see shifting gears.
Gearboxes in FRC are crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Then you know when you've messed up when you hear tick tick tick, because that means that one of your gears have chipped or something slid out of alignment. I remember one time the whole gear chain was moving wonderfully, and somebody forgot to put the lock key into one of the gears, and so you could hear it revving up and spinning, and you're like, okay, so it's spinning. Nothing's moving, but it's spinning. You're like, so what happened? Did you put the keys in? Wait, what key? The little square that goes in the... I was wondering why there was a gap. Okay, so now I gotta take apart the whole gearbox, clean out the monkey grease here, put that back into there.
Looks like we got some love for the Magic School bots in the chat. Can't wait to see them on the field again.
That would be a very cool mentor thing, though, if their mentor dressed as Miss Frizzle.
Yeah, had the hair and the dress.
If your mentor came on the field as Miss Frizzle, that'd be it. I'm sorry, you win. You win. I walk away.
Guys, there's a dog.
See, now I'm mad I can't be at the field. I would have forgot about you all and been sitting there next to the dog.
I might have had a service vest on, but still, it improves the mood.
I remember at my job we had the bomb dog show up one day for use as a therapy dog.
Aww.
And so it was always funny when they would bring the dogs in, because most of the owners were used to trying to find a hose or used to trying to find like some sort of sink to fill it up. We were like, no. They're just as important as us. They get water fountain water. They get water bottle water. They don't get sink water, hose water. These are the premier dogs. These are the top quality dogs.
All right, switch flipping over on the red side. Still taking a look at the blue side.
And I can tell you by far, it was so much fun getting attacked by one of the attack dogs. It's fun and scary at the same time. I work at a pool. It's funny. Imagine getting jumped, and instead of landing on the grass, you land in water. It was so much fun. They were like, go. Okay.
Gosh. So normally
it's the adrenaline rush when it hits you.
They would normally about this time, whoever was in charge of the field would be playing one of the typical line dance songs. So whenever there's like a little bit of a technical issue and you need some time to kill, depending on how much time you have, there's the YMCA, there's the chicken dance.
This is a hamster dance break or a Cotton Eye Joe break right here. This is a long break.
It might have been, yeah. So there's different songs for like different severities of the technical issue. I don't know if you experienced that as an FTAA, Emma, but
yes.
Yeah, you hear a certain song, you're like, okay, cool, I'll be back in 10 minutes, you know?
Or you see the MCs go from being on the field to walking off the field to immediately dancing onto the field. You know it's the break time. We'll be here for a minute.
Yep.
I thought you left. No, he's dancing? Okay, we'll be here.
Yeah.
And that's probably one of the few times that we let people from the field come down to, from the stands come down to, is when they get the like one or two parents to come down and dance on the field.
Oh, yeah. All right, but we do have randomization, and that is the last step in preparing, because that means that everything is good to go, hands off the controllers, and we were just waiting for that start signal.
The referees just finalizing the field before they leave.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that they use a 6-sided die for randomization, despite the fact that there's only 3 possibilities. It looks like one possibility for Blue Alliance, and that's victory, as they dump that block into the top level and immediately go to spin a duck. Didn't look like it quite dropped it, but it is in the storage unit for Blue. So a very strong start from Blue.
I feel that
in the warehouse.
With these strong starts and with the randomizations, I feel like you should still have the 6 randomizations.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Just because there's
3,
always the chance that
2,
in further games there
1.
can be more variables. Taking some of the FRC games into consideration, when we change out the entire field to have different game pieces, yes, 6-sided randomization makes sense. There's huge elements getting moved in and out of the field.
All right, so we've got very shiny 607.
These LED panels, I'm loving it. Look at that.
I believe
it's
that
like
is
a light show.
Yeah, is that 7265 over on the right side?
I believe that's the Stingers, because I see a B on it.
Yeah, look at them go. Love to see it. Reaching up high with that arm, putting yet another block into the top there. Now,
oh no, the pollinators. I'm sorry, the pollinators. The wrong B. Wrong thing going buzz. Those are the pollinators trying to get back to their hive.
Yeah,
looks like 7265 might have set down their controllers.
Well, let's hope they work it out. Plenty of time left in the day to troubleshoot. 607 the shared hub.
The gear grinder's having some issues with grinded gears, I see. But the dragon
pollinators seem to be going strong.
The Dragon Wagon being the other team with LEDs, look at their lifting and conveyor system. As they're attempting to get back over to the warehouse, look at that belt that they have. They have a horizontal belt that they're using for intake and output. Now, unfortunately, I think they were stuck on that mid rail. They under anticipated the turn.
Yeah, it looks like over on the Blue Alliance, I think that was 7265, just hit their shipping hub a little bit too hard and a couple of blocks spilled out of the top. Over on the red side, 607 got their wheels stuck just in the wrong way in that little trench there.
Yeah.
Once again, teams, make sure to troubleshoot this when this match is over. We've been talking about it all day. If you hit that perfect spot and get stuck, that means that you need to do more testing.
Yeah.
It happens to all of us. Everyone's been hitting a pothole or got their tire in a ditch or something. There's plenty of ways so that you learn to realize, oh, maybe I shouldn't drive this way. I should learn how to avoid that.
It's tricky. And just the amount of drive practice that you have always is so critical because sometimes people make these awesome, complicated robots, but they've just never driven it before the competition, and they're not quite used to it yet. So this is again a very, very early competition. It's the first weekend in December, so it's very impressive what these teams are doing and that they have robots in general. So can't wait to see their performance in the next competition. Speaking of performance, Blue takes it, a win of 48-0. Tell me about them scores.
So once again, we see a almost identical autonomous period. Blue team taking it over with 16 points compared to 10 points. We start to separate towards driver control, where blue team goes consistent with 12 points in driver control. Red team goes down to 4 points in driver control, followed by the greatest gap over in the end game with a 30-point end game compared to a 6-point end game. Now, we do see penalties on both sides. There is a 10-point penalty towards the blue. More than likely, that's another one of those warehouse violations. Remember, making sure to fully enter or exit the warehouse at all times. And then we saw a 30-point penalty over for the red. But all teams did move up in that match.
All right.
And up next for qualification number 7, we have Engineered Chaos followed with the Swarm, going up against Magic School Bots and Reboot.
Yeah,
Ethan, I know you got the puns. Give me the puns for this lineup.
All right. So we're setting up the robots here. And just before a match, it's always good to, give it a little reboot. So a reboot is when you take the shoe off of the robot and then you put it back on. It's a reboot. Yeah.
I'm saying if you want to do it, you said
There you go.
Speaking of reboots, we had to reboot our broadcast earlier. It was a short little reboot. But Engineered Chaos and the Swarm, that sounds like a nice matchup as far as names go.
Yeah. A swarm, a chaotic swarm.
There's just so many ways it works.
Yeah.
And then Magic School Bots getting their reboot. That's another funny one right there. We were just talking about reboots and kicking off new series.
Perfect.
And as we wait off for them to kick off this new match while they're talking about kicking off the series, look at these team shirts.
Yeah.
These things. I'm loving them. Once again, teams, don't forget, design everything. I want to see customized ducks. I want to see customized shirts. I want to see customized hats. I want to see the team mascots come back. Even if you aren't allowed to go running around with your flags like we used to do, have a flag sitting out in the audience. Have a sign sitting out in the audience. Let us know which team you are. Have your team sign sitting out in the audience so we say, oh, well, when we look out over in that corner, I can see team. Yep, that's that team right there. And then we got, yep, that's that team over there. See, it's real simple. We can pull them apart. And it also helps the referees as well and everyone else, because if you're easily identifiable, then they're very easily able to give you your points. They're very easily able to help you when you have something go wrong. They know who you are.
Sometimes it actually helps in alliance selection, because unless your robot's been really outperforming everybody else, sometimes you just need to be memorable as a whole. And I think this autonomous is going to be memorable. We see lots of robots moving, a little bit of camera shake there as one robot enters the warehouse. A couple robots partially parked into their storage units over on the red and blue side. A very intense staring match. A very still silence.
Once again, the quietest part of a match is these few moments right here.
It's not quiet out of
Drivers,
force, it's quiet
pick up
out
your
of
controllers.
tension, nervousness.
3,
The robots
2,
are completely on
1.
their own. You just have to trust them to do the right thing. And you feel like if you shout too loud, you're going to steer it off course.
Well, there are some robots that are steered by different mechanisms during the autonomous period. Ooh, that looks like a major moving violation up against the blue team.
Yeah, so
they are completely underneath of their goal over there. Red team attempting to put pieces into both sides.
So over on the blue side, it looks like we've got one robot jammed up under their Alliance shipping hub, and then
one robot backwards.
Turtle, yeah.
Now see, in moments like this, we used to have arms that could fold all the way backwards and all the way forwards, just so that way we could push our robot back upright. This is, of course, back when I was dealing with Vex Robotics, not First Robotics, when I had robots of that size that could lift themselves with just their arm. If you try to lift your robot with just your arm on a First Robot, you might snap that arm right off. Some of those robots are.
So, sometimes in these moments, what I really like to see, we have both red robots working together right now. But sometimes in these moments, maybe consider going and giving your opponent a hand. You know, even though you're working against each other, give them a little nudge. You know, see if you can get them back on their feet.
Unfortunately, in these moments, I like to see red maximize the field just because they have no opposition. Now, what I want to see from blue is moments of driver superiority. I want to see them try to overcome inertia and an overcome balance, trying to rock that thing back upright or trying to use the arm to get back upright. I want to see some miraculous movement to get dislodged from under the beam.
All right. So it looks like Red did capitalize 9 ducks. Wow. What a number of ducks to spin off during endgame. 2 pieces of freight in the on the first level, 2 pieces of freight in the shared hub. Unfortunate for the blue, but you know what? We know they're going to come back, both of these teams. Can't wait to see what they do in the future qualification matches and potentially the elimination matches.
And so for the blue team, that was Reboot and the Magic Schoolbots, unfortunately dropping down into 7th and 13th place, receiving that 30-point penalty after only scoring 3 points in the autonomous mode, giving the win over to the Red Alliance, pushing team 4-2-3-4 Engineered Chaos, as well as team 3-8-9 the Swarm up into the 1st and 6th positions. They had a 13-point autonomous period, a 16-point driver control, and then capitalized with those 9 ducks waddling across the screen in a 60-point endgame.
Mm-hmm.
But once again, I like seeing them capitalize on it, not for the point of driving down the other team, but for the point of practice for themselves and pushing themselves and working on their alliance and working on how you maneuver around other teams. Because especially in FRC, normally we can cross the other field and be right up against the other team. So if you have a bot that collapses in the middle of the field, or a bot that collapses off in front of one of the goals or off in front of one of the intakes, seeing how the field accommodates for that and maneuvers around that can be a very big thing.
So
next coming up,
there's no wrong answer for sure. These things happen. As long as everybody's trying their best, that's what counts. And I bet these teams are going to do their best. Why don't you guys tell me about them?
So we have Exponential trying to rise their count, going up against the Robo-Lord Brigade Quartic.
All right. So those Robo-Lords, once again, with their very recognizable crowns. We've got the Nth Degree. We've got Exponential with that little carrot in the middle of them, so I appreciate that. So I bet this match is going to have an exponential increase in score over the last one that we've seen.
A lot of power in that matchup.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're getting into the spirit of it. All right. And we've got ourselves a brigade of referees on the field, lording over it as it is their domain.
See, Emma, you got to get on the pun train. You got to hop on it. It's okay. It's okay. Once you start, you can't stop. The takeoff will be exponential. You'll be punning to the nth degree.
What's interesting is that nth degree and exponential are paired up together. So, you know, something raised to the nth degree, well, that's an exponential equation right there. So let's see how well these teams...
Let's see if they can raise this score to the nth degree.
There you go. So we've got...
Come on, Emma, you got it. You giggling with us. But you got to just say them. Don't be shy.
I said powerful because you raised to the power. Nth degree. No, too deep? Too deep?
It's just how soft you said it. You said it like you were shy and unsure. I said powerful.
Yeah, she was doing some good ones.
If you can see on there, remember Exponential unfortunately receiving that yellow card in their last matchup, having that yellow outline around their name. If you receive 2 yellows, that is a red.
Mm-hmm. So that was very action-packed autonomous. We've got 2 red robots in the warehouse. We've got 1 blue robot in the warehouse, 1 blue robot in their storage unit. Looks like we had
drivers, pick up your controllers.
We're going to go into
3,
driver controls
2,
as they pick up
1.
Their controllers.
Now, let's see what these teams can do. This is when it really comes down to it, is what does your team have? Look at that big towering robot. Once again, these teams and these huge robots.
Yeah. It's
Very
very
skinny robot.
yes. To be able to go not only around the barriers but over them has been so critical.
Some of these teams fully trying to utilize that 18 by 18 by 18 box.
Yes. Right. And so with 18103, they've got a really wide gripper so that they can kind of get in the general direction of the freight that they want to pick up, and then make a big sweeping motion to close it. You know, they don't have to be exact. On the blue side, we've got a block going into the shared shipping hub. Unfortunately, not quite enough to tip it over in their favor. So it looks like they're going to try to dump off yet another one. First, they got to get out of that warehouse. Up comes the arm, down comes the block, and that is tipped in blue's favor. Red is focusing more on building up the Alliance shipping hub, trying to use that wide claw to drop blocks onto the top level. 18103 is now moving over. Looks like they're going to drop a duck off.
And remember, with these last 30 seconds, these end games have been crucial. Now, we have still yet to see any of the teams do the divide and conquer strategy, which we witnessed Almond Robotics utilize along with the Metro Mechanics in the last session. I wonder if that's because none of them were watching our Twitch stream to figure out what teams have been doing so far. Once again, teams, I would watch the Twitch streams before your meets, after your meets, re-watch them just to get that scene of what's going on here. And right as we're getting ready to end, we see an unofficial score of 54-51. We will see what the referees will score it as we get ready for the official score.
I will say the strategy going into qualifiers might be a little different than playoffs, though. You want to make sure that other alliances can see the best of your team and so what you can offer. And so that might mean not necessarily dividing and conquering until you're sure what your other alliance members are strong at.
Very true.
And where I can agree with that, I still want to see people maximize points.
Yeah.
It's also a very strong showing. It's also a very strong showing if I can tell somebody, yeah, well, me and them just put up 120 points. You saw what we did. That's the only question that needs to be answered. 120 points, right there. Oh, that 100 bar? That's every round. Don't care. 100 points, guaranteed.
Consistency is important.
Give me a partner. Give me a partner. Pick high or pick low. We're getting 100 points, guaranteed. That's one I used to love seeing, when you got people that say, no, we're specialized. I have one move and one move only. This is all I need to do, and this is what we're going to do. For example, last year, we saw almost everybody trying to dial in the shooter.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody wanted that high shooter. And then there were a few teams who said, okay, well, I'm a high shooter, and I can move the wobble. I can throw the wobble out.
Yeah, the wobbles were a very important part of last year's season. And so, yeah, last year was interesting in that during teleop, there wasn't a whole lot that you could do. So you could have both alliance partners shooting at the same goal with fairly low risk of getting in each other's way. You know, I shoot from the left, you shoot from the right, or something like that. But now, because there's two different zones to score in, you can much more, there are some much more clever strategies that you can use. And there's nothing saying that you have to get freight from the warehouse on your side of the field. These warehouses bear no allegiance. Wow, look at that score.
And with the new high score for the second half being 132, that pushes our teams 1-1-1-2 and 1-1-5-3-4 up into the first and third positions with a 36-point autonomous, a 34-point driver control, and a 72-point endgame, barring only one 10-point penalty. followed by the red team with a 57-point game, pushing those two teams up to 6th and 11th. Teams 2-0-1-2-2 and 1-8-1-0-3 with a 15-point autonomous, a 18-point driver control, and a 24-point endgame. Once again, looking at this point breakdown, we see on the Blue Alliance rather consistent points between their autonomous and their driver control. But that endgame was almost double both of those scores. That endgame was 72 points. Looking over at the red team, very close in the near 20s. That end game going up to almost 25 points. These teams are pushing for points. They are pushing for position. Next up, we have Kettle to the Metal, partnered alongside G-Force, going up against Armed and Dangerous, followed with the Bruin Bots. But look at this field reset. Look at this setup. I love this, the little bustle and movement. It's a wonderful time, wonderful thing to see. And if you can see over in the far side, we see those sparkly purple hats over there. Up on our close side, we see these wonderful yellow uniforms. These are the things that make you quickly identifiable and quickly noticeable. For example, I know that's the Bruin Bots over on that far side with those purple hats on because their purple hats match their purple bots.
It looks another one of those good matchups with the Armed and Dangerous and Bruin Bots. Really goes on theme.
Yeah. Now, the purple of the Bruin Bots kind of reminds me of Frog Bots. I don't know if you guys remember them, but they had very shiny. Maybe it wasn't shiny, but they had fedoras. They had color coordinated shirts. There was purple. There was green. They're a fantastic team. Wonderful to see any of them this season.
It's a wonderful thing seeing all these teams come back and seeing all these teams do all their different movements. And I like seeing the development of teams over years. For example, I was on a team where I started the team. I was a part of their rookie season, and we had one design, one layout. Then our mentor got taken to another school. When he went to the other school, he kept the team number, but they chose to change the name when they invited us over there with them. And so in that change, we stuck with the general theme, but it looked like a completely different team.
Sure.
And now the team has kept the team name and has kept the team number, but it's changed all the colors. So now their colors are white with a rainbow on it, and it looks real tie-dye-ish, and it's all hippie and really, they like to say that they were inspired by Woody Flowers' shirt.
Oh,
I don't know if anybody remembers Woody Flowers' shirt.
Flowers, yeah.
He had all his colorful items on it, so they put really colorful items on their shirt.
He was always the best dressed man in the room.
And the blue team wins, bumping up the new high score with 138 being adjusted as the high score, changing the autonomous points and some of the driver control points, bumping up the autonomous to 42 and the driver control to 34.
So again, so every now and then this happens. We just have to make sure that we adjust the score. We want to make sure we accurately reflect the hard work that the teams put in. And this particular one, it's because they put the block in autonomous on the correct level, and we want to reward them the proper points for that. So sometimes teams just put the block randomly on one of the three levels, but what you want to see is a team that can read that visual cue in front of them and know instinctively which level their robot needs to put it on. So that's where autonomous can really make the difference. Now, this did not affect who won or lost the match, but still great performance across both alliances there.
And as we get ready to put our kettle to the metal and experience some major G-forces, I just want to see these matchups go. These things are fun, always. Not to mention, once again, these names, the names, the themes, all the wonderful things that these teams get to do. I love seeing it. I love hearing about it. And you know, the only way that we really get to hear about you guys as a team is if you guys go fill out those team surveys. Once again, every team should have been sent out a team survey. Teams, if you have not been sent out a team survey, please remember to speak back to your First Chesapeake representatives so that way we can get a survey out to you all. We would love to hear about your teams. I love talking about the teams. Ethan loves talking about the teams. And we love having something new to talk about. It's different when all of us alumni sit around talking about the old days and our old matches and what we used to do back in our day. It's something new every single time when you all get to tell us about what you all are now experiencing. How is it like with the new equipment? What does it look like? What does it feel like? Like I said, back in my competition days, back in my day, there weren't so many LED strips on every single robot. There was tons of LEDs on the FRC robots, but not so much on the FTC robots. You guys couldn't handle the battery load.
We've got some appreciation for G-Force in the chat. We wish them all the best, but can they compete with the right to bear, going off of Bruin Bot's arms, RM dangerous? That's the pun that I came up with for the Blue Alliance.
I was waiting on a Second Amendment joke to come on. I was like, it's armed and dangerous. I was like, are we going Second Amendment? When are we going to do it?
That's what you get for living in the good old U.S. of A.
I thought what we got was bass fishing, Mr. Bass.
All right.
And now with randomization 6.
Referees come back onto the field, put the ducks in a row. Get ready. Now, of course, over on the Blue Alliance, you'll see one thing that doesn't look like a duck at all, and that's because it's not. The team is elected to instead use their team shipping element instead. And that's just a choice.
You're telling me that big red thing isn't a duck?
Yeah, it can be deceptive.
No.
Autonomous.
If it walks like a duck, and it quacks like a duck, I'm calling it a duck. We're gonna call that a duck today.
All right, here's a fun fact that was brought up in the chat that G-Force and the Bruin bots are alike in that they have a lot of 3D printed parts. So we love seeing that 3D printed parts.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Taking the time to design
3, 2,
sure that fits your
1.
team specifically, or even 3D printed parts that other people have made, and you can download and print those. Love to see it. Yeah, use that technology available to you. All right, we've got the red team. Looks like they were trying to drop one off in the shared hub. Didn't quite connect though. There they are again, dropping off a block. It's wobbling, but not quite tilting in their favor yet. Looking to capitalize over on the blue side.
And there it goes. Down goes Frazier as it leans to the right. It leads to the red.
All right, here we go with a little bit of teamwork. The other Red Alliance in the back there working on the Alliance shipping hub, while the team towards the front works on the shared hub. And that's 4 points for every block on the shared hub, with the additional 20-point bonus if it stays tilted in their favor by the end of the match.
But look at all these colors on these bots. Once again, very bright, very distinguishable. G-Force out there with that pink and yellow.
Mm-hmm.
It's just such a bright robot.
It makes me feel like spring, you know? All right.
And we have a question from the chat asking, are these scores going to be posted in the Orange Alliance? Once again, with the Orange Alliance being a third-party site.
Looks like we had a little bit of trouble on the Blue Alliance. One of the robots didn't quite move from that initial spot. Still not. It happens.
But over in that back corner, you can see that human player gently putting down ducks.
Yeah, they're feeding ducks onto the field.
Mm-hmm. Now, once those ducks are introduced to the field and they hit the ground, they are eligible to be scored. So something my team was talking about was, can we shuffle those ducks into the loading station to the right, in order to be scored. It's something that we're thinking about. Haven't quite started work on yet. So, as the buzzer calls it, looks like a preliminary score of 57 to 120. A very strong performance by the team. Unfortunately, Blue did not get one of their robots working up to full potential here, but we can't wait to see what they have in store for the next qualification matches.
Once again, I love seeing things go aerial, and I love seeing the high movement dynamics between some of these teams.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I want to see ducks fly. I want to see something move. I want to see a team not have to get directly up against the tower, but instead do a little light gentle handoff, little light gentle toss up there, or something like one of the low robots using a flipper to toss it up to the top of it so it sits and stays, versus them having to extend up to that height.
Yeah, FTC's always had a little bit more restriction on their launching rules, I think, than FRC has. But I definitely think it would be cool to see a little bit more movement there.
All right. And Red takes that one with a score of 133 to Blue's 37.
All teams moving up. Red Alliance moving up to the 6th and 4th position. Blue Alliance moving up to the 8th and 12th position. Once again, Red Alliance taking over the autonomous period of a score of 32 comparison to 3, taking over the driver control with a comparison of 66 to 6, but losing the endgame with a comparison of 58 to 35, but Blue Team taking a heavy hit with a 30-point penalty. Once again, teams, watch these penalties, watch how they interact. There are tons of ways to unfortunately catch a penalty, and Blue Team being cited as touching the ducks before endgame sounded. Remember, teams, do not interact with endgame before endgame.
Mm-hmm. All right, gearing up for qualification match number 10 out of 23. We have a team that's top secret. We can't talk about them, paired up with the Robo Lords, going up against Dragon Wagon and the Swarm.
With the team that shall not be named, I want to see some spy theme. I want to see Mr. Black and Mr. White. I want to see some undercover work. I want to see them walking up with black briefcases and the suit and suit and tie, handcuffed to a briefcase or something. We can't be named, or the anonymous mask, the V for Vendor. Something good. I want to see something interesting.
Yeah, and some one way that you can kind of brand your team is you should be able to see over on they have a screen covering it up, but the teams get to bring something to the field to carry their either driver hub or phone, as well as their game controllers. So, like Niall was talking about, that could be a briefcase. My team uses a treasure chest. It could be a bar stool. It could be anything that you want it to be, as long as it doesn't give you a competitive advantage. It can't be like a second robot that does something for you.
For example, in FRC, we have to Velcro ourselves down to a game station at a standalone table. I've seen teams take skateboard decks and use a skateboard deck or a snowboard deck as their game station and have it completely tricked out and customized.
Yeah.
I've seen people go with they had done like an Ed, and Eddie theme, and their game board was plank.
Yes.
There's all sorts of different ways that you can customize and approach the bench and approach with your team, and that goes along with the team theme. But speaking about things that are going along, this match is going along as we get into our autonomous mode. All of our teams kicking it off and moving it around.
Something noteworthy is that both of your Blue Alliances are 3-digit teams. That means that they have been around for a while. It doesn't necessarily mean they've competed in every single season since they formed, but they were formed a while ago.
Drivers,
And
pick up your
now
controllers.
against two 500
3,
teams.
2, 1.
20,257. Wow.
And as we see these teams get underway, once again, that is the swarm of dragon wagons. And that is the Robo Lords and their spies of their team that shall not be named. You know, the top secret. Hush, hush.
All right. A lot of action over on the right side of the field right now. Climbing over those barriers. Got the pretty lights. We got one red robot dropping off a block into the shared shipping hub. Unfortunately, they dropped it in the middle, so it's not quite enough to get that leverage to tilt it over in their favor. So that's why they're going back and trying to do it again. Having a little bit of trouble with that arm. Dropping it. It looks like it's wanting to tilt towards the red favor. All right.
Looks like blue is splitting up their field positioning so as to not get in each other's way, which is nice.
Yeah, love to see it.
Look at these points starting to take over the board as you see the two younger teams already having 92 points before even going into endgame.
Yeah, very impressive. Huh. That's going to do it for the regular tele-out portion. Now we've moved into endgame. Now something I liked about, I think it was 389, they've got those big green wheels on the left and right side of their robot. So it's ambidextrous. It can spin those ducks off any which way that it wants. And it is doing a great job of that over on the blue side, getting those ducks off that wheel as we come to a close in qualification match number 10.
The red team managing to get 8 ducks to waddle off the edge and into that field. The blue team waiting to see how many ducks they managed to maneuver with those double wheels like you were speaking about. But currently the unofficial score is sitting at 140-1 in favor of the Red Alliance. As you can see, we have our referee giving us a nice in-person look as he inspects the shared goal to see which way it tilts. Oh, it must be down to the wire. He's getting a piece of paper under it.
Yeah, so
this match has a high score potential for today, right?
This match does have a high score potential for the day.
Yeah.
It will all come down to penalties and deliberation.
Yeah, so red certainly got the point advantage in terms of the more blocks on the their side of the shipping hub, but if it's not touching the ground on the red side, then they don't get that 20-point bonus.
And there has been a major penalty dealt towards the blue team for moving that hub. Once again, teams, go do driver practice. Learn how to be gentle. I talked about it earlier. My team, we used to practice revving up to full speed and stopping at a short distance. We used to practice revving up to full speed and trying to turn. Speaking of turns, red team turns it in for a win at 132 points with a 52-point autonomous, a 26-point driver control, and a 54-point endgame. And on the blue alliance with 17 points, they had a 3-point autonomous, a 12-point driver control, and a 42-point endgame, but barring a 40-point penalty.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like this one's going to go over to the younger teams, but a great showing by 607 and 389, the two much older teams in terms of creation date.
And unfortunately, this will be my last match, not the last match of the evening. We still have plenty more to go, not to mention the playoffs coming after that. But I will be signing off once again. This has been Niall. I'm leaving you in the capable hands of Ethan and Emma. Take care and have fun.
All right. Thanks for helping, Niall. Now it's just the two E's here. Let's see who we got here for qualification match number 11. We got 14253, the Magic School Bus. 16835, the Pollinators. and 201 to 2 exponential 17477 kettle to the metal.
Exciting. Now it looks like Exponential and the Red Alliance are all around the same ranking, so there's some potential for them to shift around at this match.
I agree, yeah. So if they get a good score, that'll really bump them up. And due to the way the ranking system works this year, it's not entirely based on wins or losses. It's purely based on the cumulative points that you earn for your alliance. So any performance that they do will hopefully give them that edge and bump them up. We've got some cheering for the Magic School bots in the chat. We appreciate to see that. Appreciate you coming out and supporting them digitally. And what an audience we have right now. 129 people. It is fantastic. All watching this stream here today.
I'd love to hear if we have any alumni watching right now, if they want to drop anything in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder, do you know if there's any sponsors? Like, I'd love to see a little bit of engagement from just the people spectating.
Yeah. Just give us a better idea of who's watching. Is it all parents? Is it friends? Is it... how do you guys know about this? Did you just follow First Chesapeake and you have no idea what First is? Because if not, we'll be glad to explain it to you. All right, we're off to a start here, match number 11. Got some movement on the blue side. They approached that shipping hub, and now they are securely in the warehouse. A good start. They pushed the shipping hub a little bit. That might be
what that penalty is.
Yeah.
Looks like Red's staying put, but that might be good for them in this situation.
Mm-hmm. It's tricky. You gotta make the tough decisions.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
They haven't gotten around to developing
3,
an autonomous program.
2,
Don't worry, there's still
1.
plenty of time left in the season. We're not gonna have our championship tournament until February or March or something like that. And so important to have 2 competitions. You know, this one's a really early competition. So we've got activity, blue scoring in the blue side of the shared hub. Not quite enough to tip it over in their favor, though.
Looks like Red's helping their alliance member out.
Yeah.
And we love to see that collaboration.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to get them to a better position on the field. Maybe give them a jump start if needed.
Oh, that's that arm we saw earlier.
Yeah, that wild and crazy arm. Looks like they've got it under control and they know how to use it. We've got a little bit of scoring on the blue Alliance shipping hub. An unfortunate swing and a miss on the blue side, trying to drop that ball into the shared shipping hub.
Yeah, I can see now how it's rotated since the start of the match.
Mm-hmm. So that shared hub, it's worth so many points to tip in your favor, but it's so hard to get to. Looks like we've got a grandfather of one of the teams here watching. Happy to have you out here. Hope you're enjoying this. We love seeing family support here in First Robotics. So glad you could join us today. We've got end game here. Team's not quite getting those ducks yet. Blue is starting to work on them. Red is on it.
Yeah, Red's got one.
Yeah. Just as time expires, looks like 4 ducks for the red. Don't quite have a count on blue yet.
There'll definitely be penalties at play here. We'll see how that ends up for the teams.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's interesting is that despite the fact that sometimes teams do get negative scores, it is still reflected as a final score of 0. So if you end a match with a negative score, it still counts as an overall score of 0 towards both your towards your ranking points. So instead, the negative points acts as a way of, okay, you have to earn back those points that you got awarded from a penalty. We've got a mentor watching from home. Fantastic. It's unfortunate that he can't be there with the team, but we understand it.
We just got our scores.
Yeah, Red Alliance. All about that end game. 27 points in end game, 6 points in driver controlled. Blue got 10 points in autonomous, 12 points in driver control, but unfortunately that penalty worked against them. Looks like a little bit of roughhousing in autonomous and teleop for the Alliance shipping hub and the shared shipping hub.
Still, it looks like Exponential moved up in rankings, so.
So, and it's kind of hard because the way this game was designed, those hubs aren't attached to anything. You know, they're just completely set on the field, and they're, you know, by nature very wobbly, and you're just really not allowed to bump or push them in any significant way. A little tap here and there, inadvertent, inconsequential, that'll skate by. But the fact that they're just resting on the field is interesting. I would have thought that they would have put some sort of anchor under the field to kind of hold them on. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes it so difficult, especially not all controls are smooth. So if you get a little jumpity with the robot.
Yes. So you were talking about relic recovery a while ago. So in that particular season, there was a balancing platform for robots that could start and end on them, and that was held onto the field by an anchor that was under those rubber mats. So I wonder why they decide to use those here. I think those would have been very helpful for this season to make sure that the hubs didn't wander off, you know? But hey, I'm not on the game design committee yet. That is one of my bucket list items, is to design a first game. I've already got a list of ideas, so if anybody on the first game design committee is watching this, call me.
I think that kind of ties into last year's one of the FRC challenges where teams were allowed to submit a game design. That was such a fun thing to watch other people develop ideas for and just see how creative the first community really is.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at this matchup for qualification match 12. On the Red Alliance, we have 11-5-3-4, the Bot Brigade Quartic. Yes.
Yep.
And with them, we have 5-4-2-1, Armed and Dangerous again. Looks like one of Ethan's favorites today. And then on the Blue Alliance, we have 12-0-96, Absolute Zero, and 42-34, Engineered Chaos.
All right.
Very excited.
So we're about in the halfway point of the matches for this cohort today, and as it progresses, as teams play more matches, their rankings are a little bit more solidified. You're going to see people; they're still going to be jumping around, but we'll have to see. So we're starting with Bot Brigade in the 3rd seed, Armed and Dangerous in the 8th seed, Absolute Zero in the 12th seed, Engineered Chaos in the 2nd seed. So 3 top 10 teams and 1 Absolute Zero just outside of that top 10. But if they put up a strong performance, then hopefully that'll get them into the top 10 here today.
Yeah.
Right.
This is so exciting. I remember back when we were competing, the halfway point was always the most stressful because we weren't sure if we could change our trajectory at that point, and if we're going to keep going up or if we were going to have a bad match. It's just so much unknown at this point.
Yeah. But as we saw with the alliance selections this morning, sometimes your ranking doesn't particularly matter. You know, as long as you've been doing something and you're compatible with one of the top 4 or even top 6 teams, that can earn you a spot in those elimination matches.
Yeah, because there's always the random chance that you either had really bad pairings or really good pairings match-wise, like the scores just didn't work out in your favor, or the scores worked out in a way that your robot didn't contribute as much to. And so it really does come down to making sure that teams are looking at individual performances.
Mm-hmm. So First Chesapeake has been doing a great job with, you know, trying to bring back more traditional matches, you know, by having 2v2s. And unfortunately, with that many people in a venue, they had to limit it for safety reasons to only a total of 13 people per team. So you could bring up to 11 students and 2 coaches. But what happens if you have a team of 15 students? So what you could do is you could have those students set up with the stream pulled up here so that they can, 1, cheer you on in a chat like I'm sure many of you are doing, but 2, be able to look at all the matches and really closely examine what each robot is doing. And that way you can call up your friends at the venue and say, hey, this team has been doing a really great job of getting ducks. This team has been doing a really great job in autonomous.
Yeah, you're right. This does open up the scouting opportunities a lot, because normally, at least for my teams, we had like in-person scouting on either tablets or paper. And that's really hard to keep track of all the teams, especially as the match is going and it's so fast-paced. But then with the stream, you can check back, look at it, you can pause, slow down, that sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can do it from the comfort of your own home if you so choose. You know, you don't have to do it in the bleachers with the clipboard. You can, you know, be more spread out, have a drink in your hand. It looks like there's a little bit of discussion in the chat here talking about the scoring and the penalties. So going back about it, the key words here are inadvertent and inconsequential. So if something was accidental, that would count as inadvertent. You know, if they did it once and they learned and don't do it again, inadvertent. Inconsequential, didn't affect much, didn't tip anything to one side or the other, didn't move it to a different spot for your advantage or disadvantage. So, and these referees do have a hard time being able to determine that. 1 inch can make all the difference, and it's going to keep developing as the season progresses. Teams will get better, but also the referees will be able to, you know, kind of share notes, exchange notes, and listen to what First says. But it looks like we've got a nice, clean start to autonomous here in match 12. A couple of freight placed on the shipping hubs, robots,
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Storage units.
3, 2, 1.
It's always exciting to see all 4 robots moving autonomous, especially in such an early week of competition. Ooh, there's a little bit of bumping on the red side there, but I think they ended up clearing out of there. We'll see how that ends up for them.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, bumping into your own hub, that's one thing. But what this blue team had to be careful of is not bumping into that shared hub, you know, because that has consequences for your opponents as well. So one team, so what looks like Blue Alliance got 1 block onto the shared hub, didn't quite tilt it in their favor though.
Red just got to be careful they don't knock those existing points over. Oh no, it looks like something's been lodged under their personal hub. They can still score though, so they're doing well.
Good on them. That's what's hard, is that as soon as those things come off balance, you know, anything that you put has the potential of just tumbling and rolling off.
Yeah.
So
looks like Blue's got that shared tipped in their favor.
Yes. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Red Alliance. That's gonna definitely sway things here. Still filling out their own Alliance shipping hub. As the time counts down, you see one blue robot already making their way over to the wheel, one red robot making their way over to the duck carousel. They are ready on the spot to spin those ducks now that it's in game. 1 for blue, 2 for blue, 3 for blue. Look at it go. 4 for blue. Can we see red answer? As time is about to expire, this could make the difference. 1 for red so far, that's been counted. What's the final score going to be? It's going to come down to the buzzer. Here come the points for red. This is going to be a close one, I can tell. Red already in the triple digits. All right.
This will be exciting. They did knock that shared one, so I don't know if that penalty was already assessed, what that ends up doing to their score. So this will be interesting to see what comes out of the judges' deliberations, the referees' deliberations.
What are referees but judges of the field? So, from what I understand, the teams who are competing here today on the field, tomorrow they have virtual judging. So, earlier in the week, they've recorded a 5-minute presentation completely about themselves, about their robot, about their outreach that they've done, about what makes their team unique. And tomorrow they will be in a live video call with judges to be able to ask and answer some questions and talk more about, you know, what awards they're going for, so that hopefully they can get awarded those on, I think Tuesday is the award ceremony.
Exciting. Judging was always an exciting and stressful time at competitions, but
yeah. That competition, you know, we always said that the judges were everywhere. You know, they were always watching. So that was such a great motivator to, you know, be kind and gracious and professional all the time, no matter what. Even if the judges aren't on site here today, I've seen a lot of teams being gracious and professional. Nobody's putting up hands and trying to fight. People are listening to the referees, nodding and agreeing. So you'll love to see it.
Yeah. No, first's always been really great about, you know, just gracious professionalism, and teams really take that to heart, especially in this district. I see that a lot.
Yes, absolutely. There's still deliberation about that match that we just finished. Again, we're past the halfway point here for qualification match number 12. Here come the final scores. Red takes it with a win of 119 to Blues 95.
Wow.
You want to break down that score for me?
Yeah, sure. So in autonomous, Blue scored 19 to Red's 45. In teleop, Blue scored 26 to Red's 60. And in endgame, Blue scored a whopping 80 points to Red's 24. But that penalty really did hurt Blue with that 30-point penalty. And then there was a 10-point penalty on Red. I'm curious what both of those penalties were. I mean, we saw a little bit of the bumping.
Big side swipe from Blue. I think that's
likely theirs.
Yeah. So if those penalties had not been occurred, I would have changed the outcome of this match. We're not trying to shame anybody or build anybody else up. We get it. It happens. It's hard, and that's what the rules are there for. We have a little bit of love from the chat. People seem to like us commentators. Well, we appreciate you too. All 112 of you. for tuning in and listening to Emma and I. A little bit of Niall, too. Now we've got those ranks scrolling up. So if you're not familiar, the RP, that does not stand for role play, that stands for ranking points. So ranking points is the cumulative points that the teams have earned on their alliances. So if you work well with your alliance and you are getting consistency, a lot of points in a match, your ranking points go up, and that's what determines the overall rankings. All right. Looks like the referees have come back to us talking about some of the penalties that we saw. So when you're trying to deliver to that shared hub in the middle, you have to be careful to not only not bump into it, but you have to be completely outside of the warehouse, which is defined by the white tape. You never know when just a little corner of your robot, or sometimes even a little zip tie, is hanging over the side and counts you as partially in that warehouse.
We've seen that a lot today, so that's definitely something I hope in the next couple competition weeks we're going to see improvements on.
Mm-hmm. So, again, very early competition. The first weekend of December, and these teams are putting up some incredible scores. Some penalties are, of course, going to happen here and there, but we can't wait to see these teams learn from this. We can't wait to see First as a whole learn from this. So this isn't just a learning experience for the teams. This is an opportunity for First as an organization to kind of gauge, okay, how are things going? How are people enjoying this game? How are people playing this game? And they've been known to release minor adjustments during the season to the rules, to kind of be more forgiving about certain aspects, or to be harsher in certain aspects if need be. One example that I can think of in FRC, at least, is the year Steamworks. So there were big airships, pretend airships, in the middle of the field, and you actually had people inside those big hexagons, and robots were supposed to deliver these big plastic gears to them, lift them up, and get them ready. And they became more forgiving about accidentally reaching outside of that airship and into the field. All right, looks like we're ready for match number 13 here. 4 teams on the field, randomization. 13599 on blue, 2818 on blue, 7265 on red, 18602 on red, and we are off in autonomous. Going towards that duck spinner for the blue side. Doesn't look like it quite fell off, and they are parking in their storage unit.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
So it looks like blue's going to be heading
3, 2,
slight advantage
1.
over red.
Mm-hmm. So maybe that
we've seen. Yeah.
Maybe that point difference will be made up in teleop. Maybe it'll be made up in endgame. We'll see.
Yeah. Oh, and blue tried to score that
it was
one
close.
piece, but it's, slipped out.
Here they go again. Didn't quite drop that one in their clutches. Getting a little hung up. There he goes. Looks like it's tilted in blue's favor right now. They're back at it. So the blue robot at the bottom of your screen seems to have a collection at the front and then a delivery at the back, so that way they don't have to turn around. They can just quickly go back and forth and make quick trips to that shared hub, and that seems to be benefiting them right now.
Yeah.
Over on the red side, we got one robot with a big 4-bar linkage and a claw working on their half of the shared shipping hub. And in the back, you'll see a robot with those nice big tank treads over towards the duck spinner. It looks like they're trying to get moving across the field, get some better field positioning.
I like to see how both alliances are spread out and using the most of the field.
Yes.
Heading into endgame, is that red bot lined up for ducks, or are they just in the shipping zone?
Looks like they're pretty close. Now, unfortunately, you don't get points for parking in the shipping zone. In autonomous, that's only for... you don't get points for parking in the shipping zone in endgame. It's only autonomous. We got blue spinning a couple ducks off. We've got 2 so far. 3 right as the buzzer sounds. Wonderful score of 120. We'll have to see the adjustment, 126. A great performance by Red from 7265, 18602. Looks like the one with the tracks didn't quite get moving in the way that they hoped they would. Hopefully they can take that back, bang on it a little bit, figure out what went wrong, and come back and ready for the next match. All right.
Referee's looking, see which way it's tilted. It looks pretty obvious on the camera, but then we can't know for sure what it looks like in person.
Yeah, there are certainly more blocks over on the blue side. Looks like all of the blocks scored were those lightweight blocks, as in ones that don't have the metal pellets inside of them. Now, they don't look like much, but those pellets are heavy and they can make a difference.
It looks like a blue win over here.
Final score of 129 to 24. 22 points in autonomous. Got off to a great start. 48 points in driver control. 69 points in endgame. That's thanks to all those ducks. And an unfortunate penalty against the blue. So that's going to adjust the rankings a little bit.
Yeah. See, we don't always see that autonomous sets the tone for the whole game, but in this match, it did look like the nice start, that momentum carried them through.
I agree. Yeah, you know that having those 22 points from autonomous, and also it's kind of a good marker. You know, if a team has an autonomous that can do a lot, that means that their teleop is probably going to be pretty good too. I rarely see a team that has a fantastic autonomous but no teleop. Maybe it happens sometimes, but it's not frequent. So we've got the information for our next match here, number 14. We've got 5421 Armed and Dangerous, 128888. The Stingers, 18103 Nth Degree, and 389 The Swarm. So Armed and Dangerous taking the 5th seed right now, 12888, taking 10th seed. So Nth Degree and the Swarm are looking to move up their rankings here. Hopefully we can see a strong performance out of them today. You know, maybe break into the top 10 or even the top 5 would be fantastic.
Yeah. Looks like everyone's still getting set up on field. There are a lot of things that you go through when you're going, like different teams have different checklists, of course, but there's a lot of things you got to make sure are set up correctly before you really start the match, because if your robot's tilted even the wrong direction, you can throw everything off, especially with most autonomouses, because most teams aren't adjusting with sensors. They just have a path that they set for their autons.
Exactly, yeah. So that's why it comes in so handy, you know, to be able to have sensors to kind of recognize how far you've gone or about where you've been. Yeah, so we got a question in chat. How does a team get to the playoffs? Well, the answer is you work hard for it. So more of an answer. Right now we are in the qualification matches. So these are completely randomly assigned in terms of who plays with who and against who. We've got autonomous going on right here. And at the end of the qualification matches, the first 4 seeded teams get to choose one alliance partner each to join them in the playoffs. Now, one can pick 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, but if one picks one of the other top 4, then that moves somebody else up to be an alliance captain. Hope that explains it a little bit better to
Drivers,
you.
pick up your controllers.
We're moving into driver
3,
control period.
2, 1.
Looks like a lot of good stuff happened during that autonomous. 27.
Yeah, we saw a lot of movement. We like to see that.
Yeah. Already a very good score, 27-47. A strong start for both teams. Those long-reaching arms getting up to that top level there. 1803 with that big wide gripper of theirs in the warehouse, trying to get some piece of freight, take it out and score with it. Red Alliance dropping off in the shared hub, or looking to. There's one block, not quite enough to tilt it in their favor.
And on the Blue Alliance, 18103 seems to have some quick movement over there.
Mm-hmm. As long as you can do something fast, you can capitalize on that, you know?
Definitely.
Maybe I miss 50% of the shots that I take, but as long as I make twice the amount of shots that you take, I'll be fine. So we are filling up that red shipping hub, both the shared and the alliance specific. It looks like it is tilted in their favor over on the red side for the shared shipping hub. Unfortunately, for the alliance shipping hub, it looks like their team shipping hub is wedged under the shipping hub. And now, the alliance shipping hub, you want balanced. The shared shipping hub, you want tilted in your favor. But right now, it's endgame, and we're looking at ducks.
Looks like Blue's gotten a couple on the field.
Yeah. And 1803, I believe they have just capped their alliance shipping hub. So they used a team element that they made and put that gingerly on top of that alliance specific shipping hub, and to get them some bonus points. So we'll see how this match is scored. So far, some great scores of 86 to 111, and we shall see what the final scores are here momentarily. So Emma, as we get closer to the elimination matches, how did your team handle the alliance selections typically?
Well, actually I have a funny story. My freshman year, I was given the privilege of going up and being the team representative.
Oh.
And we did not read the rules as closely as we should have, and so we did not fully understand the process of captains, and if you decline, you can't accept from another person.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we have the match results in.
All right. Wow.
Oh, wow.
That's good. Yeah, score of 114 on the red side to Blues 86. Some very strong scores. Everybody moves up in the rankings. Noticeably, there is a penalty over on the red side, but some very strong scores in all 3 periods of the game.
I think that penalty was for scoring freight while holding more than 1.
Oh, yeah. So you got to make sure that you only have 1 something in your robot at a time, whether that be block, a ball, or a duck. You can only have 1 in your robot at a time, and then you're allowed to score it. So if you've got one stuck somewhere in your robot, you better shake it off before you try to score again.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got that rankings scrolling over on the bottom left for your viewing pleasure. just so you can check in on your favorite team, see how they are doing.
Yeah. I encourage all teams to double check the alliance rules before you send your representative up. I mistakenly declined because my team thought we were in line for captain position, but we were not in line. We were about 12th place, and like for FRC, that's good positioning, but for FTC, that's not captain positioning.
No, unfortunately not.
Yeah.
It's tricky, it is. But hopefully they forgave you for it, you know. It was that's good. That's important, you know. You got to watch the elimination matches. Didn't have to pull your hair out due to stress. All right.
And so we learned for the next year.
Exactly, yes. So next year, next match, here we go. 20122 exponential, 12096 absolute zero, no debating that one. 607 Dragon Wagon, 7265 the Gear Grinders.
Now Exponential got a yellow card in their first match of the day, but they've been doing pretty well consistently since then. So I'm interested to see if they move up in the rankings at all, or if they're going to stay kind of in this mid-level.
Yeah, certainly hope so. We've been seeing a lot of teams, regardless of winning or losing, going up in the rankings because the rankings are purely determined based off your overall score. So anytime that you increase your ranking points, you should be expecting to see a jump in your ranking here.
As we come towards the end, we will start to balance out a little more, but
you'll see less frequent jumps, you know, people more settled in. They got the field randomized. Referees are looking like they're double checking that teams are ready. We'll give a countdown once everybody's good to go. There are those trumpets, and they're off and at 'em. It's movement on red and blue. Red carefully dropping off that block into the middle zone, maneuvering over to the duck wheel, officially called the carousel, and then maneuvering over into the storage unit to close out autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Lights over on the blue side of the
3, 2, 1.
All right. So 607, those wonderful lights, they've got that preloaded block that they're looking to get rid of, and they do get rid of it in front of them. I think they were trying to get it onto the hub. Now they're a little caught on the hub. You definitely want to avoid that. Carefully maneuvering to pick that block up that they dropped and dropping it off in the middle.
Let's see. Red scoring one in the shared. Not quite enough to tip it yet, but they've still got time.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we're not seeing a lot of movement out of 7265. Hopefully they can reboot the robot and get it fixed here soon.
Yeah. Looks like there's been some penalties on the blue side.
I don't know. Might have been some of that handling of the shipping hub.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting about 607, they went into the warehouse to try to get freight, but the duck is already outside and is near their shipping hub. So, the duck is still eligible to be scored just like a block or a ball. It's still worth the same amount of points when it's put into the shipping hubs. So that might be a little bit easier to get. It looks like blue is kind of roughhousing that shared shipping hub as we go into endgame here. Red is in the position to start spinning some ducks onto the field. Still no movement from 7265. Again, we wish you all the best. We hope you identify whatever it was that was holding you back and come back even stronger.
Yeah, I just got some confirmation there will be a major penalty for that movement of that shared hub.
And that's going to close out. Looks like Red got 6 ducks onto the field. A great job by the Red Alliance. Blue certainly tried their best. We get it. Sometimes it happens. Can't wait to see what you guys do in the future.
Yeah, it's important to not beat yourself up over a penalty, but to learn from it and just come back better the next time.
Absolutely.
I think we've seen that with Exponential. They haven't let the yellow card hurt them too much. They've just kept going through it. It's been really good sports.
Absolutely, yeah. Doing a great performance with that long, bendy arm of theirs, folding every which way. I wish I could be there in person to see exactly how that works and ask them why it works the way it does.
Well, if there's any Exponential team members watching on stream, if you want to throw anything in chat about the arm, we are very much interested in it.
Yeah, love to see it. Referees are working hard to calculate that final score for match number 15. Still got a couple more to go. There we are. That'll go to the Red with a win of 92. 22 in autonomous, 12 in driver control, 58 in in-game.
Wow.
Bumping them up to the 9th and 6th seed. Unfortunately, Blue didn't quite have the performance that they were looking for. They did get some points in in-game, but those penalties for moving those hubs around, those are gonna unfortunately cost them. Somebody in chat asked if the commentators are remote. Very much so. I am in my house in Virginia. I am not in this wonderful venue in Maryland. And we are watching the stream here. I've got my feet up. I've got a big glass of water next to me. And so this allows us to take off our mask and, doesn't require us being there at the competition, because we're trying to limit the number of people at the event venue. Okay. Looks like we have a little bit of an answer from Exponential. So, talking about the builders decided to have a cool, crazy arm, and then the programmers supported that decision. Okay, sure. A little bit of trouble programming with it. We get that. It happens sometimes.
I have definitely been on teams in which programming is like, okay, I got you now.
These are the cards we've been dealt. Yeah. That's why it's always helpful to include the to include the programmers in building. Get their input. Say, hey, do you want to program 16 servos on one arm? No. Too bad. So that's an exaggeration. You can't have 16 servos. The limit is 12. And I've been gently reminded that it's not just us commentators who are kicking our feet up and relaxing remotely. We've got 4 people backstage making all this stream work smoothly, delivering you guys the great camera angles that you're seeing, putting us all over the screen, tuning sound in and out, and making sure that you guys know exactly what's going on, putting the matches up on the board, delivering you the score. So thank you very much to the people behind the scenes who are working remotely, and the people who are on the scenes working in person. Mostly the referees who we see on camera. There's still plenty of event volunteers at that venue right now. All right. So we're getting ready for qualification match number 16 with 2818 G-force, 18103 nth degree, and I can't read the screen anymore. That's my fault.
I can tell you Blue Alliance if you want.
Go for it, please.
For the Blue Alliance, we have 4234 Engineered Chaos and 16835 The Pollinators.
Awesome.
Very excited.
We have that pulled up. I was looking elsewhere. We've got a rapid start to autonomous. We've got robots moving all over the place. One robot each alliance in the warehouse scoring points. We've got robots moving towards the corner to get the ducks. Love to see it. Parking in the storage unit. A great start. 23 to 20.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
42. The numbers adjust.
3,
Still strong start from the
2,
team.
1.
Looks like Blue's the first to get one in the shared hub.
All right.
Not quite tipping yet, but they've still got some time.
Red came back with an answer. Looks like it's going to be a battle. Whoever has it tipped in their favor at the end, that's who gets the 20-point bonus. They're taking very different approaches as to how they get to that shared hub. You know, one team, the red drives over the barrier. Oh, looks like they ran into the shared hub. That might cost them. And blue is electing to skirt around the outside and drop the blocks. And it looks like it's tilted in blue's favor now, but red's coming back with an answer. Meanwhile, in the background, they are filling up those alliance shipping hubs. We've got 2 at the top of the red, 1 at the top of the blue so far.
And it looks like there will be a major penalty for the moving of that shared hub that we saw. It's so tricky.
Yeah, that shared hub really is delicate stuff. 18103, sorry, 18103 with that massive claw that we keep talking about. Looks like they're trying to cap that red shipping hub. Keeps moving on them. They drop it. They're backing away. Is it good? They're going back out of the warehouse one more time. Trying to knock it left or right. Going back in the warehouse, holding up that arm for the final 4 seconds of this match. Trying to make sure that they're completely in the warehouse.
It looks like we've got some ducks.
A little bit of an interesting maneuver on blue. It looked like after the buzzer sounded, one of the robots made their way across the field. Maybe I heard the buzzer a bit wrong, but one of the robots really thrashed its way over to the outside of the warehouse. Okay. So we've got a potential score of 42 to 80. The referees will have to deliberate on that, make sure they all know what they saw.
It's always interesting to see the teams debrief with each other after the match.
Oh, yeah. And it's something that I really miss is during the finals especially, the teams would come out and shake each other's hands. Now, we're not doing the shaking hands anymore, but especially during that second match that has the potential to be the final match, you know, you'd like to see it where they come out, you know, say, we wish you the best of luck. Let's take it to a third match, you know. And they come out, wish each other the best, and then go back and then have another great match. So it's always fun to see that. And I can't wait till we bring that back.
Yeah. I mean, that just adds to the element of it feeling like a sports game. Because like before every game you shake hands with the other side. At the end of the game you shake hands with the other side.
Exactly, yeah. Very dignified. Here we go with the final scores. Blue takes it with a win of 96-74. Everybody moving up, including 4-2-3-4 into the number 1 seed. 2-8-1-8 breaking into the number 3 seed. 18-103 breaking into number 8. 16-8-3-5 into number 13. A great performance. So over in the lower left corner of the screen, you'll see those rankings. Scroll past. 3-2-3-4 has 398 ranking points, but they are closely followed by 1-1-1-1-2, which is the Robo Lords, who have 380. And you'll notice they've only played 3 matches. So the next time that you see the Robo Lords play, if they get a score of over 18, then that'll bump them back into the number 1 seed. So it looks like those two teams are going to be fighting back and forth as we close out our matches here.
We do have a team that's in 17th place, but they've only played 2 matches, so they still have plenty of time too to move up.
Oh yes, and of course we are talking about 20257, the team that shall not be named, joined by 14253, the Magic School Bots, up against the Red Alliance 13599, the Bruin Bots, those wonderful hats in the bottom corner of your screen right now, and 11534 Bot Brigade Cortic in the number 5 seed. So let's see if
like they've got a step stool almost for their controls.
Yeah, you really can bring just about anything. So we bring a treasure chest personally to represent our pirate brand. All right. So something to note about this particular venue is that the this field seems to be on a stage, a raised platform, and in an auditorium for everyone to be able to see. So I think that's pretty cool. Normally these are hosted in, gyms, where it's just level and on the ground. But, this makes it feel like it's more of a performance because, you're performing to a virtual audience of 121 people right now. So, yeah, I think it makes sense. I wonder what the pit space is like.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Yeah.
Gosh. Yeah, that's something I miss about the in-person events too, is even just as a volunteer walking around the pits and seeing the energy that's there. It's really cool.
Yeah, seeing teams help each other, strategize or make programs or really just anything, or just hanging out, Sometimes teams remember each other from last year or the year before, and they're like, oh, it's so great to see you again. They catch up, talk about what makes their robots special. We've got some people backstage that miss the pits too. Yeah. It gets to you, Alright. Randomization has been locked in for match number 17. Autonomous has started. We got some expert maneuvering over on blue, parking in the warehouse. Red parking in the warehouse as well. Looks like they're going to take a knee here. Sometimes the simplest autonomous is the best. Start yourself off with that advantage. Don't try to break your robot trying to do the impossible in autonomous. Just get yourself enough and then wait for that driver control period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
As we talked about, consistency
3,
is so important.
2,
so making sure that you're
1.
good at what you do, even if it doesn't seem like it's a lot.
Mm-hmm. We got a little bit of a pushing match on the blue side, trying to help get that partner of theirs off of the barriers. Looks like they're trying to help each other out. 14253 and 20257. Now, sometimes you just get caught up on that corner there, and that can make all the difference. Meanwhile, in green on red, we got one dump into the shared hub, a little bit of a bump before they go back into the warehouse. We got 20257 making that long reach to put another block on top of the Alliance hub. Still got a little bit of back and forth going on the blue side of the field, trying to help their Alliance partner out at all costs. It can be hard. You get stuck up there. Ooh boy. Looks like they're close to getting off. Yet another block for the shared shipping hub on red. Still not quite enough to tilt it in their favor. It looks like both of the red robots are using mecanum wheels. So those are wheels with rollers at a 45-degree angle. And if you use them just right, you can move omnidirectionally, any direction that you want. We've got both blue robots free now, looking to capitalize during endgame, try to get some ducks off of that wheel. Looks like there's one for the Blue Alliance. Red's already on their third. Looks like we're trying to cap the Red Alliance hub. Not something that you see a whole lot of this season. Yeah. And they're gonna, right at the last second, a red robot tips over and falls to the ground, but it looks like they got that cap onto the Alliance shipping hub. I think the red
Luckily, they didn't touch the Blue Alliance shipping hub at all, which is always a worry when you lose control that you might accidentally incur a penalty, but looks like they're good here.
I think the robot got a little tired. It just needed a nap. It just needed to lay down. That's all right, robot. You're doing great. Might have one more match to go. All right. On a legend score of 26 to 87, I was so happy to see the blue robots moving at the end there and able to get some ducks on the field. Looks like 3 of them. Here comes the final score. That'll go to the Red Alliance, 97 to 36. Autonomous 10, driver controlled 20, in-game 67. For the blue, it was 5 in autonomous, 31 in endgame. A very strong performance. That's going to move teams 11534 up into the number 2 spot, 13599 up into the number 6 spot, 20257 up into the 16th spot. 14253 will remain strong in the 15th seed.
We're coming up on the last 5 matches? 6 matches?
That is a wonderful question. All right, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 6, yeah.
Cool.
All right.
That means teams might want to be looking at the rankings to see who they want to be talking to, either to select for Alliance selection or to have their number on their short list for Alliance selection.
Mm-hmm. So if you could start forming these bonds, so certain teams, they've been in and out of the first and second spots, talk to them, see what they're up to, get to know them. If you have any candy, that might be a good time to give them some candy. All right. So we've got qualification number 18, 18602, reboot, looking to restart a wonderful match. 12888, the Stingers on the Red Alliance. 17477 Kettle to the metal. And joined by 11112, the Robo Lords. The Robo Lords, I believe they're in number 3rd seat right now. Currently beat out by 2 other teams who have played one more match than them. So if we see a strong performance by the Robo Lords here, they could jump back up to the number 1 seed here.
Oh, and we have a Brune Bots fan in the chat.
Okay. Love to see it. Robots have been doing a great job all day with those flashing hats of theirs. Easy to recognize, easy to appreciate. We got good things to say about all these teams.
Yeah, all incredible teams. Great sportsmanship.
Mm-hmm. So it's getting to be where it's very rare to see a 4-digit team. So this match, all 5-digit teams. Randomization is good for spot number 4. So that's moving those ducks to specific places, or if you elect to not use a duck, you can use your own creations called a team shipping element, and that has certain advantages. So the robots are all...
one.
Mm-hmm. There's a little bit of bumping into the Alliance shipping hubs, but again, if it's inadvertent, inconsequential, typically we'll let it slide. 1 duck off for the Blue Alliance and parked in that storage unit. We've got a red robot in the warehouse. A great start to this
Drivers,
match.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Controllers to the robots.
So it looks like now all the robots are moving, which is always good to see.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Blue's going to be the first to attempt a shared.
They're making their way over there, going past those barriers. Long arms going up. A little bit of a bump. Gingerly placing it in before going back in the warehouse. The Robo Lords look like they're a little stuck on that bump. They're gonna, or sorry, that's 12888. Over on the red side, they're gonna do a quick spin move to get themselves off. Blue placing yet another in the shared hub, and that'll tilt it in their favor. Whoa, a little bit of a wobbling going on by 12888. And they're being very careful to make sure that they don't crash into that shared shipping hub.
Which is smart.
Mm-hmm.
This is a pretty close game, and a penalty like that could tip the balance.
Absolutely. So we got red working on their Alliance shipping hub. They got 2 in the top, 1 in the middle. We're getting close to the point where you need to start thinking about endgame. Unfortunately, we don't see a lot of movement out of either of the blue robots. They seem to be disconnected. Oh, here comes one robot. Just in time.
Robo Lords is moving.
All right. And they're ready to start spinning some ducks onto the fields. That could make the difference here if you get more of those ducks. 12888 has been doing a great job of not falling over. They have come really close a couple times with that very short wheelbase, but they always recover, and I love to see that.
I think that speaks really well of their driver for being able to control that.
Yes, clearly very experienced. We got 3 ducks for the Red Alliance, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my gosh, 8 ducks for the Blue Alliance. Could that make the difference? We've got the Red Alliance hub still balanced. That's something that we've been neglecting to talk about. If you can end with your Alliance hub balanced, that gets you a nice little 10-point bonus. But if you can end with the shared shipping hub tilted in your favor, that's a 20-point bonus. All right. Referees deliberating, making sure they know what's what.
And again, the angles that we see on the live stream are definitely not exactly what the referees are seeing. So they have a better view of everything. So what we might think is tilted or is balanced might not officially be balanced or tilted.
All right. Looks like we've got another question in chat about playoffs. So, at the end of qualification matches, so we're on qualification match number 18 out of 23. At the end, the rankings will be solidified based on how many points each team scored during their qualification matches. So, the number one team gets to pick any team to join them as an alliance partner. It could be number 2, it could be number 3, it could be number 4, anybody. And they can accept or decline. So if the team accepts, congratulations, you're an alliance. Then it goes to the next highest team. So that could be 2, that could be 3, that could be, yeah, it could be 2 or 3. They get to pick somebody to join them on their alliance. So now we have 2 alliances. And that continues until we have 4 alliances, and they play in the playoffs. And speaking of playoffs, there's major playoff potential as 1-1-1-1-2 and 1-7-4-7-7 take the win for the Blue Alliance, 124-70. A good, clean match, no penalties across the board. Sorry, I just hit the mute myself button. And 42 points in autonomous, 10 points in driver control, 72 points in in-game for the Blue Alliance, 16 points in autonomous, 20 points in driver control.
And 34 in red.
Yes. So normally in FTC, if there is a competition with 24 or more teams, there is a total of 12 teams in the elimination matches, where each alliance gets to pick each alliance gets to pick 2 teams for a total of 3 teams in alliance. But because there's only 18 teams here today, each captain only gets to pick 1 team for a total of 8 teams competing in the playoffs.
We still see some teams on there have only played 3 games.
Yep. So, as they play their 4th game, they should pop up in the rankings. And we've got Nth Degree, Magic Schoolbots, G-Force, and Dragon Wagon playing here today. So, G-Force in the number 4th seed, Dragon Wagon number 18, Nth Degree number 10, Magic Schoolbots number 15. So they all average out to about the same rank, I think.
Yeah, they're close in rank. Close enough in ranking between the Red Alliance, and then the average of the Blue Alliance is around the same.
Yeah. But of course, it's not always about the rank. It's how has your autonomous been doing? How has your end game been doing? If you can fulfill a role that needs to be fulfilled, that makes you more likely to get picked as an alliance partner. We've got some fans for G-Force here in the chat. So good luck to G-Force on the Blue Alliance working with Dragon Wagon 607.
Yeah. And we've talked about it. Consistency is important throughout the game, but if you have a really amazing autonomous that you pull out in your last match of the day, that can be the deciding factor for some alliance selection.
Mm-hmm.
So it's never too late to set yourself apart for playoffs.
No. Alright. So we've got the referee on the field, making sure everybody's getting set up properly. Again, each robot has to be touching that backfield wall, cannot be in the warehouse, cannot be touching the carousel. You can be real close to the carousel, but you can't be touching it. Alright.
Looks like the referee's getting thumbs up.
Yep, so we got to randomize, and randomization is an important step because that means, okay, everybody's ready, and the last thing to do is start the match, and away they go. Look at that long arm over on the red side, dropping a cube into the top level, it looks like, and spinning a duck before racing into that warehouse. That's 18103. A little bit of the hands-on head gesture from the red side. Hopefully everything's going okay for them. Blue side takes a little slower approach to autonomous. Looks like they attempted to spin a duck off and now they are parked in their storage unit.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Did get a duck spun. Congratulations. And away they go with driver control, period. All robots moving. 18103, 5 members, just too many for me. With that long claw, looking to drop it off into the top of that hub and go back to the warehouse to get yet another one.
Looks like Blue's gonna get one in their, oh, and they got it in the shared hub.
Very nice.
Already tipped in their favor. We love to see that.
Yeah, getting another one, keeping that lead going. 18103 is focusing on the top part of that Alliance hub. 607 is now going into the warehouse on the other side of the field. Nothing wrong with that. No rules say that you can or cannot do that, which means it's perfectly acceptable for 607 on the blue side to be over on the other side of the field in their warehouse. So now Blue is taking their turn to focus less on the shared hub since they've already got that secured with 2 blocks, and now they are filling up that Alliance-specific hub, dropping yet another ball, it looks like. Getting close to endgame here. So the team...
Blue's lining up at the back.
Let's see how many they can get per side. So a very strong performance, a very good match so far. Haven't seen anything worthy of penalties yet, but you know, I'm not a referee. 607 back into the other warehouse, and you could still score points for being parked in that warehouse, even though it's not on your side of the field. Looks like we've got ducks on the red side, a couple of ducks on the blue side. Looks like 7. Wow, what a nail biter. A very strong performance from all the teams involved here. 2818, 607, 18103, 14253.
That was a fun match to watch. There was a lot of activity going on.
Yeah, everybody had something to do. Points scored all across the board. Very clearly, the shared hub is tipped in Blue's favor. That could secure them those points. So we're getting into the final 4 matches of the day after this, before playoff matches. Now those could be anywhere from 6 matches to 9 matches, depending on how each one goes. Because of course they are best of 3, so if a team loses one, wins one, then we have to go to a tiebreaker, and that can happen up to 3 times. So we'll stick around until it's done and a champion was crowned.
So it was great great gameplay this morning. I always love a good tiebreaker, though, and we did not get to see one.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see one here today. Blue gets it with the 131-point win. Again, a nice, clean match, no penalties. Everybody has moved up in the rankings thanks to this match. 2-8-1-8 into the second seed, 6-0-7 on the board in 17th, 1-8-1-0-3 in 6th, 1-4-2-5-3 in 11th. A very strong performance from both of these teams.
Again, rankings scrolling on the screen for anyone who wants to just double check their team's placement, double check maybe a potential alliance placement. And feel free to throw any questions you all may have in the chat as we set up for qualification match 20. Like the team's just getting settled in, making sure everything's lined up before we start this next match. Yeah, it is always tough to have a quick match turnaround, but Robo Lords have done great today. I think they've got this. I think all teams are going to do well.
Absolutely. And what I like to see is improvement throughout the day. A team maybe doesn't have to have the strongest of a start, but if they learn from what they've done and continuously improve themselves, that's what I like to see.
Right, and we just had randomization, so let's quickly introduce the matchup for this next match. So on the Red Alliance, we have the Robo Lords with the Bruin Bots, and on the Blue Alliance, we have the Pollinators with Absolute Zero.
All right.
And Autonomous is off.
Robots rush into those hubs and to those carousels to spin ducks. These have got to be some really dizzy ducks by the end of the day, They've just been non-stop just getting spun around and falling onto the ground. Peter would be having a field day with us, I mean.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
All right.
3, 2,
so Red's going to get that
1.
early advantage. Points keep climbing up, 46-3. Let's see if Blue can make that up in teleop and endgame. Anything can happen still.
Looks like Blue's having a cargo mishap. And Red is going to attempt first. Oh, but they land in the blue side.
Yeah, that's the problem with those balls. You really want the heavy blocks in the shared hub, because that will help tip it in your favor. Now, what you don't want to do, unfortunately, it looks like one of the blue robots had a bit of a mishap and it plowed straight through that shared hub. I want to say that wasn't intentional, because the robot does not seem to be moving right now. Sometimes the robot disconnects, it'll do something like, just go forward, or something unfortunate like that.
Unfortunately, it is now tipped in the Red's favor.
Yeah, but they're also still on it, it looks like, so
Yeah.
will affect it. So, Red has adapted to this. They've decided to stop focusing on the shared hub and have now moved on to their Alliance-specific hub.
Oh, and it looks like Blue's free now.
All right. Just in time for endgame. Dropping one more block off. Will we see Blue get some ducks as the timer counts down here?
Looks like they've got one on the field.
All right.
Got a couple more now. And Red's getting some ducks as well.
Yeah, they're piling up over there. Just as the buzzer sound, everybody drops those controllers like a sack of rocks just to make sure it's clear. We're done. We're not moving anything anymore. We promise.
Always better safe than sorry.
Absolutely.
It looks like the referee's checking out that shared hub.
Yeah. Their Alliance hub as well, counting how many are in the blue and the red. So, unfortunate that the blue robot disconnected. We hope you guys, we hope it doesn't happen again. We understand these things happen. We know it wasn't intentional. We know you weren't trying to sabotage Red. It's okay. Next match, you'll get them for sure. Maybe we'll see you guys in the playoff matches. All right, referees deliberating. I would be scared to walk on that field personally, like right after a match, because so much of the points depend on balance. So I feel like if a big guy like me were to step on the field and, you know, like shake the whole thing, you know, like P5, full thump, I feel like I would sway things one way or the other. So that's why I'm glad I'm all the way over here behind my computer screen.
Do you think they're doing a good job of being careful about how they're stepping?
Oh yeah, these referees know what they're doing. They
Clearly
know.
professionals.
Yeah, they're like crime scene investigators. You know, they're not disturbing anything, leaving exactly how it was. Now, something about FTC is that we do not have video replays. And just got our scores. 11112 is holding firm at the number 1 rank. 13599 jumping all the way up to the number 3 rank. 16835 jumping up to 13. 12096 holding firm at 9th. So of course there was a little bit of a penalty. It happens every now and then. We hope you'll do better. I always like to see the match results because there's like blocks of red wins, then blue wins. You know, it really groups together.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Like flipping a coin, you know. Sometimes it'll be all heads 5 times in a row. Sometimes it'll be all tails 5 times in a row. All right. So we've got match number 21 here. We are starting to wind down our qualifiers. 18602 reboot, 5421 armed and dangerous, 20257 the team that shall not be named. It's a secret. Don't tell anybody. And 20122 exponential. Alright. Looks like we've got some fans for Exponential in the chat. Right now in the 12th seed. Let's hope for a strong performance to maybe get them into the top 10. We'll see. So we're getting to the point where some teams have already played their 5th match. So this will be the 5th match for Reboot, Armed and Dangerous, Team That Shall Not Be Named, and Exponential. And so that will kind of start to solidify their rankings as we get closer to the playoffs, or the Alliance selection. Lots of fans for Exponential in the chat. Glad to see you guys out here. So for all you Exponential fans, how big is your team? How many Oh, an alumni too. Wow, look at that. All right. Love to see it. Support left and right. Looks like chat will be cheering for the Blue Alliance this time. See some thumbs up from the referees. Checking on the other side, the blue side. We've been seeing some really great turnaround times here. Everything. Yeah. Staying mostly on schedule. Teams come on, teams come off, and this is only one field. Normally competitions have 2, sometimes 3 fields, but of course this is only 18 teams. So we've got some early scoring here by both red and blue, placing the blocks in the top level of those Alliance shipping hubs. You could feel the tension and the nervousness as they watch their robots, knowing that there is nothing that they can do to change the outcome in these 30 seconds. It is entirely on their own. But it looks like a great performance, 39-26. We got robots.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And away we go. A nice slow start to telly up.
That's moving.
Yeah.
Looks like red might have something.
Yep, placed one up on the top. Here we go. See the other red robot moving. It's twitching a little bit. There we go. There's that arm. Oh! Tipped forward a little bit. We'll see if they can get back on their wheels. A little bit of inactivity on the blue side. Here comes red driving past their alliance partner. Maybe they'll give them a little bump to get up.
Bump up.
No, they seem to be doing fine driving on their front 2 wheels. There they go. They're back on all 4s.
We love to see that.
Yeah.
It's always cool when a team can recover from something like that.
Absolutely, yeah. And that comes to the drivers, thinking outside the box, saying, okay, I'm in this situation that I've never trained for in my entire life. How am I going to get out of this? And that's when they say, like, oh, move the arm up and down, and that'll free us. All right.
Red's got one in the shared.
Blue has been scoring.
It's still pretty close.
Yeah, 57-77. Could be anybody's game, especially as we get into end game. Blue is on the spot and ready to start spinning those ducks. Can red do the same?
It looks like blue has a bot stuck in their warehouse.
Yeah. But if you're going to get stuck anywhere, the warehouse is where you want to be, because you do get points for being inside the warehouse at the end of the match. Red is racking up those points. How many ducks has blue gotten? Because that could make all the difference. Red was just trying to put one more ball on, but it looks like it didn't quite connect. All right, unofficial score of 87-119. This could go to red. We shall see. I always like it when it's a nail biter. It comes down to the wire. Maybe just 2 ducks makes all the difference.
I love any game that I see all the teams moving around in. I think.
Oh yeah.
Especially from someone who has not always had a moving robot, it's just exciting. It's exciting to see people who are able to get it done, especially early on in the season.
Oh yeah. I mean, it is December 4th, for goodness sakes. Here we go. The winner is red. A close match, 93-119. Everybody moves up in the rankings. 20257 and 16, 20122 to 10, 18602 and 12, 5421 breaking into the number 3 spot. We'll see if they stick around.
Position.
Matches left.
Now, with 2 more matches left, there's still the opportunity for some of these top-ranked teams to get knocked down.
So far, RoboLord's been pretty solid up in that number 1 seed. We will see if they can be upset here by these final 2 matches. Waiting for it to scroll back around here. So the leading ranking points is 637, held by 11112, the RoboLords. So 4-2-3-4 has some competition. They're going to have to get a pretty darn high score in order to beat out the RoboLords, or a strong score in order to break into the top 4.
Yeah. That'll be exciting.
Yeah. Looks like we got a message in the chat. How many will go to the states from this qualifier? That is a wonderful question that I do not have the answer to at this moment. But I'd like to remind everybody that it is 2 separate competitions. There was the morning cohort, which we saw earlier, and this is the afternoon cohort. So there will be a winning alliance. There's already a winning alliance from the morning cohort, and there will be an Inspire winner for the morning cohort. There will be a winning alliance for this cohort, and an Inspire winner for this afternoon cohort. And the judging will be done on Sunday. All right. My roommate has just come in to remind me that FLL state competition is this weekend. So any FLL teams out there, or any teams who have who support an FLL team, we wish you guys the best of luck. All right. We are on.
Connors is off to a good start.
Yeah. Got some good field positioning from the blue side. Red still hugging that wall.
But again, that can work in their favor. Sometimes that's just the positioning they need.
Absolutely.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Points for partially parking
3,
that
2,
storage
1.
unit that they have over there. A little bit of wobble on the Alliance Hub as the match officially starts. We got robots all over the place, and all 4 are moving, so you know Emma's happy. We got 117. Sorry, I can't see, it's too dark. We got a Blue Alliance team looking to score in the shared hub, dropping that block from way up high.
The Bot Brigade Forte.
Thank you so much, Emma. Yes, it's Bot Brigade, of course, 11534. Blue going back into the warehouse to get yet another one. Looks like one of the red robots has become a statue in front of the warehouse, but their partner has been able to maneuver expertly around them.
Yeah, that might be the gear grinders.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's the first week. It's a great time to just learn from everything that's going on here and come back better the next time.
Uh-huh. So Red is doing a good job of filling up that top level of the Alliance shipping hub, but not to be discounted is the fact that Blue has control over the shared shipping hub with that single block. So we've seen it before where teams will put a single block in the shared hub, but it won't tip over. I think it's because 11534 drops it from so high up that impact kind of helps tip it in their favor. We've got 1 blue robot spinning ducks. We've got 1 blue robot in the warehouse. We've got 1 red robot spinning ducks. Unfortunately, their alliance partner is still not quite able to move from that spot, but at least they're in a good spot, and their alliance partners can move around them. Here comes the buzzer. Looks like 8 ducks for the red alliance and 9 for the blue alliance. What an incredible number. It's very rare that we see 9 ducks in a single match. So good job.
It looked like there were some penalties there, so that might end up being what decides this match for us today.
Could be, yeah. Saw a little bit of potentially bumping into one of the hubs. So, we get it though. It does happen. It's unfortunate. But these teams really are out here doing their best. You know, they're not kicking back and saying, yeah, we'll just score a couple of points and then go home. No, they are leaving it all out there. They're calling the shots and going through all of it. All right. Referees deliberating, cleaning up, counting ducks, putting all their ducks in a row. Yeah. Okay. So we will be moving into qualification match 23 in a minute here, and that'll be the last qualification match. After that, we will go into alliance selection, a little bit of a break, and then we will get right back into it with the elimination matches that I know so many of you have been looking forward to. We've had a pretty good viewer count this whole time, pretty consistently staying at about 100. I think there was 120 at some points. We're at 110 right now, so we appreciate all 110 of you, 114 now that I've mentioned it, coming out here today and watching the team from a safe distance and showing your support in the chat. All right. Referee's looking at those handy dandy phones of theirs. All right. Red takes it 88-73, a wicked close game. 17477 will be bumped into the 7th seed. Kind of fitting since they have so many 7s in their number. 7265 in the 12th seed. 389 in the 13th seed. 11534 in the 3rd seed. Now, unfortunately, Blue would have won that match would it have not been for the penalty. You hate to see it, but we want to make sure that gameplay is fair and safe for all involved. We've got a question in the chat. If a robot is touching the fence, and I believe by that you mean the field perimeter wall, and is also like 0.5 inches from the carousel, not touching it, and not touching the blue storage, is that a valid position to start? Absolutely, yes. So starting location, page 15 in the rules, it says drive teams may place their robots in any orientation touching the field wall. So it could be, a very diagonal position. It could be, perpendicular to the wall, but it cannot start in the warehouse, in contact with the carousel, or on a barrier. It does not say anything about being inside the storage unit. So the storage unit are those taped colored boxes that you see on the far side of the field. However, your robot should not be able to reach one of those boxes if it's touching the wall, because your robot has to start inside an 18-inch, 18-inch, 18-inch cube. All right. So we've got our last qualification match of the day, 23 out of 23. We don't even have an evening cohort. This is it for qualifications. We've got 4234 Engineered Chaos in number 6. We'll see if they can bump into number 4 and take over one of those Alliance captain seeds. 20257, they've been very secretive. They will not tell us our name. 12888, the Stingers in number 5. Hoping to bump up that position in the rankings. 607 Dragon Wagon in the 18th slot, looking to close out the day on a win. So for some of these teams, unfortunately, this will be the last qualification match the last match overall that they get to play, and we wish them the best of luck. Just because you don't make it into the elimination matches does not mean that you're not a good team. It just means that there's only 8 spots, and you got to choose really carefully, and we cannot wait to see you at the next competition. So we've got our rating. Looks like we are ready to go. All right. You could cut the tension with the knife. This is make or break. Which teams will end up in the top 4? Which teams will be counting on an alliance pick? Hopefully in the pit areas, teams are talking to one another saying, hey, our robots look good together. Hey, you're picking me, I'll pick you if you pick me. Trying to come up with a plan based on what they've seen today here. Or sometimes teams elect to just ignore that and instead just say, yeah, we remember these guys. All right, so we have a question in chat. Is it just the top 8 teams? So the top number 1 team gets to pick anybody. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. They can pick anybody. Number 1 can. And whoever they pick, they form an alliance. So, yes, anybody can get in. So the top 4 captains are the ones who make the picks. We've got a great pick here in autonomous. One robot has picked the location that they want to stay in is the warehouse. We've got 1 on each side, red, blue, starting in the warehouse. A little bit of a penalty seems to be on the board. Maybe it was a little bit of a aggressive bump on the shipping hub.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
Scores
1.
are dynamically adjusting as the referees hit those buttons on their iPads. Not necessarily iPads, just tablets in general. No specific branding. All right. 607 is really easy to identify with those bright, bright lights reaching all the way up, trying to get a freight into the hub, and looks like they do, taking turns with their alliance partners to drop into that blue hub. We've got 1 block on the blue side of the shared hub. I don't think that was what Red intended, but that's where it ended up. That's where the chips fell.
Looks like Red's coming back for another attempt.
Yep. There it goes.
And this time they tip it to them.
Yeah. Looks like we've got 12888 with their famously wobbly robot, but they weeble and they wobble, but they will not fall down, and I appreciate that about them. They've been doing a great job of driving around this field and positioning themselves.
Staying upright.
Yeah. Looks like we've got a fan in the chat cheering on EC. We wish them all the best. 607 with that long arm, looking to capitalize and score some points in the hub. Blue has the edge right now as we go into endgame. Anything can happen based on those ducks. 607 got a little high center. They were trying to make a mad dash into the warehouse, but it looks like they got caught up on those barriers. So it's all up to the alliance partner now.
There's something blue in the middle of that, those barriers right there, and I'm not sure if that fell off the robot or...
Yeah, so that's likely a alliance marker. So that's how you tell which robots were on blue, which robots are on red. So those are supposed to be quickly swapped down. Looks like it fell off. So a stellar performance by Blue. 12888 was in charge of ducks, and they got 5 off in the corner and then parked in the warehouse. A great job by Red. Had a little bit of difficulty maneuvering around, but what a way to close out our qualification matches. The referees will deliberate and give you a score here in a minute, and that will solidify the rankings, and then we'll go to alliance selection. I can't wait for you guys to see that. And then we'll have a brief intermission and get right back into playoffs. Okay.
Ethan, how did your team do alliance selection?
Yeah, so it was interesting. Our first ever competition as the Red Beard Pandas. So we used to be the Tuxedo Pandas, and then when I became the head coach, we were the Red Beard Pandas. We were, I think, 7th seed, and all of a sudden we became an alliance captain, and luckily we had prepared for this. We had known that was a possibility, so we had a list. And our representative was up there. She was checking names off, so that way she didn't ask for somebody who was already on an alliance partner. We didn't want to embarrass ourselves. So we got up there. We had a great first pick, a very nice second pick. But unfortunately, our first pick, they were so good that they kind of told us what to do. They said, okay, here's the plan. You guys are going to do this. We're going to do this. And we just kind of went along with it. We've got something on the screen right now. A win by the Blue Alliance. 12888 is moving up into the 7th spot. 607 up into the 17th spot, ending the day on a win. 4234 in the 5th spot. 20257 in the 15th spot. So unfortunately, nobody broke into the top 4, but that's okay because all of these teams are very strong picks for the playoffs, which will be happening here soon. And 4234 has the potential to be an alliance captain if, for instance, 1 picks 2, or 3 picks 4, or 2 picks 3. Anything can happen, but so 4234, I suggest you get a list together. All right. So I got the camera moving around as we get ready for alliance selection.
Alright guys, you gotta do, because I'm driving blind here. You want me to bring the camera up? Okay. So we'll have to change this angle. Actually, you know what? Is that better? Is that good? Oh, it's too high. Lower. I'm trying not to tilt the... Oh, okay, sorry. That's good. Yeah, because I'm trying not to turn the, the screw, because then I'll have trouble when I put it back up. So right now I'm using a little wedge in there. Hopefully that'll be good. Is it?
All right, and we are getting set up for alliance selection here.
Sorry.
You can see in the bottom left corner of your screen is where we will show the captain and their picks for alliance selection. And right now, the event volunteers are just having all the teams line up to pull out our captains and such.
Once they're here, he's good.
All right. So I appreciate the support the youth fans have been given. The afternoon session has been much more supportive in the live feed than the morning session. You know, we had like 80 people watching the morning session, like 0 chat interaction. So we appreciate all of you watching right now, cheering on your teams. Maybe they can hear you, maybe they can't, but it's still appreciated no matter what. We're glad that you can tune in to this broadcast today. Hopefully you can hear what's going on right now, but one of our head referees is explaining the alliance selection process, making sure that everybody knows the rules. Now a little bit of disdain in the chat for Engineer Chaos Robot browning out at the worst time. It happens, man. It's the worst. You hate to see it. So, moving into alliance selection here. I believe that is Jeff calling up our first seed alliance. Getting ready to make some picks.
The 5th place team would move into the 4th, everybody would move up. If it happened again, the 6th place team could move in, and what happens, we just move our way down. So right now we'll start with alliance number 1. Who would you like to move?
So on the board there, you'll see 11112. They are rock solid as the first seeded alliance captain. They get to have their pick of anybody. They can pick anybody they want, and they are allowed, whoever they pick is allowed to accept or decline. It looks like they picked 4-4-2-1. So they're the 4th seed alliance, and they seem to have accepted, and that rounds out your first seed alliance. So now we bring up 2-8-1-8, and they get to make their first pick.
599 Ruin Box. Are you ready?
Round of applause. Who's it going to be? 13599, the 6th seeded alliance. So now 11534 is a captain, making their first pick. They're going to invite 4234. So this means 12888 is now an alliance captain as the 7th seed. So I hope they came prepared. And they get to make a pick, and that'll round out the playoffs. So this is always the most tense moment, because everybody's wondering, who is the last pick gonna be? Are we going to play more matches, or are we going to pack up the pits and start heading home? We recommend that you don't head home, stick around, watch the matches. Here comes the final pick. 16835. So that's what we call a deep pick here. Going down and choosing somebody that's not necessarily high in the rankings, but maybe they'll work together really well, or maybe they know each other. So that's going to round out our alliances. And we will be playing the elimination matches here soon. All right. So the way this is going to work, the teams are going to get a little brief intermission, change their batteries,
So Matt, can I
have a
move
drink
the
of water,
camera now?
and then when they return, we will be going straight into semifinal 1. So that'll be between the first seed alliance and the fourth seed alliance. So that's 1112 5421 against 12888 16835. They will play one match, and then we'll move down to semifinal number 2. 2818 13599 11534 4234. Best 2 of 3, so we'll go semifinal 1, semifinal 2, semifinal 1, semifinal 2. And then the winners of those, if we need a tiebreaker, we'll do a tiebreaker. If not, the winners will move on to the finals. And again, best 2 out of 3. Anything else you want to add, Emma?
Nothing, except I'm excited for the finals and I look forward to seeing everyone after our brief intermission.
As am I. Take care, and we'll see you at 4:50.
One of the things that's most rewarding about seeing a first Chesapeake competition is the energy. This is not a science fair. It is loud, there is cheering, there are mascots. It is something that you have to see to believe. These kids have really found their bliss, they found a goal, and they all are working towards this. And we see this as they graduate, as they go on to college, and as they enter their careers. We feel that FIRST has really been their first step in a successful future for them and also for us.
First Chesapeake obviously teaches STEM skills for building robots, but it's also about more than robots. And I learned so many more things that really made me well-rounded as a person. As a student, I met people both on my teams and at competitions who are doing amazing things and have gone on to do really incredible things in STEM as well. That's a lot of fun, and it's also really valuable because it gives me these connections to people doing phenomenal things in STEM.
I first became involved with First Chesapeake when my 2 sons became involved with the FIRST program. Both of them were in robotics and found a huge passion for the ability to grow and also to explore the emerging capabilities around robotics. FIRST, and First Chesapeake specifically, is a great avenue for our children to understand how they can impact the world in a fun and engaging environment. I'm so excited about the impact that our First Chesapeake students will have on our future.
I was amazed at what these young high school students were able to accomplish in 6 weeks. They take a project that seems like it's daunting and hard to achieve, and they're able to break it down and bring different skills and diverse backgrounds and achieve it. It's just a really amazing experience to see how someone's learning comes to life. And even more so, having been, both a mentor and a judge, also seeing what these students bring to the table and the amount of thought and strategy through the execution that they have is truly profound, and it's always a pleasure to see what they come up with.
When we think about robotics and when we think about the future engineers, the future doctors, the future astronauts, the future educators, as well as the future trades and craftsmen, those individuals are going to have a strong math and science background. So First Chesapeake being the training ground in order for these new leaders to emerge is going to be very valuable. It is very valuable. So we have to continue to nurture them, continue to give them the guidance that they need, continue to give them the mentoring that they need in order for them to be able to dream about what it's going to take for us to continue to be competitive as a country in this global world.
Our First Chesapeake students are going to have a tremendous impact on our future. They are already making a difference today. They are working in companies such as NASA. They are working for the military. They are working in film. These are creative, smart, driven young people, and they are tomorrow's technology leaders.
Alumni means that I have an entire world of connections.
It allows me to volunteer and give back to the community.
I think FIRST can really prepare you to solve any number of the world's big problems. The skills that you're going to be learning can completely change the future.
Welcome back, everybody. We hope you missed us because we certainly missed you. We are getting ready to jump right into the playoffs. We're going to start with semifinals match number 1 between the first seeded alliance 11112, the Robot Lords, and 5421 Armed and Dangerous, up against the 4th seed 12888, the Stingers, and 16835, the Pollinators. Oh, that can't be a coincidence. Stingers, Pollinators. Come on. They planned that. They definitely planned that. They just wanted to, you know, get some bees buzzing around and pollinate.
Get some buzz around their alliance.
Yeah. And if you remember, the Stingers were actually the 7th seeded team after the qualification matches, and then due to the alliance picks, they were moved up into the 4th seed captain's position, and that gave them the opportunity to pick the Pollinators. So maybe they're from the same school. Maybe they planned this all along. Maybe it's just one big ruse. So I wish them all the best. Of course, this will be best 2 out of 3. And so regardless of who wins or loses this one, we will definitely play another match. But after this, we will go to Alliance 2 and 3 in semifinals 2 and compete there. Looks like the Robo Lords are making one final change on their robot. Gotta make sure it's in tip-top shape. So normally in alliance selection, if you have a venue with 24 or more teams, each captain gets to pick 2 partners to join them. It's still only 2 robots on the field, but now there's 3 alliance partners. So would the first match, you know, put whoever you want on the field. The second match, whoever didn't play in that first match plays in the next match within that semifinal, just to make sure that everybody gets the chance to play. All right. And here comes Autonomous. All robots seem to be a little bit of a collision on the blue side, overshooting that block. We've got 1 red robot in the warehouse, 1 blue robot in the storage unit, 1 blue robot making it partially into the warehouse. A fine autonomous program by all of these teams. Red starting with a bit of an advantage of 44 points to 8 points. Up come the controllers, and away go the robots.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
All right. These robots are fast too. You know, they're not just good at what they do. They do it quickly as they move across the field.
Yeah, red had a little bit of spillage on their alliance-specific hub, but I think they still have time to get it back.
All right. So there's already an early battle over that shared hub, 1 each for both alliances. Still not tipped either way though. Red's hoping to change that with a heavier block placed expertly. Here comes blue trying to tip the scales back. Looks about even now. A lot of commotion on this half of the field. Now red's
It looks like red's deploying the strategy that we saw a lot in the playoffs earlier this morning with they kind of split their teams so that they're getting the most points they possibly can. So one's focusing on maintaining control of that center hub, and then one is making sure that they can get points and balance that alliance-specific hub.
Yeah, and that shared hub does look very, very much balanced here. So we'll have to see which team can make it. So far, red still has a bit of an advantage because they've also been putting up a couple more in the specific hub. Unfortunately, a ball just rolled out of it. You hate to see it. The blues moved over and is ready to start spinning those ducks. So far, a great performance match. I haven't seen anything worthy of penalties. A very fair play so far. Red does one more block, and it looks like that's going to make all the difference, getting that shared hub in their favor. Blue putting one more block up in the top level before moving into the warehouse. Here comes the buzzer. 3, 2, 1. Looks like both blue robots are in the warehouse. That's going to help them out. Whereas one red robot is still next to the duck station. We had 6 ducks spun on each side, so a great match by both teams. And looks like we might have set a new high score. We'll have to see. Referee is deliberating. Could this be it? Could we break the 200 mark? I think part of that performance, the reason that we're seeing a number of 210 is because of that strong autonomous performance put on by the Red Alliance. We'll have to see how the point breakdown looks. Referees making sure that all is fair in Robots and War.
I'm kind of impressed that that's a 200 without a cap and without balancing their own alliance's hub.
Yeah, not a lot of teams have been focusing on that. Niall and I were arguing back and forth about this earlier. In my opinion, the balancing of the alliance-specific hub just isn't quite worth it, because that's 10 points that you get for balancing your alliance-specific hub. And I'd much rather spend my time just dumping as many blocks in there as possible. And this one's going to go to the Red Alliance with a new high score of 216 points. A whopping 84 in autonomous is what gave them the early lead. Driver control of 70, end game of 62. A great performance by Blue Alliance, 87 points, 8 in autonomous, 34 in driver control, 45 in end game. And a good, clean match with no penalties involved. Oh, that's a good question in chat. How many teams other than the Bruins have been putting the cat on top of their alliance hub? So I have seen 18103 do it a few times. I'm not sure if that is the Bruin bots or not, but it's not very common. Nope, here come the Bruin bots. 13599. So a few teams here and there, but you're right, it's not that common here. People are spending much more time on the ducks, or parking in the warehouse, or getting a couple more elements into the top level. And I think one of the reasons why is because you cannot start with your team shipping element, is what it's called, on the robot. It has to start either in front of the robot, or it has to start off the field and get spun in like a duck. So that means it's very, very, very likely that whatever your element is, it's going to get tipped over and moved around during the match. So when it comes time for end game, it's going to be really hard to grab onto it and put it on top of your hub. So it's very impressive when teams are able to do it. We got a Bruin Bots fan in the chat, cheering him on. So of course, chat seems to be leaning towards the Red Alliance. We have somebody complimenting Red from last round, so that was the number 1 seeded team. So of course here we have the 2nd and 3rd seeded teams. So that's going to be 2818 G Force, joined by 13599 the Bruin Bots in the number 2 team. And darn it, they changed it too fast. G-Force and Bruin Bots. Chat seems to be cheering for the Red Alliance.
We've got randomization.
Okay. You know that? Autonomous is off. Good amount of movement. 2 robots in the warehouse. 2 robots trying to spin ducks. Can they connect?
That's 1 duck on red.
Uh-huh. Moving into that depot. All right. Doesn't look like blue got their duck out, but that's okay.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Stingers and pollinators, yes. Thank you for the appreciation for the Blue Alliance in the previous match. Robots making a mad dash to the warehouse to get their freight. Already an early start on the shared shipping hub, but not quite tipped in either side's favor. Now it's tipped in the red's favor, using one of those heavier blocks. Those blocks don't look, those metal pellets don't look heavy, but they really can make quite a bit of difference. So blue is taking an interesting strategy of putting balls on the shared hub. Well, I guess red's done it now too, but the balls are really lightweight and don't make a huge difference in terms of tipping the scales.
You'll see both red and blue, their personal lines are pretty far tipped. Now, you mentioned earlier it doesn't make sense necessarily to go for the balance, but the issue is as soon as you get it tipped to one side, especially with the balls, is they are much more likely to fall off as you put them on. And it's a lot harder to get up to the height that you need to place new blocks on.
Absolutely, yeah. So it comes at a cost. But red is doing a good job filling it up. Blue is doing a good job relaying back and forth.
That center one looks pretty balanced.
It does, yeah, it's pretty close. You know what that mission means is end game. So we see 1 red robot spinning ducks. Blue seems to be sticking around the warehouse. Looks like one of their robots has gotten a little stuck. Nope, they made it free. They're making a mad dash over to the ducks. There goes 1 for the blue. Can it make the difference? Looks like the Bruin bots have done their signature, trying to cap their Alliance shipping hub. I don't see it reflected on the scoreboard, but it looks capped from my perspective. So we'll see if the referees see the same thing that we see.
Well, I honestly can't tell what that center.
Yeah, the shared hub, that looks really well balanced. So good job for blue for keeping that completely neutral, you know, matching them 1 for 1. Here comes the referee to deliberate, make the final judgment. I think they're going to count as balanced just from this angle. All right. Team 7, I believe the Tactical Sheep is in the chat, rooting for 4234. Thanks for coming out today and cheering on another team. So 7. So that's a single-digit team. They are all the way down there. 7th team to ever register for FTC. And they're still playing every now and then. This one's also going to go to the red with a score of 144 to blue's 43. So unfortunately, there was a little bit of a blue penalty there, which would have bumped them up to 83. So it didn't quite affect the outcome of the match. So in elimination matches, it's less about the total score and more about winning or losing. So, so red now has an advantage going into their tiebreaker match here. Sorry, not the tiebreaker. Has an advantage going into their next match here. And should they win that, automatically go to the finals. If not, we go to a tiebreaker match. So we're going back to Semifinals 1, match number 2 this time. Same 4 teams that you saw before. 1-1-1-1-2 paired up with 5-4-2-1 up against those fantastic Agents of Spring. 12888, the Stingers, and 16835, the Pollinators. I can't get over that. That is too nice. Stingers and Pollinators together. You know, I think there was an FLL challenge entirely focused on bees.
Hey. That's really cute.
All right. We got a fan of the Bruin bots and G-Force. Yes, please keep cheering them on. Everybody knows that these robots work off of positive energy.
It's true. Good vibes only.
So we're gearing up. Robots are on the field. Referee's doing a final check.
And this match decides whether or not the Robo Lords head to finals or whether or not we're going to have a nice runoff match. I am always in favor of a tiebreaker, but...
Oh, me too, yeah. You'd love to see it. Anytime there's a close match or a tiebreaker, it's the best. Just seeing the teams go at it.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Doing one final check of Armed Dangerous, making sure they're all good to go.
Not dangerous.
Taking a quick look. Referees are nodding, thumbs are up. Getting ready to randomize. A lot of support in the chat, cheering each other on. And we're cheering for this autonomous. Looks like the Blue Alliance didn't quite connect with those initial drops. Red Alliance seems to have gotten one block, maybe two, on the shipping hub. Might be going for a third, just for fun.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so autonomously they go into the warehouse, get one more, and then put it on the shared hub, on the Alliance hub. So
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2,
like a
1.
Like an early start from Blue potentially, or maybe it was just that the program didn't quite finish. So there's a little bit of a penalty on Blue right now. You hate to see it, but Red is going straight for the shared hub, and so is Blue, trying to keep it balanced. So far, looks pretty balanced.
There is a Blue up in their right corner. Okay, they're moving now.
All right. There we go. You got to go out with your robot at least moving.
Yeah.
Oh, man. 12888 just keeps me on my toes. Those drivers have some serious skill whenever they go over those barriers. It is so impressive.
Anything, you were right. There was a minor penalty there for a slightly early start.
Yep. So luckily this is not football. A false start does not get you a 5-yard penalty because then you would be off the field, and that wouldn't help anybody. All right. So we've got about 44 seconds left in the chat. Look in the match, and it looks like Red's got a bit of a lead going on. Blue is doing a great job. They are patiently waiting for that in-game buzzer before they spin some ducks. The shared hub hasn't had a whole lot of action. It's been fairly balanced this match. There's that whistle. Blue is moving into position, trying to get the ducks spinning. A little bit more action on the shared hub, trying to make the difference. Looks like it's tilted in Blue's favor. Will that... Hopefully they get the points for that. coming down to the wire here. Who's it gonna be? Time is over. Wow, that looks like it's in favor of the blue. Right at the last second, here comes the index card. Looks like blue to me. All right, so a wonderful performance by both teams. Red especially excelled when it came to that awesome start of autonomous, 84 points. They did 5 in the top of the Alliance Shipping Hub and Teleop, and I think that made a lot of difference. Blue wasn't able to capitalize on the Alliance hubs too much, but they did a great job of, they knew their strengths, they stuck to it, they worked well together. A little bit of deliberation here.
It's good that the referees are taking their time, because all these teams have worked so hard. It's super important that they're making the right calls and giving every team.
Yeah, every single point counts,
Yeah.
All right. Here come the final score. Red wins. Score of 196 to Blue's 33. So I want to say congratulations to 12888 and 16835, the Stingers and the Pollinators. A great performance here today. Congratulations on making it into the playoffs. We wish you the best of luck. And 11112 and 5421, Robo Lords and Arms Dangers, congratulations on securing your spot in the finals. So a stellar performance with a score of 196, not quite breaking down the 200 point mark. So now that they've set that bar for themselves, we'll see if they can beat their own high score now.
So now that semifinal 1 is done and we're heading into semifinal 2, match 2, let's see if the second place alliance will make it into finals. The second place alliance with G-Force 2818 and Broonbots 13599, or if we're going to go to a tiebreaker match with 11534, the Bot Brigade Portic, and 4234 Engineered Chaos with Alliance 3.
Yeah. Personally, I hope for an upset, just because, like we said, always
everyone loves an underdog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's close, second seed, third seed, they're close. We got some fans of the Bruin Bots and G-Force in the chat. Compliments to 11112. Now, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure 11112, the Robo Lords, did win at the World Championship level some time ago. It was a couple challenges ago, back when they had World Championships. We hope to have one this year in Houston. It's going to be a ton of fun. Hope to see you there. We got cheering for Bruin Bots, G-Force, Engineered Chaos. We got randomization. We are ready to go. And away go the robots. Blue going straight to that duck spinner. Nice and easy. Down goes the duck for the Blue Alliance. Now Red makes their way over.
Red already placed a piece in their Alliance's hub. Let's see if they can also get a duck on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they...
Looks like it. Yeah, I see one down.
They did.
Yeah, some good parking by their Alliance partners, driving into the warehouse.
Drivers,
good
pick up your
field
controllers.
positioning to start this match.
3, 2, 1,
This is a pretty even score coming out of Autonomous, unlike what we saw in the previous match. So this is really anyone's game at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. So no penalties to start off with. That's always good. Blue has an early start on the shared hub, but not quite enough to tip it over.
And Red's coming back to answer that.
Yep. Oh, that looks like it'll do it for the red side. And here they come with one more. They're so fast to collect one and dump another one. That makes such a big difference. Ooh.
When Blue accidentally added to that.
Yeah.
It's just so difficult with that already tilted up and the limited space to maneuver around there. And then, of course, the penalties for touching it. It's really hard to bring that back once it's already taken from you.
It's a hard zone, yeah. Now, ball going in on the blue side. So there's really some good synergy between these teams. You know, one's focusing. Each alliance has one team focusing on the alliance hub. Each team has one focusing on the shared hub, making sure not to get in each other's way in the warehouse. So there's not a whole lot of room in the warehouse, so they have to really get around each other and share that space wisely. And right now, teams are waiting on that whistle to start end game and start getting those ducks into the field. It's part of the duck integration program. We have ducks outside of this habitat and we want to bring them inside. Looks like Bruin bots are going for their signature move of capping the Alliance hub with that awesome, looks like it's very purple team shipping element that they have. Blue is going to try to capitalize on the shared hub in these last couple seconds, didn't quite connect. As time expires, a mad dash from Blue into the warehouse. A great match by both Red and Blue Alliance. We will have to see the final score. Blue has them beat on ducks. They got 6 as opposed to Red's 5. Purple team element, fantastic. Yeah, we've enjoyed it. It's good because purple is both red and blue, you know, it's the good mix of the two, so it makes sense to go on your alliance specific element.
Okay.
Here come the final scores. Oh, looks like red has won. So, congratulations to the Blue Alliance 11534 and 4234 for your stellar performance here today. A great, respectable score of 97 and consistent performance from these teams throughout the day. We really enjoyed having you, and we wish you all the best at your next tournament. Over on the red side, 2818 and 13599 will be moving on to the finals. So we have a little bit of a timeout before that happens. So in the chat, we're talking about that purple team element, and according to someone who helped develop it, it's one of those weeble wobbles where it has weight inside of it and it's always upright. So as we were talking about it earlier, it's so hard because you cannot start with your team shipping element on your robot. It either has to start on the field or off the field and get spun in using that carousel. So it's very important to always be oriented upright so you can easily grab it. So we have our finals decided. 11112 and 5421 up against 2818 and 13599. So that's our number 1 seed alliance going up against our number 2 seeded alliance.
And just so people watching know, we are going to take a 5-minute break in between the matches as well, just to give the teams ample time to recuperate after their match. Will this Twitch video be saved so our teams can watch it back? I believe it's saved to the First Chesapeake Twitch after, but let me check on that. So yeah, I just got confirmation that it will stay on Twitch until it's then published on YouTube.
So you're telling me I can watch this whole competition again with our commentary on YouTube? Wow.
Yes. It'll be awesome for video playbacks of any matches that you weren't sure of what your penalties were for, or if you just want to see what your strategy was like, how you maneuver on the field, if your drivers want any practice.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully you'll be able to save some phone storage now.
Yeah, so it's all. So as Emma was saying, it's always helpful to go back and look at this because hindsight's 20/20. So you go back and look and you say, yeah, I think right there, we should have stopped trying to get something at the top and started spinning ducks, or vice versa. We should have said, okay, stop spinning ducks here, go drive in the warehouse. All right, looks like we've got a question for Emma and I. Commentators, are you guys alumni of FTC? Yes. So, I am an alumni of FTC Team 4924, formerly the Tuxedo Pandas, and currently the Redbeard Pandas. And the reason for the rebranding change is because they changed over coaches from a fantastic gentleman named Frankie to me. So as I took the reins of the team, I said, okay, we're going to rebrand ourselves. What are we going to be? We ended up being Red Pandas on the High Seas. So, Emma, how about yourself?
Yeah, so I'm an alumna of Team 10414 for FTC, but then I also helped mentor a couple other FTC teams throughout high school.
That's awesome, yeah. I mean, it's so interesting to be able to mentor an FTC team as a high schooler, just because it's quite interesting, to get that start into mentoring, so to be able to help out, middle schoolers or just younger high schoolers. All right. Somebody in chat asking any tips for coders. That's the one thing that I never quite got to do. If you want to reach out to Team 4924, I can put you in touch with our coders, and you guys can trade notes. But I let my students take care of that because that is just beyond me how they do that so effectively.
One tip of advice is be a part of the design process. I know sometimes programmers like to say like, oh, I do programming, but it's important to make sure that you are there for all of the iterations so that you know what's going on. And you can actually start to do some like skeleton of the basic mechanisms if you know what they're going to be. And if you're there for all the different design changes, then you can make tweaks to your skeleton as you go. And it'll be easier in the end when you're doing your, integration and testing.
I see, that's helpful. Yeah, I wish I could give helpful advice. All right. So we've got somebody in chat rooting for Blue now. Blue seems to have a lot of people supporting them. That is, of course, G-Force and Bruin Bots, the number 2 seeded alliance, going up against 11112, the Robo Lords, and 5421, Armed and Dangerous. Yeah, sometimes you do have to code a robot without a robot. You just kind of have to guess. You have to think, okay, this is probably how it's going to work. In theory, That's the big words that our programmers use. It's just in theory, and they just wave their hands and expect it to all be okay.
Yeah, and someone back here reminded us that when you include the coders in the design phase, it helps set expectations for the build team so that they don't go too crazy with what they're doing. Because sometimes they think they can build it, but if you don't actually have the means of programming it, it's just a piece of metal.
So, the Blue Alliance definitely wins the tournament in terms of support. The Blue Alliance has the most support on Twitch chat. But here we are with autonomous period, and we will see how to turn that positive support into positive points. A strong start from both alliances.
Yeah, we're seeing that same Auton we saw earlier from the Roboloads.
Yeah, going into the warehouse, picking up another block and dropping it into the top. And they've been pretty consistent with that 84-point autonomous. Every single match that they've been in. No, now it seems to be 98.
Wow.
So, very impressive. We're getting started. What a nice mechanism over on the blue side.
Yeah, so they were going for the higher one, but it bounced into the lower one for them, so.
Hey, man, I mean, points are points, you know?
Yeah.
So far, Blue is winning the tug of war on the shared shipping hub. They've got 2 blocks in and very clearly in their favor.
So Red's not giving up yet.
No, sir.
Looks like the Robolords are coming back.
Dropping a ball. Again, ball's not quite the right option in terms of what's going to tip the scales in your favor. Still worth the same amount of points, but what you really want is something heavy.
Yeah.
A little bit of teetering over on the Blue Alliance, dropping yet another one in. So Red is also doing a good job of filling up that Alliance hub. And now Blue is going to start taking a look at the Alliance hub because they've said, all right, we got the shared hub. That's tilted in our favor. Let's work together on the Alliance hub. Nope, they're back on the shared hub, just solidifying. They're saying, hey, Red, this is ours. And Red looked like they agreed. They said, yep, this is yours, and threw one over to the blue side. So it's a
looks
really
like
close match.
There was a minor penalty a little bit ago. Someone was scoring in the shared hub while still partially in the warehouse. So that was something that we saw a lot today.
Yeah. It could just be a corner of your robot. You really got to make sure you're all the way out. So it's a really close match. We're coming down to the final few seconds here. Ruinbot's trying to cap that famous purple, but it looks like they didn't quite let go. But man, what a high-scoring match. Both teams seem to have broken the 100-point mark significantly. We'll see if any of them get over the 200-point mark. But each team really had their specialty here. So for Red, it was definitely that autonomous period. And for Blue, it was definitely that shared shipping hub. Just consistently putting the heavy blocks on, tilting it in their favor, and staying that way.
It's an exciting match to watch. I mean, all finals matches are always exciting, but this was really high scoring. It seemed to be neck and neck, especially at the beginning.
Oh, yeah. All right. So we will see if Red takes the first one or if Blue takes the first one. Either way, we're going to a match number 2. The question is, will there be a match number 3?
I'm hopeful. Haven't had one yet today, so it would be an exciting way to end the day. Oh.
Yeah.
And looks like there was touching by a robot at the end of the match, and it removed 3 top-level cargo from Blue.
Uh-oh. So that's going to go to the Red Alliance, breaking that 200-point mark. Well done by the Robo Lords and Armed and Dangerous. But a stellar performance from Bruin Bots and G-Force. 140 points to 200 points. That's nothing to be sad about. That is a great performance. So, of course, there was the minor penalty from Blue. We'll see if, hopefully it won't happen again. Make sure the drivers pull back a little bit or go forward a little bit. Going to go to a brief timeout here. This allows the teams to change out their batteries, maybe fix up their code a little bit, and come back strong for the next match. I'm looking forward to a tiebreaker. I think if there was ever going to be a tiebreaker, it would be between these two alliances right here.
Yeah, especially if the Bruins can get that top on.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really impressive. I know we've said it so much, but for this being so early in December and to have such stacked alliances here in the finals, it's really exciting to see what the rest of the season is going to look like, because I've seen people score in almost every single way you can score. Minus the balancing, but I just don't know what the next level looks like.
Yeah, so teams are actually already starting to kind of run out of space on that top level of the alliance-specific hubs. You know, there's only so much room in there for blocks and balls. So maybe teams are going to have to start filling up the mid-level and the bottom level, you know, because we'll have to see. And it's great that we're getting into the 200-point range. I wonder if any of the 73 people in chat know off the top of their head what the high score in the world is. Because there have been some pretty high scores. I think they were over 200. I remember that, but I can't remember if they were over 300 or not. So if anybody in chat wants to look up the high score, that would be much appreciated. We could look it up too. Oh, 300. What a nice round number. Well, we'll see if we can beat that here in Chesapeake. All right. We already got some blue robots coming back on the field. Love to see it. Swap out a battery. Ready to go yet again. Looking for the upset here.
I don't know. I see a 400 Illinois State championship.
Really? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, it's changing all the time. I mean, seems to be that autonomous is where they really count. And that's what makes a big difference. So we are winding down here. This has the potential to be the last match of this particular qualification here in Maryland. Week 1, December 4th. You are here, unless you're watching this on the YouTube video, in which case, hello from the past. And wow, yeah, 400 points. Looking in chat. Our chat. We have our own chat. I don't know if you guys knew this. You can't see it.
Oh, are we talking FTC of all time or this game only?
Yeah, we were talking about Freight Frenzy. What are you talking about, Emma?
I'm talking of all time. FTC gets really high scores depending on the year.
Yeah, it depends on the year.
There hasn't been enough games to see what the high score for this will be.
Yeah, one guy says it's 300.
I don't know. 300. I was watching some of the unofficial scrimmages from across the country last night.
Yeah.
In preparation for today.
Looks like Robo Lords are putting their robot on the field just to test out and make sure that they don't accidentally hang over while they're scoring in that shared hub. Trying to do a little bit of adjustments here. Talking it over with the refs. So that's the end of that 5-minute timer. Luckily, the teams seem to be nearby. Oh, they called an alliance timeout. So each alliance does get a timeout, should they so need it. Just to give it a little more time, tighten one more bolt, hammer in one more nail. You never know. We've got some appreciation in the chat. We appreciate you too. This definitely has been a great tournament. We've got lots of people on site, the referees, tournament director, making this go smoothly. We've got a bunch of people backstage here, making the stream work smoothly, putting us in the top right, putting the stuff in the lower left, putting everything else in the middle, adjusting the volumes, listening to chat. There's a lot involved. And then you got Emma and I who just sit here and talk about it.
Easiest job.
I certainly think it's the most fun. All right. So Alliance 1 is going to be the Robo-Lords and the Armed and Dangerous. Looks like Robo-Lords are ready to go on the field, so I hope everything is okay with Armed and Dangerous. I hope they're doing well and fixing whatever it is they need to fix.
Hopefully it's just like a battery getting charged. I didn't see anything at the end of last match.
Yeah, the robot looked like it was functioning pretty well, but these teams know the robots much better than we do. They have a much closer eye on them. They know when something's out of alignment, so. And besides, you have the timeout.
No harm in using it.
Yeah. Maybe they're just getting a soda. You never know. All right. All right. Down to under a minute. Hopefully Armed and Dangerous will make it to the field by then. Here they come, just as I was talking about it. Throwing that robot on the field, getting it all turned on, making a mad dash to get it in alignment, talking with their alliance partner. It's going to be a great match. Can we get to a tiebreaker? All right. All right, so that's the end of the timeout. Luckily, all 4 robots are on the field. Again, that is Robo-Lords paired with Armed and Dangerous up against G-Force and Bruin Bots. G-Force and Bruin Bots looking for the upset and to take us to a tiebreaker match. Robo-Lords, Armed and Dangerous, they have a very strong autonomous, consistently earning about 84 points. And they have twice now broken the 200-point barrier. G-Force and Bruin Bots have done a great job, especially on the shared shipping hub, keeping that tilted in their favor. And the Bruin Bots have their signature capping mechanism, where they place their alliance shipping element on the top of their alliance shipping hub. Here's the randomization. Normally this would be where you see the teams coming out to the middle, shaking hands and wishing each other good game. But for safety reasons, we are not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Here goes autonomous.
Looks like Robo-Lords are doing their regular time.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
We got a red duck spun out. Doesn't look like a blue duck. That 84-point autonomous every time. Red has been doing a really good job keeping that consistent.
3, 2, 1.
That just puts them so far.
Yeah, it's a strong lead right off the bat. So here comes
Blue taking the lead on the first.
Sticking to their strengths on that shared hub. All right.
Robo Lord's trying to counter it. We'll see if they come back for more.
Yeah. So it's a constant back and forth on that shared hub. It's going in Blue's favor. But it looks like Red has the advantage on the Alliance shipping hub with 5 in the top level, 2 in the bottom level, and Blue with only 2 in the top level. Still got plenty of time left in this match. Blue predominantly owns that shared shipping hub with those blocks in the exact right place. That's where you want those blocks.
And Blue's doing what we've seen a couple teams do this game today, is that now that they've solidified their hold on that middle one, they're helping out by running to that shared alliance station with their team member.
Yeah.
And they're doing a good timing so that one's coming back while one's going. There's a little bit of a traffic jam here, but for the most part, they've got a good rhythm down.
Yeah, one's going around the barrier walls, the other is going over them. You can tell that they have a plan and they are sticking to it. Blue is doing a great job. Red still has the lead with the points. We are in endgame now. Guess what Bruin bots are going to do? Go ahead, guess. They've got that claw, and they're going to try to pick up that capstone of theirs. Looks like it's just getting away from them.
What's that?
Down the wire here.
Ooh.
Red trying
10 seconds left.
Red trying but not succeeding to take back that shared hub. Here it comes. Final countdown. Bruin bots back away. Looks like it was capped.
It looks capped.
Woohoo!
Yeah, that's what the screen's telling us too.
All right. A very strong performance by both teams. 6 ducks for Red, 5 ducks for Blue. Wow. What a strong, strong match from both of these teams. Alliances, sorry. Referees are deliberating. This could very well be the last match, but we don't want it to be. We want to go to the third match.
It looked completely clean, but then again, you never know when there are penalties. You never know what the referees see that we don't. So this isn't over till we get the official scores.
And speaking of which, it goes to Red, a stellar performance of 216 points. And like you said, Emma, a clean match. No penalties either side. Wow. So a breakdown of that score, 84 points in autonomous for Red, 42 for Blue, 80 points for Red in teleop, 60 for Blue, 52 in game for Red, but the Bruin bots with that capping mechanism given 65 points in in-game. So a stellar performance from both of these teams. Congratulations to GeForce and Bruin bots. Congratulations to Robo Lords and Armed and Dangerous. You are the tournament winners for Maryland 2.1 qualifier. What a great day this has been. I mean, there have been some incredible scores, some incredible strategies, and just non-stop excitement back and forth. And everything ran so smoothly for the first competition of the season. All right.
Once again, want to say thank you to all of the event volunteers that made this possible for these teams to come out and to compete for today. And then, Ethan, I'll hand it over to you.
Sure. So, of course, it takes a lot to make this all possible. We've got some awesome volunteers behind the scenes, in front of the cameras, left, right, up, down, and center, all over the place making this happen. But this also takes money. And for that, we have our awesome sponsors to thank. They have been doing a great job supporting this awesome cause. They're going to be scrolling here on the screen. And we actually have a video from our sponsors just to remind you guys of how awesome they are. And we encourage you to, think about pursuing a career with some of these guys. They do some great work. And you all have done some great work today. and we cannot wait to see you in the next competition. Best of luck to you. This is Ethan.
Miss Emma.
And we're saying good night.
Lidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Lidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is
To what could be.
ready
To leave the boundaries of what's known.
To define possible.
To define possible. Define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are the foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Cannon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CBI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Cannon products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.